Says there's no sound. Says okay, a lot came at once.
Oh, yes.
Says I'm practicing my Higuerana. Says how are you teach? Says hi. Says hi teach. Says at mini_JIVA and 88 high. Says at Chloe Collins. Says at a known user for 5 high.
Hello. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to put something on the screen for YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick. Hold on.
Says so, I can hear you now.
I have an announcement to make. It's not a bad thing. Why is it? Why is it not working? Right there, but before I do that, it won't go up. Why is that? Okay. Well, if I move it... Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. So if I put it in the corner... okay. If I make it small... That's not gonna work. So, what I'll do... is that I'll grab this. Just like that. Okay, they're not easy to see. Okay. There we go. Alright. I don't need to... I think that's fine. Okay. Let's go. Almost there. I don't need this open, to be honest. But I should keep it open. Okay. Okay. That's a very weird thing. Okay. What was the... Okay, here... Can I go to my recent one? No. I guess not. I guess not. I guess not. Don't you know? Art, all pins, blah blah blah. Oh no, it doesn't, I guess I'll put in a corner down there. For now. Okay, now the only thing I want to know is, if I pull out that, will that disappear? That's my biggest concern, and that's it. Okay, good, doesn't disappear, good! Loves that. I was kind of concerned about that part. Okay. Let's now, just to make sure this is... I am on the right track. Let me pick something else real quick. Just... Oh, wait, no. Wait, if I click this... Nice!
Wait,
like that. Okay, let's go. Wait, if I make it... Oh, wait, no way. Oh, shit, I shouldn't do that. Okay, that's fine. That's all fine. That's hunky-dory. That's hunky-dory. Okay. I just gotta put this over here. No. Yeah. Well, if I move this, what would that do to... Okay, it didn't do nothing. Good. We good. Alright. Just make sure on something. Okay, nothing's old. Okay, now everyone can see it. Good. Well, those who can see it on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick. Oop. Alright, so we're gonna continue from our last journey onto the drawing that's here. Now, the thing I don't like about the drawing is the head, but we'll fix that part a little bit later. Okay, where's my... Now, what we need to do is clean up some parts. Clean up some parts. It's raining today. How's everyone today? How's everyone's day going? Sorry, I didn't get to say hi. I was too busy trying to fix the up.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Oh, bye. Hello.
Says I'm practicing Higuarana alphabet.
Oh, you're practicing your Kinagona. That's good. It's good to learn that. I guess because you're going to Asia, you're going to be learning, you have to learn the language. It'll be easy to communicate. If I'm guessing the one who's saying that is probably Chloe right now.
Says hi, Artextric. Twitch chat reading isn't working. Says yay.
Oh.
Says this character looks so cute.
Sorry about that. Didn't turn this on. I keep forgetting to press that button. Now I should be able to read out your stuff on Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Alrighty. Do 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 doop doop do doop yoop joopa joopa joopop da da ba deep dop. Okay.
Says I'm pretty much 25 and I haven't done anything with my life.
Don't worry about that. That's a false narrative. That's a false thing that we tell ourselves. Everyone's life is different. Just because you're 25 doesn't mean you have to, like, rule the world or some shit.
Says I've been practicing shapes and drawing heads today.
Good. Glad to hear that. I remember I had a conversation like this with,
Can you read the Twitch chat?
Let me see. Yeah. I remember, I had this conversation with a friend, and he felt like shit because he felt like he should have been doing more with his life because he's a certain age. I'm like, dude, that's a big false narrative. That's a false narrative that most people run with because they think that because their parents or their friends and family got somewhere, they mean they have to be in the same place. That is far from the truth. Everyone's life is different. Like, there's people who's been...
Says I'm thinking go to college, uni for Timorius to get the bachelor's degree in games art.
Makes sense.
Says I'm trying to practice, but with work picking up, it's been busy.
You can go to...
Says then maybe Japan.
You can go to university to do that, and that's fine in Dory, but... honestly, I don't think that's something that's needed, because majority of the time, they don't look at your degree. They really don't. They look at your portfolio. And you can build a portfolio outside of that. It's gonna take some time, but it's cheaper. But if you think that's something that you need to get you going, then go for it. If you have the money and the resources, then go for it. If you don't, then I wouldn't.
Says the JET program does.
All right, you gotta do what you do. You gotta do what's best for you. But it's not a mandatory thing in the gaming world. I mean, in the art world, like that, in the character design or whatever. Most people are in there is not even with a degree. I think like 85 to 80% of most people that's in the gaming industry, or whether it's game dev, programming, or art, isn't even formally trained. But if you want to be the 20%, that's perfectly fine. Not saying it's gonna not help you. It will help you, but it's not gonna be like a mandatory thing to have. Because people kind of realize, like, why would I have to go 4 years to make a drawing look nice when I could just practice for like a couple of months and then, Well, you gotta do what you need to do that makes you feel comfortable or feel like you have the higher edge. And you'd be surprised, majority of most artists, they usually get hired over like 1 or 2 things on their portfolio. Like, if you're like the perfect example of this is like, don't go for like a game dev. Like, I mean, don't be a game artist when you are trying to draw orcs and monsters and weapons and you're going for a environmental job. That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? You have to make sense.
Says, well, yeah, cause real program training is mega expensive. Holy smokes.
It is. It's best you can learn on your own. It'll be a longer ride, but it's best to learn on your own. Sometimes, I think. Because you get that sense of accomplishment. But then again,
Says him best at 3 models.
oh, 3D model is pretty good, but I heard that to really get a job in the industry, you need to have 2 things instead of just 1 thing. Now, I'm saying don't be a jack of all trades or anything, but have more skills than
Says, but I
just
need
1 thing.
software.
You can go buy that. I mean, you can go get the software. It's usually free. There's Blender, Unity, Godot, Unreal. All this shit is free. All that shit is free. But it's big.
Says I literally wanted to it, but once I saw the price, the idea was out of my mind entirely.
What are you trying to buy? Are you trying to buy again? Because those things are free. Those softwares are free.
SAYS not buy. The expense of an art gaming program. It's outrageous.
Art
Says
gaming
to use to
program?
learn Japanese.
Oh, that's what you meant. You meant the degree. You're not talking about the software. Alright. My bad. I got them both confused in the conversation. It is expensive. Let me guess, are you going for like Full Sail or like California? Online classes. I'm assuming you don't even live in like Florida or California. I'm gonna assume that you live outside of those things and you're trying to get the online version. Yes, Mono, I can hear the chat now.
Says Emmett and I've written each about 90.
Yes, slight problem with subbing.
Huh? Oh, slight problem with sub. Oh, no, it's fine. What seems to be your problem? Let me see.
Card locked.
Oh,
Says
that
Emmett
sucks.
say.
I'm at essay and I've written each about 90. Okay. Not by the expense of an art gaming program is outrageous. It is. And you know what's funny? What's even more funny is that even if you get the degree, it's not a guarantee you'll get the job at all. Most young people believe if you get a degree, it's gonna guarantee you to get the job, and that's not even the case.
I have another way, but I have to wait till
Says
Monday.
hello.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. You don't. It's not like
Says
it's
that's
fine.
not funny. That's the sad reality. Why risk it?
It makes no sense. It's not a guarantee. A lot of young people believe if they get a degree, that's gonna instantly shoot them to where they need to be. Actually, it's the only thing the degree is the only require. It's just a requirement to other things.
Says
Nothing.
it's beanbag high bean.
Little bean. All right, so since everyone's here, I might as well play it.
Says once I learned that reality, I felt like a complete fool. It's a pointless dream.
It's a scam.
Oh,
It's a scam. It's a scam. It's 9 times out. Like mostly going to college nowadays is pretty much a scam because you're gonna be in. Like this is the funny thing. You spend all that time going to get a degree, you get said degree, and you're thousands of dollars in debt, and the degree may be useless in a couple of years, or it's not that important, or they'll start saying around the lines, "Oh, we're just hiring anyone now who's just, can do the
says
job."
getting an actual degree, though, or so I've heard, is like pulling your own teeth
Yes,
to
it is.
obtain.
Yes, it is. And then what's worse, you may not even be happy that your teeth has been pulled out. It's not a guarantee you'll get the job. It's just a guarantee that you did something to prove that that's how badly you want the job. And then they like to ask the most backward ass question. Why did you choose us? They should take that question out of all all interviews questions. Why did you go with us? To make money. The fuck? Like what else? I'm not here because I like y'all. I don't know none of
Says,
y'all.
yeah, they made us look at colleges in high school, and I was laughing 'cause they made me look stupid.
I think a degree is only good enough if you're like a doctor, a lawyer, something high ranking, like with a lot of like responsibility. A lawyer. I don't know if you're in a business. I don't even think you need a degree in business. I believe it's extremely helpful.
Says I will say that most art student quit in the first 3 months.
Yeah, they do because like
Says or they say you need experience.
yeah. The what they're okay when they say that you need experience. I know.
Says literally I wasn't even considering college, just a decent looking job, not college. Ridiculous.
But like the point of like the whole experience situation is what they're really saying is you should go to college to try to get a degree and be an intern. You should intern. So that's what they mean by getting experience if you don't have the experience.
Says sorry. Don't mean to rant here, lol.
No, what they're saying is you need to get experience as a as an intern with no pay. Yeah, they mostly quit within the first 3 months because they start realizing they come to realize the reality of how much deadline and how brutal it is to be an artist. It is extremely brutal. The one thing I've learned from other artists who went to art school, they start realizing it's not really about it's about your skills, but
Says I got an extended diploma when college was still free.
what they're saying, what they realize is that what you need to do is you need to do a bunch of deadlines, and you're gonna learn a lot of things that may not be important to you, the thing that you're going for. at the time. You gotta learn other things that's not all that important to you. It's mainly how most people get their job, not because they didn't go to school, but like
Says I
what
need
I
one more
hear
course,
mostly.
level for a bachelor's degree.
What I hear mostly is like they'll say most artists will tell you the story that they got a job through a friend or someone they knew in college. So like someone that they knew that got a job in the industry or whatever animation, gaming or whatever the hell.
Says it will entitle me to a different visa.
So they try to um they'll usually get the job through a friend. It's not what you know, is who you know. That can probably get you a job. That can make and break your situation pretty well. Because if you're not a person who's really good at working with others, 9 times out of 10 people will not recommend you. And if you give yourself a bad name in the art community, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot. Because if you have a bad reputation working with others, which is going to be like a mandatory thing to work in the game industry, because you have to work with others, you can't do anything by yourself. And you're bad at like taking directions or being a team player, you're not gonna get jobs. And if you already have a reputation and people know, they'll blacklist you. So you're just blacklisting yourself before you even become anything. So
Plus the deadlines they put on you is crazy.
yeah, you have a deadline. You have
It's
like
like they
5
think you
homeworks.
can handle the stress level.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And some
Because
I've seen the professors and teachers can be mean as snakes if you mess up.
yeah,
Oi.
perfect example is like they'll give you like 5 homeworks and like in the first week will be like 6 or 7 homeworks or some shit like that. It'll be some high number of homeworks that you have to submit within a certain amount of time, and it's not like you have 5 homeworks in like 3 weeks. You have 5 homeworks
Says
in 1
sheesh,
week.
that's crazy.
That's why most of them usually give up, because the deadline is wild. You're gonna learn more. You're gonna be a professional golfer than you're gonna be an artist. It's all about proficiency. I'm not saying being proficient isn't good or having speed, but like you have to learn quick on the draw. Because remember, you gotta do your studies, and then you have to also get those deadlines in. And if those don't work out, then you're gonna fall behind pretty fast.
Says
So
I could handle maybe a couple of homework, but 7 or more, I'd go crazy.
yeah, it's like when you take these type of jobs, it's like you're taking a writing. I'm pretty sure those of you who took college success courses, if you went to college and you took the college success courses, I think most colleges have that. It's a
My
guideline on
art
how
teacher
to be an
lowered my
art.
grade because I drew a wrong ball on my art project.
Yeah, they're brutal. They're pretty brutal. Why do you think majority of the artists that you see on YouTube are successful are not with AAA studios anymore? They don't work at triple studios anymore. There's a reason for that.
Says I only had like 7 or more when I was in high school, like for a test in English.
Why do you think majority of like your favorite artists, like Ross Draws to like Sam Draws to all these people, don't go with AAA studios anymore? They started realizing that they have more freedom to do what they please, and they don't have an overseer on them, and plus they can work whenever they feel like. But then again, you need to have the skills to like pull this off, because if you don't have the skills and the business know-how, you're going to have a hard time in life. Because the one thing I learned from Joy Lee
Most
Peterson,
of them is self though as well.
like majority of them are, but what I
Says
learned.
art school tip bribe the teachers with coffee.
Thank you. Wait, is that a fault? Thank you for liking the stream,
Says
Michael.
he bribe.
I always look at the word Michael and Michelle as almost the same. It always bothers me. Okay. But yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. It's not that it's not hard. Well, it's hard, but anyone can do it. But it's just, do you have the drive to do it? That's the question. If you have the drive to do it, then you'll be fine.
Whoa!
No, I'm not gonna say I'm going to, uh, talk bad about people who got a degree in that, because that doesn't make any sense. But if they have
Your
the
little
money.
character is so adorable.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wait, which one?
Says is your family home.
No, why? No, that worked. Wait, who said that? Oh, it was the other one. Okay, it was okay. It was
Says
case.
it
Okay.
beanbag high bean.
Wait, is it case lasagna? Is that am I reading that right? But
Says
thank you, though.
okay, I texted Chrissy.
Okay. Yeah, they're not home. They're not home. Usually I'm at work. I'm working. They're
Says
working.
at least a lot of your students reapplied.
Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, I'm pressing buttons. I'm pressing a bunch of buttons. I'm pressing a buttons. Give me 1 second. Okay, got it. Okay, everything's back there. Question was, oh wait, can I take this out? This would be, oh my god, I would take this out. Pop out. Oh, thank God, I'll put that over there. Oh yes, that's a lot
What
easier.
the hell is even that?
At least your students are reapply. Yeah, most of them are. I think we had 12, but like, we had 12 or 11. I think it was 12 before I got banned. You know. Okay. So, yeah. So if you are if you're thinking of working in the gaming industry, I would recommend to try do it yourself for some time. See where you can go with that. But if you think you need that formal training, it's going to be expensive 9 times out of 10.
Says, man, I was really hoping you would play the video yesterday.
I couldn't play it. I really could not play that because like it's going to cause trouble. It's going to cause
Says also, can you add fangs to her?
Yeah, I'll do that. Actually, that's the easiest part. I'll do that last. I'm just doing okay. Just for those who are watching, what you need to do, and this is to Ari specifically. For those who are listening, this is to Ari specifically.
Says it was so funny I haven't seen that video in a long time.
Yeah, I know, I see that video too. When you're building your character or doing a fan art, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. The first thing you need to keep in mind when working on your character is that
says it beanbag same.
You need to make sure that the base of your character is the foundation of your base is good. Because if you don't do that, you're gonna have this situation where you're gonna have this situation where, like, okay, right here, all right, this is the base. I made this base. Once the base is accurately, when the foundation of the base is 100% good, then that's when putting clothes on it won't be as problematic.
Says at Brightriclose I gotta watch the Dragon Ball ones.
Because if you watch the I'm listening to what you're saying. If you draw the if you draw the character and you don't have the anatomy correct, or at least looking like normal, it's going to be a problem. You're going to always be, I don't know how to draw this. I don't know why it looks weird. Why does it look like that? You're going to have that problem. Once you have that problem, it's going to be a forever fight between everything you do, from clothing, items, weapons, anything, ears, like cat ears, anything, chokers, it doesn't matter what it is. And then if that's off, then you have to make sense of the lighting, and nothing's gonna make sense of the lighting. Think of a drawing as a giant.
Says I feel called out.
Well, I just called you out, so. So like, the point is like, you need to get that base first. This is why I don't recommend you guys doing any clothing yet. I don't recommend you guys doing backgrounds yet. I don't recommend anything, because ultimately majority of you are not background drawers or background designers or environmental artists. Most of you just want to draw characters. Majority of you, not all, but like majority of you do. So
says, oh, I thought you were talking to someone else. My bad. I was practicing cause it's old art.
Yes, I get it, but like what I'm saying is, what we need to do if you want to improve is to focus on what you are weakest at. And I think majority of you are weakest in foundations and like fundamentals and stuff like that. So you need to be honest with yourself and say, okay, where can I improve? Where do I have the most trouble in? Look at everything like a Jenga. I think it's called Jenga. Jenga puzzle. Those little building things, it's like Jenga. You pull the thing out. So imagine you building a Jenga tower, right?
Says him trying. I think what threw me was the leveling.
If you're drawing, if the building looks kind of crooked, you need to know what Jenga puzzle or piece or the log or whatever the fuck you refer to it is, what is off, what is crooked, what is not centered, and then focus on that specifically and not everything else till everything is like you're literally padding the walls of your skills, so you don't have to worry about if one thing, because remember, one thing affects the other. So if you're bad at drawing hair, or if you're bad at drawing hair, drawing anime ears
says, well, if you don't mind me saying, in the game background it looked crooked as well, so.
Well, because remember, you're trying to work around with the character in the front, in the foreground. So the background's not going to work. So ultimately, everything's not going to work if this is why I don't recommend you guys doing backgrounds. So you guys can't, majority of you can't construct a character. Even I can't construct a character properly, even though most of you think I can. I can't. I'm still working on it. This is why I'm going back every time I go back to basics. This will answer why I always go back to basics majority of the time. So I'm cleaning her up and seeing whatever I can fix before I go and start putting color and stuff, because when you start putting color and stuff, you're already making the decision that it's pretty much professionally ready. You know what I'm saying? So you have to keep that in mind. Most cases, I'm just getting rid of most of the artifacts and the fragments of like inks that's just doesn't need to be, to make it look less dirty. And if you guys are wondering, yes, I will probably line art this. That's why I'm making this look perfect as possible, so when I line art it, I don't have to like fight against myself on something that doesn't make sense. Alright, now, since everyone's technically here, I'm going to play. Today, we're going to talk about podcast-wise.
I usually don't, but that was a one-time challenge. With cartoons it's a little easier cause it's not as complex as anime backgrounds, if that makes sense.
Well,
it might also be cause I'm just stubborn. That's why I challenge myself with backgrounds on cartoons and focus more on the character in anime sketches.
Okay, but like the thing is about that is that for you to because what people do first is draw the anime character and then the background. So what you need to do is draw the background first and then the anime character. Because if you draw the anime character, then you're making the background revolve around the character, and that's how it works. And then when you do that, it looks warped, strange, off-putting, or something to that factor. Now, you see this pinky looks really awkward. I don't like how that pinky looks. That needs work. There's more clean up. We need to clean up more. Like, just keep on cleaning till it looks perfect.
Says I hate the letter. Says I know. It's hard to get it to look level, though. I haven't practiced that much.
Is that S? I think SU. I think that's Z. Z. I think it was Z. No. I think that's ZU or ZO. ZO or SO or SU. I think it's S.
Says so.
Oh, it's so. Okay, I was right. Okay. No, not SU. SO.
And it's time for another daily dose of dismal Disney. We're going to talk about Moana 2 and all the drama around.
So we're going to be talking about Moana 2. I have a bunch of subjects we can talk about today. It seems like you guys really like it when we talk about this stuff. I even posted a video.
Says cause getting a background to look level might be on me for not practicing my shapes enough.
Cause getting a background to look level might be. Well, for the level, you need to know your perspective. If you fuck up on perspective, it's not gonna work.
Says it looks like AZ, but isn't.
Anybody knew was happening. Bob Iger
It isn't,
dropped it at the earnings call, and there's a reason for that. This is not actually designed to be a movie. This was designed to be a Disney Plus series, and it seems like they're scrambling to put this thing together. into a movie. They're talking now to Dwayne Johnson to get him to come back as Maui, which tells me that they had somebody else probably cast as Maui.
Oh wait, let me pull this off. I'm sorry.
Says yeah, that's on me. Stubbornness. So many years of being self-taught made me stubborn.
This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of dismal Disney.
So just to be clear, what's gonna happen from now on? Whenever I'm doing artwork.
Says so. I apologize.
Whenever I'm doing artwork, and stuff like this. Oh shit! Hold on. What the hell? Why is it not on? Whenever I'm doing artwork like this, for those who want to see the video. For those who want to see the video. There we go. For those who want to see the video, it's on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and all the other platforms. It's just not on YouTube. I don't know if I should just put it in the corner over there. I know, I'll do that. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll do that. Hold up. I think I can do that. I think I could put it right in the corner. So it'll be easier on people. And okay, there it is. All right, but well, I can make this work. Hold on. Pew. Pew. Here, but make it really small in the corner right there. There we go. You guys can't see it, but you see the subject of today.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
The cavalry's here. Let's go. Okay. Now, for those on YouTube, Trovo. Well, now you can see on TikTok, I guess, but it's nothing to be. You can't just see it. It's not like you can really read it, but it's the subject of today, or not today, but subjects of today. So what's gonna happen from now on when we do these hot takes type stuff? It's gonna be. I'm gonna put this more in the corner. When we do these more hot take type stuff, it's just subjects from YouTube that I find interesting. What I find interesting, and then if we have a good take on it, I'm going to snip that part out and put it on YouTube as a video. So for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you remember we was talking about Kingdom Hearts the other day and Disney and why they won't use them? Well, my hot take on why they won't use Disney, it's up on YouTube right now. I even put a thumbnail on it. It has Riku, Kairi, Donald, Sora, all of them, with a bunch of black lines over their eyes saying wokeness or wokeness, I think. Yeah. So whenever we have a good hot take, I'm going to snip that out, make that into a literal YouTube video of that hot take, and then put it up there. I noticed that a lot of YouTubers like Asmongold does that, so that's going to be like the actual new content in that sense. So yeah. So we can give our hot takes on the subject at hand. So majority of the stuff I'm going to be focusing on will be either based on psychology stuff, or when I say psychology, I'm not talking about in a broad spectrum. I'm talking about like anything like anime stuff. Because I found something yesterday that was really interesting. Is anyone here familiar?
Says, wait, what video are you talking about?
The Disney one we was talking about the other day. 2 days ago. 3 days ago. I think it was 3 days ago. I don't remember. It was 2 or 3 days ago we was talking about Disney and why Disney can compete with Universal with their Mario stuff, but they won't do it because, you know, wokenism, and they won't use Kingdom Hearts because it's not. I would say my understanding that the reason why they won't use Kingdom Hearts as a forefront against the whole Mario situation is because of wokeness. Ultimately, I gave my hot take on that. So like that's what those videos gonna be called. Whenever it's not about art per se, if it's not about art, but we're talking about like cultural war stuff, it's gonna say hot take. For every video I do, it's gonna say hot take. So it could be like 3 different videos from one whole podcast video. So it's like a podcast, me doing artwork as we listen, and then I give my hot take, and then you guys can give your opinion, whether you agree with me or not. So it'll be fun. It brings more people to the conversation on pop culture. I like to focus on pop culture. I don't like focusing on politics. That shit is boring. I like
Says,
it.
hey, teach if you don't mind. He'll be focusing on mostly cartoons to learn perspective better.
Alright, that's perfectly
Says,
fine.
I hope it's alright.
No, that's fine. It doesn't have to be anime. Most of the rules that most people follow by in cartoons will be just the same as anime. The only difference is it's just a stylistic choice. And how overly detailed your drawings are. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do from now on. So whenever I'm streaming, and usually I'll play music at the very beginning, and then when I have a good set of people in here, whether it's my mods or regulars, I'll play like a hot take video, and then we'll see what we think of what's going on. So the videos I'll be jumping around is between like Asmongold to like Clownfish TV to like a random YouTuber who's giving their hot take, or anything that is in the popular zeitgeist of what's going on of today, and then we give our opinion on it, and stuff like that. So it's like a reactionary thing, but not really. It's like an art thing. With
Says, speaking
popular
of a
stuff.
podcast, he plays excellent ones. Excellent focus music for any artist.
Yes. All right, let's see. Okay, let me start over the whole stream, and then let's not stream the video, and let's do it. So this is Clownfish TV, and they said in the video is Disney made Moana 2 secretly in Canada. Burbank is freaking out. So I guess people was not expecting the Moana 2. I think they was more expecting the live action version, but apparently I've heard this is not even a 2. This is a series. It's not a 2. It's not a movie 2. It's a series. It just says 2, which is weird.
Welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's time for another daily dose of
Dismal Disney.
We're going to talk about Moana 2 and all the drama around Moana 2. This was not something that anybody knew was happening. Bob Iger kind of dropped it at the earnings call. And there's a reason for that. This is not.
Says, did you hear they're also making a Toy Story 5 as well?
Yes, I actually did hear that they was making a Toy Story 5, which this is the problem with these companies. They don't let anything die. Companies don't know the idea of like ending something. And this became very apparent in the Harry Potter movies, where there was like 17 movies or so. But that was kind of expected because they were going based on how many books were still around, so it kind of made sense why they went as long as they did. But the issue when they got to I think it was Deathly Hallows. I think that's the last one. I think so. And the problem
says, well, it's cause the amount of money they bring in is what keeps it alive.
Yeah, but
amazing.
But what's problematic with this, when you have a franchise like Harry Potter, Star Wars, or what the case may be, the problem with this is that when something's lasting longer than it's welcomed, it becomes very annoying to be around. It's like being the cool guy, and you're not cool anymore because you do everything you do is perfect. So like it never is it's not amazing anymore. It's just kind of expected, and after a while you just get annoying, right? So like perfect example of this is like when they got to the end of the Harry Potter franchise. Well, I just say series because they still making more. But like with Harry Potter itself, they had part 1, part 2, and then there was like a part 3 or some shit. Once they started doing that, when movies saw Harry Potter doing some shit like that, that's when every other movie started doing that. The movie studio started doing the whole, I'm going to milk this as best as I can to get as much maximum money as possible before we end this. And we're not even going to end it. We're just going to end this storyline and start something completely new or do a spin-off. That's what they're going to do. And that's what they did. So like it made no actual sense to like, make a big deal of like the ending of part 1, part 2, part 3. You know what I'm saying? But it's the problem. The issue is like you won't let a franchise die. You actually make more money if you let the franchise not die, but like if you end the franchise, right? You can end the franchise. Like you could what they could have did is like, okay, we did part 1, part 2, part 3 of Harry Potter, and then we're done with Harry Potter, but we're not done. So what we can do is we wait another 10 years from now and then bring back the Harry Potter thing all over again. No, they want to make every Star Wars every year, make a Marvel every year, make a Call of Duty every year. It never ends. It never truly ends. And then this is where wokeism really comes in, because when wokeism came in, it just kind of just ruined all franchises from that point. So.
And it seems like they're scrambling to put this thing together into a movie. They're talking now to Dwayne Johnson to get him to come back as Maui, which tells me that they had somebody else probably cast as Maui in the series. And beyond that,
did they?
There's the rumor that Burbank was actually caught off guard too, that Walt Disney Animation Studios did not know there was even a Canadian studio working on this.
Doesn't matter?
Some I've seen they let the show be remembered over a period of 5 or 6 years and then they bring it back and it makes a huge comeback. As for if it makes an equal amount of money for them, I don't know exactly. But the audience doesn't seem to mind it.
Outsource more of its animation to other countries. That goes along with what DreamWorks.
Wait, why does it matter if... Wait, I don't understand. Why does it matter if it was in Canada or not? Let me hear that. I didn't hear that part. Why?
It's weird, though. I mean, how could nobody know?
I mean, I have no idea. We're going to talk about this.
Why does it matter?
It seems like it's going to...
Doesn't matter? Really?
Much bigger situation. And if it turns out that Disney is going to outsource more of its animation to other
Says
countries,
didn't hear what.
That goes along with what DreamWorks is doing.
Oh, okay. So they outsourced it to Canada Burbank. They didn't do it in their Disney division. That's not good. So let's hear that. Okay.
Not know there was even
apparently that's not good.
Studio working on this. I mean, this is.
It's weird though. I mean, how could nobody know?
I mean, I have no idea. We're going to talk about this because this seems like it's going to blow up into a much bigger situation. And if it turns out that Disney is going to outsource more of its animation to other countries, that goes along with what DreamWorks is doing. They said they're going to outsource a lot of their stuff to other countries. Why would they?
Why would they do that?
Possibly do that. Could it be to save money and we've got unionized people?
Everybody's expensive as here, though.
Canada is expensive, yeah.
But I don't know what
tax
to what
breaks.
End, you know, I don't know. Or could be.
I don't know, but it sounds like Moana 2 was being done on the down low in stealth mode. And, again, people might have known, but they thought it was going to be a series.
That's what I think it was. They probably knew they were doing a series.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, it's in backwards.
Disney, knew their asses were in trouble. You have all these activist investors coming at them. They brought Value Act probably told them to do this. Wouldn't surprise me. And then they're like, what do we got? Oh, Moana was always popular. We'll just say that it's so popular on Disney Plus that we decided that we're going to turn the show into a movie. So they literally are lifting the show for Disney Plus and making it the movie version. I don't think it's going to be that good. It's not animated as well. I doubt it.
I hope it's animated better.
Okay, so I got it backwards. So so what Canada Burbank was told or was led to believe, they was working on a animated show for Disney Plus, kind of like the Groot thing and like those high quality Disney movies that's like 6 episodes, 5 episodes, 8 episodes max, because they're high quality, right? So they're gonna be high quality, like movie high quality. They're not gonna be like the Kung Fu Panda, the Madagascar look. They're going to have that, not that plasticky look. They're going to have like those rendered animations. So that's what I guess they was led to believe that was going to make that type of work. But then I guess things changed and they told them, nah, we're not doing that. We're going to actually make the movie with y'all. So yeah. So, like, if you are not expecting to put as much rendering...
Says throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one.
Yes.
In series.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
but that was going to be... that's not going to be theatrics, though. That's not theatrically released, is it?
Megabine, no. But that's what I'm saying. Like, this was animation for Disney Plus. It probably wasn't going to be as good as a theatrically animated
They didn't
movie.
even have Dwayne Johnson voicing Maui.
No. So now they have to scramble to get him in there. Probably, I would guess, to re-record lines. that whoever was doing Maui in the animated version or in the series version,
probably beneath Dwayne Johnson.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, look, this is usually how it works. Disney, now this is not unusual. Disney historically, they've done a lot of animated series based on popular movies.
But what? I'm not gonna lie. Now this is probably a hot take a little bit, but like you don't really need Dwayne the Rock Johnson to do it anymore. You could just have an AI. You can have the original person who was doing it, and then put a AI voice of Dwayne the Rock Johnson. It may sound robotic, probably. Maybe that's why they're not going to do it, because it's not there yet to the point that it seems so seamless that you can't see the difference. But it's not like they have to have him, man. You can just literally take the same show and just literally run it through AI.
Roses, baby.
And then you still pay him baby. Because he's using his voice.
Roses, baby. Roses, baby.
Thank you about that, bro.
Roses, baby.
But like,
Roses, baby.
That's what I kind of think. That's what's happening. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Have to go early today. By Artextric.
Okay, later,
I will
bro.
Try to find a way to sub.
All right, no problem, bro. I appreciate it very much so. Thank you.
A Little Mermaid and Aladdin, and it goes on and on. Hercules even had a series. A lot of times they don't get the A-listers to reprise their roles for the show. So if Maui is in the show, which is now becoming Moana 2,
are we getting a new student? Possibly.
But now he will be, because
that depends on them.
Why isn't Dwayne Johnson voicing Maui?
It's literally a show they were planning, and it's like
I don't know.
episodic, several episodes, and they're going to somehow combine them together to create.
I don't usually believe when people. I don't usually believe when people tell me they're going to sub. I think that's just them being nice. Usually, because when they have to tell me, I usually don't think they're going to do it. Not saying he won't. I'm just saying that usually when people do that, they're not going to do it. 9 times out of 10, this next time I'm going to buy a X, Y, and Z from you. And like, nah, they're not going to do it.
To get him to do lines and all this by the end of the year. To create a new movie that they literally pulled out of their ass to fend off activist investors.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's what it is.
That's pretty much it. This is a Hail Mary pass.
We need announcements. We can keep our seats. We're getting 50% more dividends. We're gonna put a bunch of money into Epic Games, and we're gonna get Taylor Swift, which we're probably gonna do anyway because we already had deals with her before. And looky, Moana 2.
Yeah, it's like all the buzzwords. Like, what are the kids into? Taylor Swift and Fortnite. That's what they're about.
Taylor Swift. I still don't know. Can someone please tell me what is the hype around this woman? There's nothing hype about Taylor Swift. I'm not saying that she's bad or anything, or she's like bad looking or anything like that, or a bad singer.
How's your day?
It's just, I just don't see the point. My day's been pretty good. Thank you for acting, Souls. I do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you, my bro. And thank you for the gifts. I do appreciate it. Is it the gifts popping up on the...
Hey Teach, since I'm going to be focusing on doing backgrounds based off of games like from 3DS games, should I come here on TikTok for advice about the background, or should I ask around on Discord? I figured I'd just ask.
I don't really specialize too much in the idea of
I seen the pop-ups.
It feels like they... Wait, why did I say... You said several. Why is it... Hold on. I don't... Okay, just to be clear, maybe I shouldn't put that there. What do I think about it now? Okay, so yeah, I don't think asking me is a bad idea, but then again, it's not something I specialize too much in.
I've been trying to find someone who does mainly backgrounds on TikTok.
Yeah, you can find someone. You can eventually find someone. I'm just saying I don't really specialize too much onto that subject too much. I do use the subject when it's convenient for whatever the hell I'm trying to do, but it's not like... Wait, hold on. Is this showing everything? Oh, I see you. Why is it like... Hold up. It should show more than that. I was wondering why I was like looking like that. I was like, 1. I see like 1. Alright. put more like this. Can I switch it out? Nope. It's a weird one. Okay, so like that. Right, and then we'll do this. This big. Pull this down. Can never get this to work properly in the way I want it to. Okay, and then pull this down about here.
Says cause a lot of the backgrounds focus on mostly shapes and basic stuff and perspective. Says nothing to fancy mainly.
Yeah, because you can't do anything fancy if you don't know the basics. It just seems pointless to get into that. So yeah. Hold on, Gifter. This. What the? Oh. Okay, no. Song quest gift. Okay, there it is. I don't know why it does this, but we'll figure it out. Oop. There we go.
Says not what I meant. Their backgrounds built for game battles and stuff for gameplay.
Okay.
Definitely, that's what that is.
Wait, it says not fancy mainly, not what I meant. They are backgrounds built for game battles and stuff like that. It's up to you. That's...
Says I give up. It's hard to explain.
No, I get what you're saying, but it's like mainly you're gonna have to deal with color theory, perspective, and shapes.
I mean, they definitely threw stuff together.
So let's talk about this, because this is a strange turn of events, and what's even stranger is the rumor that Burbank didn't know anything about it. And if I were an animator at Disney, I would be very concerned that they're outsourcing everything to Vancouver. Now, they did used to outsource the Disney Toon stuff
I would,
to
yeah.
Australia.
You know what I think of it now. Yeah, I would be kind of concerned to be giving my outsourcing to Vancouver, given that Canada is extremely woke, and right now Disney is not should not be in the midst of this woke nonsense anymore, because like they're losing money.
That was the thing for a while, and I think they shut that one down. And of course, they had the Florida studio.
They shut that down.
Shut that down, but Burbank's not cheap.
Says what's so scary about outsourcing. Don't they use those though?
No, it's not bad to use them, but you have to put it in perspective that if say you gave it to China, if let's just say they outsourced to China, right? It wouldn't have been a big deal because Chinese. Well, I don't say the animation's bad in China, but let's just say they did a great job. 9 times out of 10, they won't do a bad job because unless, well, then again, it's not like they're writing the script, so it really depends on if they get the script or not. I don't think they're writing it. So if they're not writing it, then it'll be perfectly fine. But like if they're writing it, then that's a problem.
Lately, and we can't have that. And they're all unionized, and we can't have that. So
yeah,
let's talk about this before we get into it any further. We were into it pretty far already.
Yeah, too late.
Before we get in any deeper, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
So I don't know, where do you want to go first with this?
How far you want to go?
How far do you want to go? There's no telling how far we'll go. Do you want to talk about the bombshell that Dwayne Johnson might be coming back?
Well, I don't think it's a bombshell. I mean, it's more a bomb. This goes along with the stupidity of the whole situation. They're going to have to get him back for the film, and they're going to have to get the different voice actors back for the film because they probably had different people playing them in the TV show, and this is just a repurposed television show. That's what you're getting.
Yeah. That's like, I mean,
you were going to get it with your Disney Plus subscription. Now you have to pay extra.
Now you have to pay extra for it. I don't see this ending very well. I mean, I could be wrong. Look, to be fair, Toy Story 2 is considered the best Toy Story movie. Most people consider it the best Toy Story movie, and it was actually supposed to be a direct-to-video sequel. Then they decided to release it theatrically.
They probably saw it and thought, this is good, we should just release it theatrically.
Yeah.
But this one, they're just taking the animation for a TV show because they're trying to razzle dazzle the investors, and like, look, we got planned. We just threw Moana together. I mean, we've been working on this in secret.
In secret, yeah.
In secret.
And as a result of this, they said the live action movie might be pushed back.
Well, honestly, the Moana 2 is a better bet than the live action. I'm so tired. Everybody's
Well,
complaining about
well, I've been hearing the rumor where the girl who does the voice of Moana may not even play the girl as Moana. Because activists are going to complain and say she's not dark enough or some shit. But she's of Hawaiian descent. But it doesn't, like, to them to them it's not about the ethnicity. What matters to them is the skin color. That's what happened to the Lilo and Stitch situation, because majority of the actors either wasn't as dark skin enough for them for whatever reason, but these same people would be okay with race swapping. So like this is how it works. If it's like a minority group, like if it's like Hawaiian, Black, Asian, whatever, they want their skin color to be a certain way and meet ethnicity, right? But when it comes to Europeans or anything like that, if there's any close of race swapping, they'll ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist, like they're blind.
action. Like, why are you doing a live action Moana? It just came out a few years ago. Like, it made no sense. And people are just really, really sick and tired of the live action remakes. And Bob Iger was basically cornered about the theatrical releases and the problems they're having. And I didn't hear him really mention too much about the live action remakes. He talked about, Marvel, Star Wars, and then going back into their franchise.
Oh, guys, I have who's here? Who's here right now? Tell me. Say me right now. Tell me who's here right now.
Says me.
Okay, Souls is here. Who else is here?
Says me.
Bean. Okay. Bean, Souls. Bri, you here? I have an announcement. Da Bean.
Says Da Bean.
Da Bean. No one else? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I gotta bring back fucking bitches on this fucking thing. Okay, so for those who don't know, tomorrow I don't think once this is done, which is done, will be done today, because there's not really much for me to do. I just gotta color everything. I'm cleaning up everything so I can just make the coloring like really fast. Once this is over, depending if I don't get any more commissions within this time, once this is all done, this is the last piece, I don't think I'll be doing any artwork tomorrow.
Says has not on teach bed left.
Not on teach bed left. I don't think I'll be doing art tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing something completely different. Tomorrow I will be doing a sponsorship. I got a sponsorship yesterday. And I only have like 6 to 7 days to do the sponsorship. I got a sponsorship from Steam Labs. And you won't guess what I got for a sponsorship.
Says let's go.
Tomorrow I'll be playing a game. And everyone knows what this game is. And the game I'll be playing is... No, it's not Raid Shadow Legends. That's gone. No more Raid Shadow Legends. I know how much y'all hate... I know how much all y'all hate Raid Shadow Legends now. The game... It's a mobile game and a PC game. And a console game. Well, exclusively on one console.
Says what happened.
So what I'm going to be playing tomorrow is, as a sponsorship, I will be playing Genshin Impact. I got Genshin Impact sponsorship. So yeah. Tomorrow we'll be playing Genshin Impact. I might be playing on my sister's account, but then again, 9 times out of 10, it's a pretty good sponsorship. We need about 10 people to play. you can need 10 people to play the game. We just need people who are starting the game for the very first time.
Says hold it.
It's not going to work for people who already have the game. This is for brand new players, so we're going to try to get as much new players tomorrow. So how we're going to do this is I might draw some anime girls tomorrow, and then we'll switch over to Genshin Impact later on in that day. We'll be playing Genshin Impact throughout the week, so I'm familiar with Genshin Impact to a certain extent, so I'll be playing it on the PC. So yeah, I'll be uninstalling Fortnite tomorrow just to make room for Genshin Impact because I don't want to have too many big games on my fucking computer. I like to make as much room as possible. So yeah, we're going to be playing Genshin Impact tomorrow, so yeah.
Franchises and like worrying about like doing sequels and that to those, like Frozen 3 and Toy Story 5000 and stuff like that. But they're not really talking about the live action remakes because they're dumb ideas and people don't like them anymore. And you need to stop them.
Oh, question. Would you guys now I have a question. Would you guys watch a live action Toy Story? Would you watch that? Is that something that people would like to see?
Says Frozen 3. Man, they're making a ton of new movies.
No.
No? Like, it's literally the restart of the whole thing. Nah? Okay. That's interesting. Like a live action. It's not continue. It's like literally the same story from the first one. But I guess not. I guess no one cares for that.
The shit.
Says yes. Maybe. I saw The Lion King in a play once.
Maybe shelve the live action Moana because there was pushback and be like,
says prob it can be good if they have good key and go off the main idea.
So.
Plus, Dwayne Johnson's really busy these days. He can't film a Moana movie.
They said apparently they're close to getting him back, but they haven't. But this is interesting. Might have to replace Moana.
Yeah,
because they aren't as far along in talks with her. So if this wasn't just a pull it out of your ass thing, how come they don't have them already locked in?
Because they had other voice actors. Since it was a series, they had other cheaper voice actors doing the roles. Now they're gonna have to redub the lines for the movie. So I can't see this ending well. I could be wrong. This could be the best damn thing that they put out. Wouldn't that be a kick if this shovelware sequel winds up being better than like the last couple of Pixar movies?
Well, I honestly won't take much to be better than some of Disney's recent movies.
That's a hard stretch. That's a hard stretch. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is a hard stretch. I'm not even gonna lie.
It could literally be just Maui on a rock the entire time, and it'd probably do better than Strange World.
Maui
on a rock.
Anyway, can we?
That's a weird take.
To the issue at hand, which is the animation studio.
Yeah. So this is a rumor. Just to be clear, this is a rumor. It's not a rumor. It's coming from a site, Film Threat, and they said that apparently Burbank, that the Walt Disney Animation Studio animators were blindsided by this announcement too, and a lot of them didn't even know there was a studio in Canada.
How did you guys not know this?
Yeah, so as a result of the D-Files, editor-in-chief Alan Ang made an ominous prediction that the entire animation industry is headed in two directions: overseas and AI. It's probably not. That's probably not wrong.
No, I mean I don't know why this is surprising to anyone.
I mean, DreamWorks has flat out said that they're going to outsource more animation.
Says Ophor. Even I knew there was a studio in Canada, and not that stupid.
Maybe the reason that Disney is repurposing Moana is like it's cheaper. It's cheaper to have it produced in Vancouver than it is to have it produced here, and we lost so much damn money on these other movies that were produced here that, let's just try it and see if it works. The overseas component of that prophecy has been fulfilled. Well, Canada's not overseas, but as Walt Disney Animation
really is not.
A new studio in Vancouver. And their first significant feature film is Moana 2, which is actually just a series cobbled together into a movie. Mm-hmm. The Vancouver studio has operated for over a year and a half.
Wait. So let me get this straight. If I'm hearing this right, it's a series cobbled together as one movie. So is it a sequence of things happening that's not really anything? So is that like what is that like saying it's like a, let's just say I have Billy and Mandy, or say Dexter's Lab. Let's use Dexter's Lab. So if we had 5 random shows of Dexter's Lab, right? Or let's say random. Let's just say it's 5 shows of a cohesive story. That's just 5 shows of Dexter's Lab. We're gonna call that a movie. So, like, is it like the One Piece movie? Like the One Piece movie? Is it like the One Piece live action? We're gonna call it a whole movie if we just stitch all 8 episodes together. I guess, right? Is that what that is? Because think of it that way. Because ever since HBO and Netflix has been around, they've been kind of making these like movie series kind of thing. Like every movie now, like every series now are kind of considered like a mini movie, right? So if you watch Stranger Things, like if you stitch Stranger Things as one giant cohesive movie, like not all the seasons, but like season 1, season 2, season 3, right? But that'll be like 4 hours or 5 hours long if you think about it, because like if you cut out the recapping of each episode and the credit scenes, the end credit scenes, that will be like a 4 or 6 hour, like as long as like Lord of the Rings each season. That's what it seems like to me.
On the heels of the announcement of Moana 2, the press release does not mention the new studio.
True, it does not mention that.
Interestingly, the news comes by way of Walt Disney Animation Studios WDAS Artistic Director Malcolm Pierce, his personal Instagram account. So he knew about it, but they didn't announce it publicly, which is odd. And I think part of the reason they didn't announce it publicly is they didn't want to freak out everybody in Burbank. Because that'd be my reaction. I'd be like,
but not announcing anything to people in Burbank is going to freak out the people in Burbank. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So the problem is not that they're outsourcing. The problem is that they didn't tell these people they were making the sequel to, like, Moana 2. When they just made, like, a mini-series that's probably just, like, something so insignificantly stupid. So they're kind of, like, freaking out now, like, oh, shit. These people really told the board that we are making a Moana 2 that's supposed to prolong the story of Moana, when really it's just an insignificant story that may not mean truly nothing. It's like the Groot Disney Channel, no, Disney Plus series in that sense. So we're just going to call that the next Guardians of the Galaxy. Groot's Adventure.
Says more if you're still around. I send you a text.
Let me see.
Not worth their time to bother with is what they're kind of, the message is kind of.
More if you're still around.
Yeah.
I don't think Mora's in here.
I mean, I'd be a little pissed.
Yeah. They said, so he talked about it and he said, yeah, I've been working on Moana 2 all this time and I could be more proud of the studio. They said, why is Disney opening a new studio in Canada? Probably somehow to cut costs. Now, I don't know, because I know Canada is expensive, but they might not be union. I don't know. Or it might be that they're getting, grant money, tax breaks, something. I have no idea. A lot of animation studios.
Most likely with something with money.
Yeah, something to do with money. Secondly, why is Disney corporate not making this public? That's a damn good question. The news was so secretive that Walt Disney Animation just
Thank you.
fans meeting in Burbank to reveal that Vancouver would not only be the lead studio on Moana 2, but that its staff had ballooned to 400 members. Of course, they assured Burbank they would partner up on Moana. This person that you're training to do everything that you do, yeah, they're not your replacement.
And they're hiring a bunch of people there, but they're letting people go other places,
I still think
nothing weird there.
Nothing weird there. I still think they're going to shut down Pixar as an independent studio.
Ooh.
They just roll the name in.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll be like, oh, it's Disney Pixar Studios, and it's based in Vancouver or something, It's like it's no longer in Burbank.
That's not good. That is not good.
So he goes on to say that the studio has some interesting advantages, though technically.
Let's just be honest. Majority of the things that's going wrong is because of wokeism, and because the death toll that wokeism just literally ran over through every franchise, or I guess it's shit mitts on. these studios that we once loved and respected is literally either a ghost of its former self. Look at Rocksteady, for instance, with Sushi Squad. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. Look what happened to Rocksteady. Rocksteady 10 years ago was the king of like DC Comics or just comic video games. Now it's just like it's something completely different. It's nothing close to what it is anymore. The animations, like people was doing comparisons between Batman
My
Arkham
heart's
Knight.
big. It's got hot blood.
But it's like people. Wait, did it show the thing? Okay, yeah, it did show the thing. It goes up. Okay. People were saying like the difference between Arkham Knight and Sushi Squad is just so different. It's not even funny. Like, just overall, just the look of things.
My sources inside, again, a rumor, my sources inside Disney describe Malcolm Pierce as a talented guy with a good personality who managed to create an equally talented team. He served as an animator on Wreck-It Ralph, Frozen, Big Hero 6, and a supervising animator on the original Moana.
And another thing, what they can do with Kingdom Hearts is like literally bring to make Kingdom Hearts even connect more to Disney. They could use Wreck-It Ralph as a vehicle to get to Sora. It's not like it's impossible. And I think Wreck-It Ralph is in... Isn't Wreck-It Ralph in Kingdom Hearts 2? I mean, Kingdom Hearts 3? Isn't he in Disney? Kingdom Hearts 3, Wreck-It Ralph? I'm pretty sure he is. As a summon or something. I think he is. Yeah, Ralph is a summon. In Kingdom Hearts 3. If I remember right.
Probably in charge of Moana too.
Mm-hmm. Also, being in Canada, the team is shielded from the woke SJW nonsense, their words, not mine, that has infected the animation studios in Burbank. Not verified, but the Vancouver studio appears to be
there you go.
There it is. I knew it. It appears to be non-union.
That's why I said it might be woke because this was in fucking Canada. But they said, nope, they're not unionized, so it's gonna be okay. Oh, maybe that's why they didn't mention it, because they know if they mention it, people are gonna feel that it's gonna be woke because Canada's working on it. So they said, you know what? We're gonna have these people work on it in secret. Tell them one thing when they're doing another thing, and then if word gets out, we can say they're not woke. Because they already know that Disney's on that shit.
Financial and operational advantages. There had to be a reason for them. So basically what Disney did, it's so Disney. What they did is they built another studio out the back door.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably when there was strike talk.
Yes.
Before the strike. Like, oh, crap.
Yes, they did that within the strike because they couldn't. It makes sense. They're trying to get back to what Disney used to be. So instead of outright saying we're not going to do woke shit, they can't say it because it will fuck with their DEI, with their equity inclusion thing, their ESG score. That's why they didn't say anything, because they know if they have their ESG score, ESG, their equity, social, and governance score shot down or went down, they won't get investments. So they told the investors, we're making a sequel, when really it's just a series. Well, supposed to be a series. Now it's considered a sequel now. This is why they're freaking out, because they get Canada, Burbank, to do the work. And I guess Burbank is not unionized, so they can't be woke, or what can they be, I guess. So they have them doing the work in the background, because if they said anything in public, people wouldn't watch it because they're going to assume it's a woke thing.
Well,
I think that's what's happening. I think that's what I'm catching. I might be wrong, but does that make sense to anyone? I think it makes sense.
Is they built another studio out the back door, probably when there was strike talk. Before the strike. Like, oh, crap.
It was a year and a half. So.
Well, a year and a half ago, that would have been. They were talking about going on strike. They were.
No strikes are coming this year, and I think animation wasn't that one of the ones that strikes are coming for this year. I'm pretty. Oh, so yeah, strikes. Their contracts up.
The contract's up. So they're like, well, we're not going to go through this bullshit with them. We need to make movies. We can't have our movie slate tied up. And they're probably thinking, well, this studio here in Burbank, they gave us Strange World, and Pixar gave us Lightyear, and it's like, let's see what this guy can do. And it's probably problematic that it's a white dude in charge of the studio too, I'm sure.
This is interesting because they don't
see what I'm saying? Because it's a white dude in charge, they have a problem because of ESG.
The activists and the unions.
Yeah. So they're just basically building another studio. If the rumor, I mean, there's no,
it's a rumor.
I don't see any other reason to open an entirely new studio.
Hire 400 and some people.
Hire 400 people in another country.
And it can't just be for Moana 2. Why would you hire 400 people just to do a Moana 2 show?
Yeah, that was the point. That was the point. They secretly got 400 people so they can work on projects on the down low without tipping off their investors, because their investors are probably activists or because they're on that ESG shit. So what they did is like, okay, let me make another studio in secret. So when they make movies, we can make the movies that we should be making instead of the movies that no one wants. But because Bob Iger opened his mouth, therefore they're scrambling around thinking, oh, the people in Burbank's like, wait, he said Moana 2? Did you know there was a Moana 2? No, we was working on the Moana series. I don't know about no Moana 2. Because what he said, he probably said we're working on Moana 2 is coming out on a certain date, right? Or somewhere around a certain time or season. And that's around the same time they're probably posting that same Moana series for Disney Plus. And they're like, oh, he said 2. Around the time we're making something and we're posting that. It's like, are we Moana 2? I'm pretty sure how the conversation went when they heard that. That's exactly how it went.
For other projects,
yes.
It doesn't make sense to have that many people hired just for one thing.
Yeah, I think they're gonna move a lot of their animation potentially to Canada, and I do think it's to sidestep the unions. I do think it's to sidestep people that are gonna squawk about AI. I do think, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they're a business. At the end of the day, Disney's a business, and they're gonna look at this and be like,
that reminds me of Halo Reach.
Yes. Wait, the Halo series? The TV show? Or are you talking about the game? I'm not sure.
Well, here's the other thing. What if this wasn't actually a series? What if they just told Burbank this was a series? Like, oh, this is another spin-off series like Aladdin and Little Mermaid. Don't worry about it.
No,
and in reality,
I'm pretty sure it was a series.
Because that would be.
That was the case. They would have had Dwayne Johnson and the other chick walked in. So it is a series. This is Disney pulling another ass to try to save their ass.
Yeah.
What else are they working on?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There might just be there for TV shows for Disney Plus. That might be what they're doing. And then if they find something like this, they're going to make it into a film. But if they're doing one was a series.
Says I said that yesterday that they were making another one.
Yeah, they was making another one, but not in the way that we thought. Everyone was worrying about the whole live action one. But I was under the impression there was a movie too, because there was a trailer. There's literally a trailer saying Moana 2. But now we are both wrong. It's not technically a Moana 2, and it's not the live action version. What's happening is that Disney had a secret studio in Burbank that they're outsourcing to make a Moana series for Disney Plus, right? But Bob Chapek, I think, or Iger, which one of them? The current CEO, the one that's named Bob, whatever, said to the board that there's a Moana 2, but really there was just a Moana TV series, and because it was supposed to be a TV series for Disney Plus, they're gonna stitch whatever's happening in that series to be a movie. Now I'm pretty sure that show isn't just random episodes. I'm pretty sure it has a cohesive 5 story. Thank you. But you know, but it's funny because it's a weird one.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
So
Roses are roses, baby.
So the issue that is happening here is that we was all duped. We're all duped. There was no live action coming. Well, there is a live action coming, but it's not the one that's coming out this year. Or maybe even next year. But like there's not a live action one that's coming. Not anytime soon. What's coming out is this project. And this project was supposed to be a Disney series, but it ended up being a Disney movie. So they're gonna just stitch the series together as one cohesive movie if that's what's gonna happen. And they may have to redub.
I am bringing you 6 blocks of cheese. Rejoice, the gods have blessed you with cheesy goodness.
Mora! No, Mora. I'm bringing you 6 blocks of cheese. Rejoice, the gods have blessed you with cheesy good. And why? I hate cheese.
It is interesting though. They said they kept it close at the Burbank for oversight. So
Jeez.
doesn't sound to me like they're shutting down Burbank yet.
Yeah.
Because they said, why would you care about oversight from Burbank? You know what I mean? So I think they're just doing a spin-off with this one studio, but I think we're going to see how the studio does. We're going to see if it saves us a lot of money.
Says so it's not another Mona.
No, not technically. So we're always wrong. It's not a live action. So that trailer is not a live action version of Moana. It's not even a actual real movie. What's happening is just it's supposed to be a Disney series for Disney Plus, but it ended up
At Bridgericlose Mead.
The CEO probably misspoke or said the wrong thing, or he was expecting this to be a 2, but there's really a series just to get the board or those investors to stay and put. But really, this just showed their hand on what they were doing. So what's happening is that it's a Moana project that was supposed to be a TV series, but ended up being a movie. So what they're going to do is probably stitch these episodes together as one cohesive movie for theatrical release, which is going to look very awkward because I'm pretty sure they put those cliffhanger things at the end because you know how Netflix did that a lot, putting in their movies, their shows, with those cliffhangers. So they may have to alter those cliffhangers for it to be like movie cohesive-ish, or transitions, or whatever case may be, so it doesn't feel awkward or strange. This is why they're saying that they may have to get The Rock Johnson to revoice the previous voice actor who was doing the voice of Maui, because it's supposed to be a show. Because we all know whenever there's a Disney show, it's very ever rare that they get the voice actor.
We were what also they messed up then.
Yes, yeah, that's why this is why we're talking about this, because they fucked up down the line. So like what's happening is that they may have to change scenes, they may have to change voice lines, well not voice lines, but just
says more I send ye text.
Mora, we didn't send you text. So yeah, that's basically what's happening here. Sadly. This is very strange and unfortunate at the same time. So the people in Vancouver, Canada, Burbank, is probably losing their minds, thinking, "Oh shit, we was making a series." Because we all know that when Disney does series of a show, whether it's popular or not, they don't have the original voice actors for the cartoon show. It's very ever rare they do that, right? The only person I think I know that has the original voice actor from the movie onto the cartoon series is probably Jack Black for Kung Fu Panda, because I guess he really likes voicing the character, and I'm pretty sure they was paying him a lot of money just to stay consistent with the voice. And probably Jack was not making a bunch of fucking movies anyway, so it doesn't really matter to him. So like, but like unlike someone like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, who's always in every fucking movie every day, you can't just be voicing like animated characters like that for a TV series. It's just not gonna work unless it's like it's HBO, Netflix type money type stuff going on, like 6-episode type stuff. When we know this is a kid series, it's not gonna work, right? So that's how that would work. So people in Canada, the people in Canada that they hired or outsourced to is losing their minds because they're like, what is happening? We was not making a movie. We was making a TV series. And you know how TV series kind of looks plasticky compared to their movie counterpart, like Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon, Madagascar, Jimmy Neutron, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to lie. Jimmy Neutron from the movie to the cartoons, I mean the TV series, I'm not gonna lie, the TV series kind of did well with their animation on the show, to a certain extent when it had different seasons. Like you could see the quality compared to the movie. Like I guess the movie was still a little bit more advanced than the cartoon show than the show that used to come on Nickelodeon. But I'm not gonna lie, the animation back then for Jimmy Neutron was kind of lit. It was pretty it was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, it was up there. It wasn't like plasticky looking, right? So I give that to Jimmy.
How strikes happen if they.
Have you given much thought to the water you shower in?
No, I don't care. Go away, ho. You smell.
They happen in the next year or two, and then they're going to go from there. Is what I think is going to happen. It's a wait and see.
Yeah, I think if the studio, they're saying that they've heard us non-union. If the studio's non-union, they absolutely positively are going to be like, well, it's okay. We'll just shift production. We can wait a year or whatever. These guys want to turn blue in the face. That's fine. We're going to shift all of our production to Vancouver. Or it could be a threat tactic. Like, hey, we already have Vancouver up and running. Do you guys really want to go on strike? It feels like this could be a threat tactic to me. Like they're like, no, we're going to make sure that we have a backup for our backups.
I think that's what it is a backup.
Yeah, and Netflix did this too. They're like, oh, you guys are going to go on strike? That's cool. We just signed a deal for a bunch of Korean content and Japanese content. So yeah, do it.
Yeah. That's what they're banking on, right? They're banking on people that outsource outside of of their country. So if these people in America starts doing any type of activist nonsense, like they want to say, let's go on strike, they're like, fuck you, we're going to just outsource to like, to Studio Trigger. We're going to just get like 6, 7, 8 different or 9 different anime shows anyway. Right? So like, it's going to make sense on our behalf.
Says at Brightriclose you miss his announcement.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. They're going to just say, you know what? If you want to go on strike, be my guest. But, like, I'm going to tell you now, anime is at this highest peak right now. Or it's popular than ever been. And if you want to get equal pay, or whatever the case may be you're striking for, and you're a walking, talking human who's breathing, you need to eat. The anime characters don't need to.
Says it beanbag about Genshin Impact.
Oh no, Bri was on he was on Twitch. Guys, I'm gonna need you guys to be on Twitch over there so you guys can help me bring up that Twitch thing. We're so close. We're so damn close. Oh shit, I forgot. Hold on. You guys just remind me. Thank God you guys. Oh, Jesus, I was not paying attention to that. I totally forgot about that. There we go. Okay. We're on Kick now. I just totally forgot about Kick. I am so sorry, Kick peoples. I am so sorry about Kick. I totally forgot about Kick.
Do it. Go on strike. See if we care. That, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do it.
Not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's how these companies think.
Do it. Boy.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is all rumor, and we're just telling you what we think about the rumor.
So there we go, guys. Moana 2, formerly Moana, the animated series, coming to theaters this fall.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to go. I mean, because you're taking a show and you're turning it into a movie. And unless it was like there was only like 6 episodes and they're half an hour each, and even then you turn stuff down, and you might be able to pull it together, but it's not going to probably be the
Salutations, Teach.
Well,
Hello, Chat Fruits to Wiggly v Ohio.
Look at on Paramount.
Oh, that's true.
It looks as good as
the
movies.
That's true.
Like, if you told me this was Sonic 3, I would have believed you. I would have been like, why Sonic 3 all about Knuckles? But you know what I'm saying? Like, actually, so who knows? I don't know. This is going to be really interesting, guys. So we're going to wrap this up.
How are you doing, Horror?
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk later.
Bye.
Shouldn't delete that yet. Okay, now we have another video.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish Gaming. This is Neon. This is gaming news on Clownfish Gaming, and this is an update on the Xbox console situation. We did a video a couple days ago talking.
Yeah, something's going on with Xbox.
Dying. Why is everyone I know or meet taller than me? Bible thump.
Wait, what? How does that matter? Do you identify as female or male? I'm not sure. Are you biologically male or female? Or are you identify as?
About the potential end
Teach,
of the
I must
console
know.
wars as
How tall are you?
Nope, not saying. I am not saying on that one. Nope. I don't bring up personal things about myself.
I am Tiny Wayman Max LOL.
I'm 3 feet. I'm
Says
2
it
feet
bright
tall.
Recloso, okay.
I'm a 2 feet tall Vtubing model. Not even 2 feet. I'm like 3 inches, like 6 inches. I'm a 7 inch Vtubing model. Yeah, boy.
it sounded like Microsoft was going to make a lot of its exclusive games playable on other platforms, Switch and PS5, and that would essentially negate the need for Xbox to exist as a console, right? And there have been things that have been said before that this generation of Xbox is not doing very well compared to Sony, compared to the Switch. Obviously.
Okay, let me pull this back. I'm sorry. Like, so something's going on with Xbox.
I am taller than Teach. I am finally tall. Go to Modi LUL.
Like, let's go with this.
Guys, welcome back to Clownfish Gaming. This is Neon. This is gaming news on Clownfish Gaming, and this is an update on the Xbox console situation. We did a video a couple days ago talking about the potential end of the console wars, as it sounded like Microsoft was going to make a lot of its exclusive games playable on other platforms, Switch and PS5, and that would essentially negate the need for Xbox to exist as a console, right? And there have been things that have been said before that this generation of Xbox is not doing very well compared to Sony, compared to the Switch, obviously, and definitely compared to gaming PCs. Most people are going to buy a gaming PC if given the choice between that and Xbox. I personally think at this point, Xbox is redundant. That is my personal feeling on it, because if you have a gaming PC, you can play pretty much everything that...
Yeah, you can put, like, there's no point of having a console, to be honest with you. I came to that realization of, like, after I got, like, I came to that realization when I wanted a gaming PC. Because I saw how diverse it is to play on a gaming PC than on a console, because you're kind of, like, stuck with that console. Right, but on PC you can play virtually any game because everything was made on the PC anyway. So
the Xbox can play, right? So what's the point? It's just a cheap gaming PC. That is my opinion. And we've got multiple gaming PCs that can run the game so much better than Xbox could. But people like it, and people got mad because if you're a console stan, you hate the thought of Sony or Nintendo winning.
Why?
So they had to put out a statement. This was yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's really stupid when people say, "I don't want Sony to win." Win what? You're not going to win anything. What are you winning, honestly? Like, if you're a Sony shill or a Microsoft fanboy, who cares? That shit is stupid. I always found that dumb. Like, why are you shilling for these billion-dollar companies? Because that one exclusive game is on it? Are you stupid? You can play that same game on, like, fucking, on the PC. This is why PC people look at, like, console players as, like, as children. Like, what? Why?
Download Genshin Impact for free and start your magical adventure.
Like,
Create
why?
a new player, reach adventure rank 6, and complete the license to Glide Quest to support the stream. https://sterms.net/gensin_artextric.
I didn't put that there. I didn't put that there.
I don't know, people like picking sides.
I never said... Oh.
Says I always thought the
I'll
Xbox
do that
versus PS5 war was a joke.
It was always a joke. It was always a joke. Like, that was always stupid. Because when people started realizing you can play PlayStation games on PC, you can play Xbox games on PC, it kind of feels redundant to even buy a $500, $700 console for what? When you can probably buy like $1,000 computer, and then you can play games and do more. You can listen to movies. You can make games on your computer. You can do virtually anything. Like, you're just buying a second laptop. If you think about it, like a console is like a laptop. And when I say laptop, it's not because it's gonna die soon. It's just gonna die off in relevancy within a 10-year span. And then what's funny about the PC is that you can always upgrade it at any time, so you don't need to buy a new PC. Especially if your PC is a beast, like not beast. It's customary, so you can customize your PC to your liking aesthetically and from performance. You can get a PC that performs more than your Xbox One X. You can get a PC that's more powerful than your PlayStation 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes no freaking sense. There's videos on this, how you can do this right now. Almost easily. So, like, it's almost pointless to even do this. Like, I'm surprised that Microsoft and Sony have not abandoned the console thing a long time ago and just focus on PC. Everyone will benefit more on PC. And besides, Steam games are pretty cheap most times. They're always on deals all the time. So you can get the same game probably for cheaper if you wait a couple of months or a few weeks or whatever the case may be. So, like, you know, it is what it is. So if you're like a Sony, if you're an Xbox lover and you don't like the fact that Sony has Spider-Man, you can have a fucking computer and play Spider-Man 1 and 2 and Miles Morales on the PC. With better graphics and mods and shit. Like, there's no point of having a console anymore. And then since consoles are cross-platforming across even PC now, it's even more worse to get a console because the PC is being...
Says you can play multiplayer for free, right?
Yes, you don't have to pay a subscription. You don't have to pay a subscription if you have a PC. I can play Overwatch all day, every day, without no subscription. There's no point. Once I realized that, I didn't go back to get no gold or try to get Xbox Game Pass. I'm not doing that stupidness. That makes no sense. Once people start waking up to this, they'd be like, man, I'm saving a lot of money by not doing this. The only thing that works for Xbox and PlayStation against probably PC to a certain extent is that you can literally get a subscription and you can play any game and download them, but like, you're not going to get DLC, right? So if you if you have Xbox and you get an Xbox subscription and you say you want to play Destiny, you can't play the expansion shit because those are not free to you. You have to go buy those. So you're not getting like every Destiny game at all. None of those games are gonna be free to you. You're just gonna have the base game. So and if you have the base game, like say Destiny, you can't play it. You can't play it because Destiny is made to gatekeep its players from playing the game, because if you don't have the DLC, you're kind of screwed. You're wasting like $700 just to play the game on Destiny, just to play the game in general with your friends.
Xbox boss shares a statement on the future of Xbox as multi-platform fears swirl. This is coming from Gaming Bible. Some fears are brewing over the future of Xbox and what the brand has in store for gamers after worrying leaks and rumors began to swirl, detailing key Xbox titles being published on Sony's platform. Given the talk bubbling up across social media, it was only a matter of time before those at Xbox put out a statement, given that we've heard that titles such as Starfield and Gears of War could be making a move to PlayStation.
What? Really? That's so sad. That is so sad, bro. That is so sad. I don't know what to say to that. That's new news to me. I did not know that. That's new news to me. I didn't know that was a thing. I never knew that was a thing. I thought Gears of War was exclusive only for Microsoft forever because it was in Microsoft Studios. But now hearing that Gears of War might be making a debut on PlayStation seems even more pulling to get an Xbox now. Like, I understand why people got certain consoles because of the exclusivity, but that's only for a certain amount of time. But to hear that Gears of War, Marcus Phoenix, Dom, Cole, Beard, Carmine, all going to the PS5? Nah, man, that feels awkward. This is we live in the most darkest timeline ever, huh? It must suck to be an Xbox fanboy. See, I never had no allegiance to any of these fucking companies at all. If I had the console, I had the console. If I didn't get the game, I just didn't have the game. I ain't got to argue with someone, PlayStation's better because of this reason. Xbox is better because of this reason. You look like a fucking idiot.
Phil Spencer put out a tweet yesterday to address the rumors while managing.
Anyone who sits there that you look like a clown, I'm sorry. Even if you're a follower of mine, you are a clown. You're a clown. You wear clown shoes. You wear Kingdom Hearts shoes.
To stir the pot further, his statement was short and sweet.
That's sad.
We're listening and we hear you. We'll go out to the original. We're listening and we hear you. We've been planning a business update event for next week, where we look forward to sharing more details with you about our vision for the future of Xbox. Stay tuned. I personally think the vision for the future of Xbox is a platform like Steam, that it's going to be on multiple consoles and PCs, and that's going to be it. Xbox is basically going to be your game library that you're going to be able to, play your games like Netflix, whatever device you have that's capable of running an Xbox game. That's your Xbox right there. Because again, I personally don't see a need for it. But he's not saying they're not going to do it. He said, "Yeah, we understand you guys are concerned. We're gonna address it." I mean, he can't come out and say like, "Yeah, you know what? We're never making another Xbox console. There's no point." Like, he can't come out and say that. And they might say, "Hey, we're gonna do the Xbox 720." Ha ha ha! Psych. Suck it, Sony. I don't think that's gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
that went out the window when you guys reverted back to your console calling it number one, confusing the shit out of elderly people and just people in general. Imagine being an elderly person saying, "Oh, Sonny, I'm going to buy my grandson the next console," and then the Xbox One comes out, and then you're like, at the movies, at the Walmart, Grandma's like at Christmas trying to buy the Xbox One. Mistakenly went and buy the original Xbox Prime because she couldn't tell the difference between the One and the Xbox Prime. Oh, Sonny, I got you that console thingy. You open it and you pissed off. You pissed off at Grandma because she's old and she can't see. She can't feel anything. She literally is walking piles of dust, and then you have to give the pity hug to Grandma because she tried her best. And you can't tell her to take it back because you look like a total dunghole. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do this. The day Xbox died is when they started naming their consoles stupid names that made no sense. I would have made sense if you just call it Xbox Gold. I remember it was calling that, right? Like, I remember people saying X Bone or something like that back then. I remember back then it was called X Gold, Xbox Gold, or something. It was supposed to be Xbox 720. That would have made sense.
Says that's why my granddad took me with him a decade ago.
So you're saying you can't tell the difference because they're old and most parents don't care for this shit because they have other things to worry about. So instead of getting themselves and making surprises you, they just take you to the store and say, which one is it? Which one is it, Sonny? I don't know, sport. Just pick the one and we get the fuck out of here. I need to get some sleep. That's how most conversations went. It used to be magical when your parents knew what the fuck you want and got it because it had a distinctive name! Nope. We just confused everyone just because they thought that was funny.
Sizzle now.
Just imagine being the person at the board meeting saying, guys, instead of calling it 720, because we got off the Xbox 360, the best console at the time of the console wars, we're going to call it Xbox One. And then it's just silence, right? And the one dude who's an idiot claps. And then they all start clapping because they thought, okay, that's a good idea. And everyone starts clapping too, and then everyone's like kind of confused. Look like Jamie Foxx looking at the what's his face?
I love
clapping.
that console.
That was wild. That's wild. Just imagine getting that promotion because you named it Xbox One. Not like that's confusing at all. That was stupid as hell.
Who said, let's be honest, going back to the article on Gaming Bible, let's be honest, this could mean literally anything. Spencer could walk onto a stage and say that Xbox exclusives are going nowhere, or it could be the biggest pivot gaming has ever seen, with classic and modern Xbox titles jumping to the competition. I think that's more than likely what's going to happen. Because, again, to sell your games to players, obviously they have to buy a console, and if they're not buying consoles in the numbers that they used to, you're leaving money on the table, right? Because a lot of times these gaming companies will sell the consoles at a loss. Even Sony's done it. They've sold PlayStations at a loss just to get the user base where they want it to be able to sell them games. It's like you buy a printer at Walmart. And the printer's cheap, but the ink is expensive.
Yes.
That's kind of what we're looking at here, right? So for them, they're like, well, if everybody's already got a gaming PC and everybody's already got other consoles and everybody's already got mobile devices or whatever it is, why don't we just put Xbox everywhere, and stop making consoles? Like, we're losing money making these consoles, and we're clearly losing the console war, but we can actually lose the console war and win the bigger war. You know what I'm saying? Like, you lose the console skirmish, the console battle, but you win the bigger war. Now, this is what I think Sega thought they were going to do when they decided to get out of making consoles.
Yeah, that didn't.
And they got their teeth handed to them because the game.
That did not go well for them.
Best dungeon run ever.
Don't ever come back.
Games weren't as good, but they weren't Microsoft either. Sega's nowhere near what Microsoft is. So, I don't know, guys. Pretty much everybody that owns a PC is running Windows on it, save for a couple of you that are running Linux. Like, come on. No, I'm just saying that, like, it's like a massive opportunity. Like, oh, everybody's got a computer, multiple computers, and that computer can be an Xbox console. I mean, just business-wise, it makes sense.
Yeah, I can right now play Cuphead right now. I can play Cuphead right now. I can fire up Cuphead like at this second. And that was a Xbox exclusive. I think it's now on PlayStation, but like, I can literally do that. Right? So, why the fuck would I buy a console? Makes no sense.
To do it, personally. That's my personal opinion. So gaming as a landscape is very different now than what it was only a few years ago. That's true. Exclusives are good for business, but not for players, and recent communications from Xbox points to taking care of gamers who fork out their hard-earned cash for latest games. Now, it points to profit. It points to the Activision Blizzard acquisition, and part of that was they had to make sure that the games were also going to be available on other consoles. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, why limit yourself to just Xbox players? Take the games everywhere. You sell your game to whoever wants to buy your game, and you're gonna make more money as long as your games are good. Starfield, I'm looking at you. As long as your games are good, you'll be fine. Could Xbox say goodbye to exclusivity? It's entirely possible. After all, bringing Starfield to PlayStation would net Microsoft and Bethesda a mountain of cash. That is true, and they need it. They're laying people off. All these game companies are laying people off. So they're going to look at the bottom line and be like, yeah, it does not make sense to invest in creating another console that's going to literally be obsolete the day it comes out compared to PCs. You know, in Nintendo's case, it makes sense because they have a different demographic, right? And they've got their...
What Nintendo needs the fuck to do is start really focus on multiplayer shit, yo. Their multiplayer aspects suck. It just sucks, yo. I don't like Nintendo's online capabilities. It's always some, like, doing online stuff on Nintendo is like literally a chore. You have to literally go back to like early 2000s and get someone's phone number just to be friends with them. That shit is dumb. What they need to do, like, I don't know, they need to do an integration or something with, like, Discord, but I think Discord's already owned by, or somewhat owned, or has a deal with Microsoft at some point. Like, it's just terrible, bro. If you have a Nintendo Switch, or a Nintendo, tell me if I'm wrong. Do you have to do that whole number sequence thing again? Where if you want to add a friend to do stuff with, you have to do a bunch of, like, some psychopathic nonsense where you have to get like a bunch of numbers, put it in, and then a lot of extra shit just to add someone or play a game with them, or some weird shit. That is so dumb. Unlike consoles like of today, you can, like, a PlayStation, PC, Xbox, if you just want to add a friend, it's just a click of a button. It's not like, and 9 times out of 10, you have a friends list somewhere that you can just add a friend right back to the game or something. It's just weird.
Nintendo exclusive games. And their games are different enough from other companies' games. It makes sense for them to have their own console.
Says or the old
especially
Xbox
if it's portable.
360.
It does not make sense for Microsoft to keep everything on their console when there's this massive audience out there that they could be selling to. I'm just saying, you know. So yeah, they said the money is made in the software rather than the hardware. Sharing titles could see Xbox bring in more revenue. Absolutely, and that's what it's about at the end of the day.
It's
so
money.
See some of the replies to Phil
money.
Spencer, Stephen Ford. Phil, we love you, but great games do sell consoles. Yeah, but great games sell on multiple consoles too. You know, as long as the port's good, I guess. But Tim Dog, if you're open to it, you can come on MySpace.
What a counter. He's like, great games sell consoles. Yeah, but great games sell multiple. But if that great game's on multiple consoles, doesn't matter.
Holding afterwards. Who's this guy?
Says they
this
do
is a Chat
love that
GPT
money.
AI
Their favorite
fan
color
with
is
80,000
green.
followers. RGT85.
What was it that What was it that Reggie say? Shmoney. It's all about that shmoney.
Who I watch on YouTube. I think he's got a very good channel. If you're into retro gaming and gaming news, check him out. It says big if true. Yeah, bringing Xbox to multi-platform will devalue the platform. Please don't. It's about selling games. It's not about the platform. Extension. What would happen if the rumors were true and Xbox P3 decided to bring all big Xbox first-party PS5? Here's my response. Oh my God, I'm not reading all that. Basically, the only people that want this are PlayStation zealots and PlayStation fanboy media. No, I think the suits probably want it too. I believe in support of the Xbox brand. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, says Peter Ovo.
Why?
Making Xbox Microsoft full third party will, in the long term, be worse for overall gaming. And keep in mind, I'm basically a PlayStation fanboy saying this. Competition is good. When y'all compete, we win. Rich here says, I've owned an Xbox since day one in 2001, but assuming the news is true, I just don't see the point of owning an Xbox anymore.
Nope.
Might as well get a PS5 and just wait for the Microsoft games. So my personal opinion...
No, you're just dumb. Just get a PC. You're killing two birds with one stone. Just get a PC. I know you got money, because if you're going to go just buy a PlayStation, get a PC. Your life will be so much better if you get a PC. I'm telling you. I'm guaranteeing you. You'll never leave. You know, like back when my dad used to be in here and watch TV because his TV broke, I would always have to wait for him to leave so I can play game. Out of courtesy out of him. But now, since I got a game PC, I don't even look at the Xbox anymore. I don't even look at that motherfucker. I'm like, that's my dad's Xbox now. That's not even mine. Shit. He watches like sports and shit on it. And I don't even pay attention to that motherfucker.
I haven't purchased an Xbox since the 360 because the 360 was the last Xbox console that was worth buying for the exclusive titles, and the kids played Kinect on it quite a bit, and it was a really fun console. It was one of my all-time favorite consoles. That being said,
if like right now, if my dad was not the one using it, I would probably give it to my girlfriend or my fucking sister, one of them two.
One didn't
Since
do
she can't afford a PC, at least she had a console she can play.
it for me. The series doesn't do it for me. We have multiple gaming PCs. I don't need an Xbox, right? I have a Switch. I play my Switch. I love my Switch. The kids each have a PS5. It's okay. I don't really play at them. I don't play PS5 very much. I almost exclusively game on PC these days, and a lot of people do. And I think they realize that, and I think they're like, you know, an Xbox is basically just a cheap-ass gaming PC that's going to be outdated as soon as it hits the store shelves.
Yep.
So why bother? Just my
no point.
opinion. I'm going to wrap this up. Please subscribe.
point.
We'll talk later.
There's no point. There's no point. There is no point to being a Xbox fanboy. There's no point being even a PlayStation fanboy, because eventually PlayStation might do the same thing. They're just going to be launchers at this point, right? They're going to be like Epic Games, right? Why have an Epic Games console when I can just sell you Fortnite anyway? It's less cost on my behalf, and then you're going to get it for free, and then you're going to get all, I don't know, game struck by buying skins all day because you need that Gojo skin. So it makes no sense. So I win by just not putting the effort of making a console. Like, I just win by default. And especially if it was on other consoles, or at least if it was on all PC, everything's just going to revert back to where it came from. It's literally going to be PC. So you're kind of in, like, you're seriously just, I can't talk. You're seriously going to just go back to Monkey, pretty much. You're going back to Monkey. You're going back to your original creator. You're slowly but surely going back to the original creator, and that's the PC. They always come back. They left, but they'll be back. They always come back. You know what I'm saying? PC was the victor the entire time. It is what it is. So, it is what it is. Why would I play a non-on-for-one console when I can just play something else?
Back to Clownfish Gaming. This is gaming news on Clownfish Gaming, and we're going to report on an unholy alliance. Okay, this is the whole Disney thing I said yesterday to you guys, but we didn't get to talk about it because I wanted to do the line art first. Alliance. Disney is buying $1.5 billion. A $1.5 billion stake in Epic Games to create an expansive, probably Disney, Marvel, Star Wars universe within Fortnite. So Disney is buying into Fortnite.
So wait. So if Disney is buying into Fortnite, will Disney have their own exclusive mode in Fortnite? Is that how it's gonna go? Because I think they figured out that Fortnite.
I won an art competition.
I won an art competition. Oh, who won that? Flowers. Hey, Flowers. How you doing, hon? How you doing, hon? I hope you're doing well. And I'm glad that you won that art competition. That is awesome to hear. Good job. You know what? For that, I'm going to give you what we all want. Oop. Hold on. Let's go. In celebration of you for winning the art competition.
Says I won an art competition, but I prefer the online ones.
Let's go.
Congratulations, it's a celebration. Party all day, I know you've been waiting. Congratulations, it's a celebration.
I'm doing great. And thanks to you, you helped me.
There you go. You get that. Let's go. Let's go. A round of applause for Flowers. Good job, Flowers.
Says let's go.
Let's go. This is gonna be in the video. I might have to segment this part. I don't know. I might leave this in here. I might actually clip this part. I'm gonna clip this part.
What was that?
I'm gonna clip this part I'm gonna leave it in the video. Fuck it. I'm too lazy. I'm gonna leave in the video with this whole Disney stuff because I want to talk about this.
Possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong with that? We're gonna talk about this. Please subscribe.
So yeah, I think what Fortnite has or Disney has figured out is that Fortnite is it's not even a video game anymore. It's an influencer video game. It's a battle royale game. It's a video game disguised as an influence and segue to things. So like, for instance, like the newest, I think at the time, the newest Transformers movie, they just happened to have, or they knew, they had in talks with, the latest Transformers movie that came out, they just happened to have a segment for Optimus Prime being a skin for Fortnite, right? And I'm pretty sure next time when I think next time when the One Piece series gets announced, like season 2, and it comes out pretty recently, they're going to have a One Piece event where you get to play as Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have all of them because like they may have all of them. They may have most of them, not all of them, but like a good like I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a majority of the Straw Hats Pirates. And
what you drawing?
And they're not gonna have they will have Chopper, but they're not gonna have Tony Toy Chopper as small. They're gonna have him like in his bigger size, because he'll look like a perfect skin for like the more muscly looking characters, or so. It would make sense. They will do it. Now I don't know if they're gonna make the movie version, the Netflix version of Tony Toy Chopper for the season 2. I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen because there will be a big miss to not let those One Piece fans get a One Piece skin, right? It'll be funny running around like Zoro, to be running around shooting people or having a sword that you can use, because I know there's some swords that's in thing. What I'm drawing, I'm doing a commission for a client. So yeah, that's pretty much what that is. So I think that's what's gonna happen. I think they're gonna have majority of all the Straw Hats Pirates. They may have classic versions, and they may have the more updated versions of them from the anime. Villains, I think that are going to be playable if they have them. It will be probably Buggy will be definitely one of them. Buggy will be definitely one of them. Maybe Crocodile, and the third one I'll probably think of is maybe Doflamingo. Maybe him. Maybe those 3.
But for more gaming news, we try to keep the gaming news here under 10 minutes because we know you're all busy. We're busy. But yeah, I got to comment on this because this doesn't surprise me. It's just like, I don't know. This is two things that are just so crassly over commercial.
Wait. So wait, I just realized something. If Disney has a giant stake in Epic Games, does that mean they can make like
I gotta
decisions?
go sleep since my art piece is very big.
Alright,
but I'm proud of it, and it was like a large painting of Reaper, Overwatch.
Ooh, that's so cool. You should show it off when you get the chance next time. Definitely will show it off. Or so. Okay, let me see. Okay, now the only thing left is just put in the ears, and then we'll do the coloring. Well, no, I have to put in the ears and then line art everything. But when I say line art, I'm just adding more thickness to certain areas. That's it, and then we can do the coloring, and then we'll be done.
Disney and Fortnite.
So, like, no, I was wondering, like, so does this mean that they have more chances of making more decisions than Epic? Can they make more decisions than Epic? Can they make decisions? Because if they have a stock, a 1.5 billion stake in Epic Games, does that mean they can like take out things in Epic Games in Fortnite? That's what I'm wondering. Because they have DC in there. They have Batman, Superman. You know, they have like their competitors are in that game. DC, Marvel. Oh, not Marvel. They have DC heroes, so I don't know.
It's like a match made in hell. Fortnite, you know, started out okay, I guess, and now it's like every damn IP under the sun is in Fortnite. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And now we're going to have even more Disney, and Disney's going to probably have some kind of a say over what happens because they're investing money.
Yeah, that's
now, remember,
what I'm saying.
Epic just laid a bunch of people off. They're not doing so hot.
Be a support hero
right?
today.
So they're going to take their money. Of course, they're going to take their money.
Like
and this is
again
Epic, which is owned by Tencent, which is a Chinese company, which Bob Iger likes quite a bit. So let's talk about this article coming from IGN. And then we'll go out and look at Disney's statement. Disney has purchased a $1.5 billion stake in Epic Games and teamed up with the company to develop a new expansive, open, persistent, and social universe that will interoperate with Fortnite and let fans play, watch, stop, and engage with their favorite characters in stories from Disney Pictures.
Sorry, Sue,
I don't like this.
No one can. We got rid
I
of
don't
cable
like
internet.
this, though.
Rising
Like,
prices.
don't get me wrong. I don't give a shit for Fortnite, but when you just put it in context, I don't like the look of this. This doesn't sound like a good thing. This sounds like this could be easily messed with and woke as fast as possible. Because given how Disney is extremely woke right now, I can see them telling Fortnite, take out all these skins because they're our competitors, or what case may be, like Crunchyroll, for instance, DC. If they're not like anything that we make or we have any stake in, no. And I don't like that because now they'll probably take out all the anime stuff out then. So yeah, that might be a thing. Because remember, Sony. Wait, is it Sony? So yeah, Sony owns Crunchyroll, and I think Sony is somewhat of a competitor with Disney, right? Somewhat, because they share Spider-Man with Marvel, so they have somewhat of a deal there. But they're still a competitor, I think. So that's a weird one. That's awkward. So like, what if we have a Universal character? Yeah, like what if like Paramount or like Universal? Because people saying that Sonic was gonna come to Fortnite, and right now, that's Sega and Paramount's dealing with that. So. Because remember, the Knuckles TV show was just announced, like, I think a day or two ago. So will they avoid not having Sonic fans in there?
Marvel, Star Wars, Avatar, and more. Let us not forget that in order to understand what the heck was going on in the Rise of Skywalker, you had to have been there at the Fortnite event when Palpatine gave his speech about returning. It was done in Fortnite. I'm not even kidding you. Go back and Google it. It wasn't even done in the movie. They're just like, somehow Palpatine returned. The dead speak. Palpatine's back. Yeah, that whole thing went down in Fortnite.
Yeah, that's
how freaking lame is that? That would be like with the original Star Wars movies, having to buy an Atari cartridge.
Hey, Moxie, long time no see.
To understand the plot of Return of the Jedi. Like, it makes no damn sense, but that's what they did. So I think they've been eyeing up Fortnite for a while because it's popular and they want to market to kids. And Bob Iger was very clear he wants to market to kids. The news was revealed during Disney's Q1 fiscal year 24 earnings call, and it was announced that this new experience built in Unreal Engine, again, they're not doing very well either, will let players create their own stories and experiences, express their fandom in a distinctly Disney way, and share content with each other.
I'm working on a commission that I'm doing for a client. I'm going to finish this today. I'm not getting off till this is done.
In ways that they love. Our exciting new relationship with Epic Games will bring together Disney's beloved brands and franchises with a hugely popular Fortnite and a transformational new games and entertainment universe, said Bob Iger. This marks Disney's biggest entry ever into the world of games and offers significant opportunities for growth and expansion. We can't wait for fans to experience the Disney stories and worlds they love in groundbreaking new ways. So, yeah, Disney princesses can shoot each other. That should be fun. Disney is one of the first companies to believe in the potential of bringing their worlds together with ours in Fortnite. And they use...
You know what they're trying to do? This is what Disney's trying to do. They're trying to revive their, what was that game? Disney something. They had their own, like, Skylanders, like, thing. Remember? They had Skylanders, like, Disney game. I forgot what it was called. But, like, Epic Disney or some shit. Something about Epic, something with Disney, right? It was like a little, it was like Skylanders, but with Disney characters where you can just buy toys. And then the toys will have a code in it. And then that toy will have a code, and then you put the toy on some, like, this peripheral or something, or you put in the code if you didn't have the peripheral. And you will have that character in the game so you can play as, or something like that. They were supposed to be like this collectible type thing, like Skylanders. So like they'll have like the golden, like say if you have the golden Buzz Lightyear or something.
Says he keeps pausing the video, then playing it again. Teacher driving me crazy over here.
That's what a podcast is. So like that we stop and talk about what the subject at hand.
Says him sniping someone with Woody.
Yeah, that'd be funny. But like that's kind of like what that is. Like I forgot what it was called. I think it was called Disney Epic or something, or Epic Disney or some shit. So what they're trying to do is revive it by using another vehicle, Fortnite, to do what they please. So you can play as Jack Sparrow shooting like Snow White, and then probably, I guess, Winnie the Pooh destroying like Piglet or something. Jesus, that'd be funny.
Unreal Engine across their portfolio, said Tim Sweeney, CEO and founder of Epic Games. Now we're collaborating on something entirely new to build a persistent, open, and interoperable ecosystem that will bring Disney and Fortnite communities together. They're trying to go for Roblox, I think. I mean, here's the thing. The average Disney fan isn't really a fan of first-person shooters, right? I'm going to guess. It's probably like a millennial,
that's
child.
a hot take. I'm not sure.
I gotta do the kick of...
That's a hot take. I'm not totally sure on that response there. I'm not totally sure on that response. That's a hard one to say. It's like, just because you like Disney movies doesn't mean you're not in first-person shooters.
It's probably not into Fortnite. I think all Bob Iger is doing is looking at what the kids are doing these days, because that's what he said. We're going to do a video on the main channel about it. We're going to go into more detail here, but he said that he was looking for ways to market to the kids. Market to the kids. No further details were given about the project or when fans can expect it to arrive, but it's said to be in a multi-year project. It looks to expand on many of the times Disney and Epic have worked together in Fortnite. In addition to there being Marvel and Star Wars skins in the game, now they have skin in the game, there have also been such live events as the Marvel Nexus War with Galactus that brought in 15.3 million concurrent players. This new experience will likely work in a similar fashion to Lego Fortnite, Rocket Racing, and Fortnite Festival, in that they exist within Fortnite but are separate games if you launch from the game itself. Yeah, look at these hubs here. If you're looking at the video version of this, you can see the hubs.
Holy shit! That's the hub?
The thing is that Universal's actually building something like this in real life, and Disney's building it virtually. I'm just going to put that out there. So yeah, guys, this is a very Disney thing to do, and it just sounds like they're kind of trying desperately to get in on whatever they think is popular. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they did have a bunch of people come in for the Marvel event, I guess, but Fortnite is still popular, but like I think a lot of real gamers have definitely moved on from Fortnite. Like, it peaked a couple of years ago. People, yes, they're absolutely still playing it, but it's mostly kids. But that's what he wants. They want to market to kids, right? Games Radar has a take on it. They said Fortnite is turning into Kingdom Hearts as Disney pumps $1.5 billion in Epic Games to make a persistent universe.
But that's not a consistent thing. Like saying Kingdom Hearts doesn't make it.
Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, and Avatar. They're saying that elsewhere in the release, they said the project is described as an all-new game and entertainment universe that's still maddeningly vague, but at least it looks like we're finally escaping the word metaverse. It sounds like this project will build on the precedent set by projects like Lego Fortnite and Fortnite Festival, and Rocket Racing, which are billed as separate games. Yeah, you can access within the Fortnite launcher. Maybe. In essence, it might just be a live service Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So here's the trailer for it. This is interesting. Let's take a look at the trailer for it.
Discover a place where magic
Wait, ultimately this was for
is epic.
Where magic is epic. Fortnite, Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, Disney, Fish Guy, Indiana Jones. So I think what frustrates me about this, and we had Troy Levitt, who worked on the game,
that looks
on
like a
the
good
D-Rez
game,
podcast. He worked on Disney Infinity, and that's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of what
Ari, that's Fortnite. Ultimately, what you just saw was just a Fortnite collaboration.
Disney Infinity was, and they're just going to take it and drop it into Fortnite, which is kind of frustrating, but it's a live service game. So yeah, microtransactions, everybody. That's the Disney way.
Says I couldn't tell from your small screen.
Yeah, if only they would build that. Here, let's go back to this. If only they would build this for real in their parks. You guys would be in a really good place right now. People pay big bucks to see this for real, but you're not doing it, but Epic Universe is, right? Fortnite, Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, all of our brands, all of the Disney brands, all in one place. So there we go, guys. We don't have details yet, but I guarantee you it's not going to be cheap. I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
Wait. You might not have time to pick your own Sumo citrus.
Interesting.
Hey, guys. Welcome.
That's an interesting thing. Like, I don't know. The whole Disney thing, I don't think that's going to end well. I just don't think it's going to end well. I think it's going to throw a giant monkey wrench on the whole potential of other brands or other like franchises, IPs coming in, because now, like if they have Pixar, that means anything Universal can't be over there. If they have Star Wars, Marvel, anything that's like Star Trek can't be over there. Star Trek can't be over there because Star Wars is over there. DC characters can't go over there because Marvel's over there. Disney characters from Disney franchises can't be over there because, well, if they're over there, Universal type characters can't be over there. So if one day Groot was going to be in it from Despicable Me, that's out the window. Yeah. I don't know about this one, guys. I don't know about this one.
Welcome back to Clownfish Gaming. This is Neon with more gaming news, trying to keep it under 10 minutes here on Clownfish Gaming. And we're going to talk about Pal World again. The reason we're talking about Pal World is it is incredibly expensive. This game is incredibly expensive to run. Apparently, the dedicated servers are going to cost Pocket Pair $6 million in annual fees. And it could bankrupt the studio. I'm trying to figure the math out in this because they sold a lot of Pal World. I mean, they sold a lot of Pal World. Millions of copies of Pal World at $30 a pop. But that's what he's saying. So we're going to talk about this, and we're going to talk about some of the offers made. In fact, we have the CEO of Rumble saying that they'll help Pocket Pair with their hosting. Wouldn't that be something? That'd be like, man, that would be crazy if Pal World and Rumble teamed up to go against Pokemon and YouTube.
That would be amazing. That would be funny.
So I don't know. We're going to talk about this, guys. We're going to talk more about the sales of Pal World. I hope you guys are enjoying the game. I'm enjoying it immensely. It's the most fun I've had with a PC game in a very, very long time.
I've been thinking of getting the game. I've been in and out about getting the game because I feel like it's kind of like the hot take of the month when it comes to like Pal World. But what I've been hearing is people are really enjoying the game. Like I couldn't like I think that I don't know. Happy streaming.
Says happy streaming.
Hey, Banana, what's going on? I just like I don't know. I don't know. Should I buy the game? Everyone's saying it's fun. It seems like it could be fun. I would buy. I don't know. I'm in this weird situation where I'm waiting to get Dragon Ball Spark. So I think it's supposed to come out like in a month or two. Probably this month. I'm not sure. I think it was supposed to be a month or two. Or get Haste, but like I don't know. It's a weird one.
That being said, I'm sure it's going to get more expensive to pay the bills. So let's go out to, let's see here. We've got Tech Radar. They have the story. It said that Pal World reveals enormous dedicated server.
Since there's more people in here tomorrow, guys, I'm just letting you guys right now. Tomorrow I will be doing a little bit of art tomorrow, and because I'm doing a little bit of art tomorrow to bring in more people in, I might use the phone again. Not sure, but like if I do tomorrow, I'm going to be playing Genshin Impact because we got ourselves a Genshin Impact sponsorship. So yeah, so this will only work if you're brand new to Genshin Impact. So if you've never played the game before, you're in luck. If you want to help me out, you can be one of my Genshin Impact players and play with me on the game. No, we're not going to be playing fucking...
Says Ederinichi, hi Aaron.
We're totally done with that. I avoided those because I know how much you guys hate those games. Or hate that game now. Everyone has that game. Everyone hates that game now.
Says at Brightriclose, hi Bry.
So we're going to be playing Genshin Impact tomorrow. So if you're brand new, that's great. I'm going to need you. I don't mind having anyone who has played the game before, but then again, it's not something I'm looking towards too much because I'm going to just be using my sister's account for the fuck of it because like it makes more sense. So
cost $6 million in annual fees could bankrupt the studio, said the CEO, and it will go higher. Wow. Pal World CEO says server costs are becoming a major concern. The CEO of Pocket Pair, the studio behind the hit game Pal World, has revealed that the cost of running the company's servers is becoming a major concern for the company amid soaring costs. Maybe, look, just the cynic in me is saying maybe they're going to raise the price of Pal World because $30 is a little too cheap for a game that's this popular, and be like, yeah, we got to raise it $10, guys, just to pay for the server.
Now, this is the problem. This is why a lot of people... I'm not pausing it. It's on commercial. The reason why I think this is a problem is because this is why a lot of people want to put microtransactions in their games. Because the more people buy microtransactions in the games, it helps the game and helps keep costs on the servers on these games after a while. So this is why a lot of games try to go for it. It's a service because it guarantees them money. But you know, we don't live in that world anymore, guys, where you can just make a game and make 10,000 copies, 10 million copies, and that was good enough. We gotta have microtransactions. Annoying.
I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of money left on the table because they could have dropped this game at $40 or $50, and they probably, I don't know if they would have sold as many copies, but it still would have sold really well. Pocket Pair is behind many popular games, including Pal World, Craftopia, and Over Dungeon. I've never heard of Over Dungeon, which are available on Steam. In a post to X, is it Takuro Mizobi? I think their CEO posted a screenshot showing a considerable 359% increase in costs with the caption, wait, maybe they'll go bankrupt due to server fees. Uh-oh. Well, server running costs mean the games cost more. That's what I'm thinking is gonna happen. The screenshot shows the running cost of the company's servers, 70 million yen, around $475,000. That's the bill the company expects to rack up in February alone. So just February is going to be $500,000. In response to the CEO's concern, many users commented that they would be willing to pay in-game donations to keep the games running. Here come the microtransactions,
Here it
guys.
comes.
Here they come.
I just said it. I just said it. This is what I'm talking about. That's what this is. And what's annoying is like microtransactions are not technically evil, but when it's forced, that's when it becomes evil. I'm saying.
Suggested payable add-ons to support the high costs of keeping the servers running. Damn it, I knew it was too good to be true.
Yeah.
I knew it was too good to be true that we had a really fun game with a lot of people playing it. That you play online, that was under $30. It kind of was giving me like old school Minecraft feels, right? And now they're like, oh, hey guys, yeah, we might have to do some microtransactions. I'm just saying. Another individual comment that large companies can get through it as long as they have the cash, signaling that smaller developers and startups would like.
You better hope Nintendo don't find no shit on you guys. You guys better hope Nintendo don't pull some shit on y'all, because if they do, it's over. Now, I'm not saying there is anything, because so far as I've heard, there's actually nothing on Pal World. But I heard that their lawyers is looking and investigating and piling something. But if they do find something,
face more existential threats. That's true. Maybe that's how Nintendo's gonna take them out. Just be like, oh yeah, we'll just let them wait up. We'll just make sure that your hosting costs a lot. Maybe we'll send people over. So maybe this is how the Pokemon Company and Nintendo can actually get rid of Pal World. Just be like, yeah, you know what, guys? Everybody, you guys go play Pal World. Go play all the Pal World you can play, and they'll go bankrupt, and we don't have to worry about suing them. They'll just go bankrupt.
How evil is this? How evil is this? Like, damn, they don't have to actually pull shit on you. They just they can just literally say, hey guys, listen. Our new friend, our new competitor, Pal World. This is Pokemon speaking. Like, you know what? Let's bank on more of your success. Just to be even cool to you, my bro, I'm going to send a bunch of people your way. So when things go right for you, that's where you're going to hit your demise, bro. You're going to hit your demise right there. That's what Nintendo's going to probably do. You're going to hit your demise by just being successful. And then you'll see why we're not doing what you're doing. And that'll be a lesson to all you shills who came out for Pal World, bro. All of you will learn the lesson of what success looks like, right? If that happens, I tell you.
Yeah, despite facing initial challenges and coping with an unexpectedly successful launch, Pocket Pair has received fewer complaints about server issues recently, which could be attributed to more investment and maintenance costs. Power World, which was released fewer than 3 weeks ago, has already amassed a staggering 19 million players across Steam and Xbox. Steam sales alone have driven revenue of more than 200 million since its launch. So, look, I'm not the best mathematician in the world.
Says villainous.
But if you made $200 million in less than 3 weeks, and the game wasn't that expensive to create, you think you would have $6 million laying around.
Is this cope? Are you coping?
That's probably what that is. So like,
LOL.
So that's what that ultimately, that's weird because they said they use AI or something to make most of the models. So that should have been like not that time consuming, right? So they should have a lot of money in the bank. Because if you didn't have to put all that work making all these models and just had an AI generator thing do its thing, whatever the hell you guys used, the cost of this shouldn't be a problem unless you guys are just fucking greedy and just saying that we're running out of money or some shit.
To pay the server costs, right? Like, I don't know what their expenses are, but $6 million is a drop in the bucket compared to the $200 million.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
that they've raked in, you know, from
They raked in $200 million? Wait, you raked in $200 million? And you can't pay the hosting fees? What? That don't make no sense.
This game. Looking ahead, Pal World network engineer is it Chujo Hiroto said following the order to never let the service go down no matter what, we have prepared servers without regard to cost. However, the stark reality that keeping game servers online is costing developers millions begs the question of whether gamers and consumers are set up for price hikes across the industry and in the coming months. Yeah, so this is Chris Pavlovsky, who is the CEO of Rumble, and this caught my attention. I mean, Rumble would love to have Pal World because it'd just be like constantly streaming Pal World. I'm sure on Rumble.
Equivalent of the tenant
But they
being rich,
made an offer,
but not paying the rent XD.
Yeah, you're right. That's the equivalent of a tenant being rich but not paying the rent. Yeah, that's weird. You make $200 million and you can't pay $500,000. You can't pay $500,000 of that a month. Like, let's just be clear. If that's, let's pull out the calculator. So if it's 500,000 times 12, that's $6 million. You can't pay $6 million. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, that's a lot. That is a lot. No, that's a lot. Wait, no. If it's $6 million a year to pay that, and it costs them 5 years, you have $30 million in 5 years. You have spent $30 million in 5. What is wrong with you, fucking fly? Yeah, you're dead now. Ha! That's what you get. Yeah, I squash and mush you into the. Yes. Damn. Jesus, I was sitting here like this fly flying around my face. I couldn't take it no more.
Says Fly Salmon.
Jesus Christ. Can I please
Face with
speak?
tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
Oh my God. Well, in 5 years, let's just say it was 5 years. 5,000 is not no more now. Okay, in 5 years, they would have still $170 million. Now, it depends on how much, like, okay, if, let's just say Power World was made, it took them, let's just say Power World, it cost them about, I'll say $20,000 to make, and they got $200 million. They got hold on.
Says Fly Sama is back. Says she will be missed.
They got
says they're rich.
Like 100 times more. They have 100 times more what they made back. 100 times, I think. Let's just say it was times 100. Oop, my bad. Wrong number. Times 100. Yeah, that's times 200. Yeah, they got more than what they bargained for. So I don't know what's the problem. Like, why do you guys can't pay that rent? You know what I'm saying? That's very odd to me.
And they called it puppy love.
What the hell? I'm just saying as an example, if cost them $20,000 to make Pal World, they literally got 10K. They got 10K times what they got back if they made 200,000, right? So that's enough for them to pay the rent for the hosting thing. But they want to save money as much. I understand saving money. I get it. If you can afford it, that's great. But if you can save money, that's better. So I guess that's not. I guess in the eyes of people who don't understand money, that's considered greedy. But it's also smart. So
says PFFFT.
Rumble made an offer. Hey, Pal World, we're ready to step in and help.
Sorry.
Rumble Cloud is your solution. DM me. I don't think Rumble, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think Rumble would buckle as easily as some other host if the Pokemon company came a knocking. Again, I don't know the legality of that. I'm just saying, if Nintendo could shut them down, they absolutely would do it. But if Nintendo could shut Digimon down, they would absolutely do it, and they haven't been able to. If they could shut Monster Rancher down, they would absolutely do it, but they haven't been able to.
Had a think for me? Think. What do you mean think?
So yeah, this is the partnership we need, says Divisive Content. This is Lane Boy. Lane Boy, I never thought I'd see the CEO of Rumble interacting with Pal World. Kinda crazy. McHumpty MC on Twitter says, I remember when it was commonplace for users themselves to host multiplayer servers. Yes, you had tools like GameSpy to let you find and join. At some point, building tech to support that would make more sense than making them all run on your server in a subscriptionless model. We actually looked at, for us, leasing space to host a Pal World server that was a Clownfish Pal World server, and it's not that much really. It's like $20 a month or something, and I thought that's what you had to do. Really, that's usually the way to do it.
She's busy. It's getting late for me to go out.
Well, I was gonna see Chrissy today, but I guess she's busy. It's getting late for me. Oh.
Dude, if you're gonna play online with a bunch of friends often, just host your own stuff. We've done it with Minecraft before. I used to play Ultima Online a lot. Like, I have logged in a lot of time on Ultima Online, and I used to go to private shards. And I actually thought about at one point hosting a private shard because I love the game so much. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm just reading what they're saying, and what they're saying is that they can't come up with the $6 million to pay the hosting, even though they made $200 million in sales. So let's look at, speaking of Pokemon, speaking of sales, let's look at how Pal World stacks up against Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, according to Game Rant. Said, while Pokemon Scarlet and Violet initially sold twice as many copies as Pal World in the first 3 days, Pal World has quickly caught up. It's already sold 19 million units in a few weeks compared to Pokemon's 23.23 million units over the course of a year. Couple things to remember. One, it's Pokemon. So it is going to sell faster than, other game franchises because it's Pokemon. But two, Pokemon is only on the Switch, right? So Pal World is on Steam. Everybody with a gaming PC, a somewhat decent gaming PC, can run it. So you have a much larger audience. And I don't know if it's coming to PS5. I don't know what's going on with that. I think I read something that they were looking into it. It's definitely never going to come to Switch. I can tell you that much for sure. I don't think Nintendo will allow it. But, well, who knows? I don't know. You can play Monster Rancher on Switch, can't you? So maybe they'll come around. Maybe they'll be like, yeah, we'll take your money. We'll take your money. We'll make money off of Pal World. If we can't shut them down, we'll make money off of them. So yeah, they're actually, wow, they're actually doing better than I thought they were. They said Pal World has become a breakout hit among players, quickly surpassing titles like Counter-Strike 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and Elden Ring.
Holy shit.
To become the game with the second highest concurrent player count in Steam's history. Wow.
You know what this is going to do, right? This is going to embolden people who, like, Pal World will embolden people who shield for AI even more, because now what they're going to do is, like, they're going to call themselves developers when they just use the AI to do most of the work. That's what's going to happen here. Because of the success of Pal World, what's going to happen is going to be a bunch of shills who are for AI to just come out of the woodwork and say, look, like, AI's not that bad. Look at Pal World. You guys play Pal World.
Says, can you play Has Been Hotel Stayed Gone?
Okay. I'll do that right after this video as well to finish anyway.
So yeah, it's on track to beat the last Pokemon game, but last Pokemon game, from what I've heard, I haven't played it, people said it wasn't very good. I don't know, guys. There we go. That's Pal World. I'm going to wrap this up. We're going to see what happens. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Says it beanbags say hello to a new statue of quality.
For good too.
It's been 7 years!
You still pissed? He almost beat you that time.
Fuck you!
Just saying.
Things have changed a lot since he left town.
That's for sure.
I gotta send a message of who's really in charge of things now.
Says it right
Welcome
close.
home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status
Says it
quo.
right close, turn the TV on.
Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on.
Camera speeds rolling in 3, 2.
Top of the hour, and we're discussing a certain has-been who has been spotted cavorting around town after a 7-year absence. Did anybody miss him? Did anybody notice? More on tonight's program. So the radio demon is back in town. Why is he hanging around? What does that mean for your family? Well, Handley, I've got good news. He's a loser, a fossil, and I don't mean to sound hostile, but the demon is a coward. You can take that as gospel. Pulling my viewers impossible. I'm visual. He's barely audible. Stop giving him the time of day. Don't listen to a word he'd say. I hope he had a nice vacay, but he should have stayed away. While he hid in radio, we pivoted to video. Now his medium is getting bloody rare. Hell's been better since he split. Where's he been? Who gives a shit?
Salutations! Good to be back on the air.
Says I would ask to rose a baby, but it has a lot of
treated hell
curse.
to a broadcast. Sinners rejoice!
What a dated voice!
Instead of a clout-chasing, mediocre video...
Does it? I would ask for a...
podcast. Is Fox insecure, pursuing a lure, splitting between this fat and that? Is nothing working?
Ignore his chirping.
Every day he's got a new format.
You're looking at the future. He's the shit that comes before that.
Is Fox as strong as he purports, or is it based on his support? He'd be powerless without the other bees.
Oh, please.
And here's the sugar
Says
on
it's
the
a
cream.
son, has
He
been
asked me
hell
to
knows
join
the
his
baby.
team. I said no, and now he's pissy. That's the team.
You old-timey prick. I'll show you suffering.
Uh-oh, the TV is buffering.
I'll destroy you.
I'm afraid you've lost your signal. Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Tune on in when I'm done. Your status quo will know its race is run. Oh, this will be fun.
Fuck!
Okay. You guys got a choice between the future of Jump or more canceled Shonen Jump you never heard of. Try to stay away from the SJW shit. Things that people click on. The future of Jump.
Says
okay.
future of Shonen Jump.
Weekly Shonen Jump is an ever-changing manga magazine with plenty of manga coming and going throughout each year. Sometimes it's a big series ending, other times it's a newer one getting axed. But with each series that leaves, a new one enters and changes the face of Jump, for a time at least. This system of constant change makes the magazine really fun to follow. What series is gonna end next? What kind of new manga will we see in the next batch? These kinds of questions are constantly asked by Jump fans because we love to engage in speculation. So today I'm here to do that on a larger scale and ask the question, what will Shonen Jump look like 1 year from now? What series do I think will end? How will they potentially end? And what kind of arcs might we see from these series in the interim? This will just be for fun speculation. If you have different ideas or disagree, let me know. I'd love to know what you think about Jump and what it would be like in a year's time. So much is unpredictable too, since if I made this video a few months ago, I would have included Black Clover, which now has moved magazines, something I didn't expect. But this will be fun to look back to in a year's time regardless. So let's get straight into it with One Piece, the flagship title of Shonen Jump and by far the longest running series right now. Even though it's in its final saga, I don't think One Piece will come to an end next year, not even close. There's still far too much to do in the story. We'll likely see the Egghead Future Island arc conclude within the next year or the next few months, and then—
Wait, the Egghead Island arc is the final one? Really? I know the show is. I know the anime is coming to an end, but like, it feels soon. That still feels soon for itself. Is that really true? It can't be true, right?
And we'll finally get to Elbaf. I can see that arc being a bit longer, at least the same size as Egghead, as it's been built up throughout the story. Plus, we might see Shanks or the Blackbeard pirates there, and there'll probably be a massive battle, which will be occurring this time next year, I think. Next up we have the perpetually ending My Hero Academia, which I thought last year would be over by now already. I underestimated how many side characters needed to be touched on though, so we're still going. But from what I remember, I think we've pretty much covered every side character now. Uraraka and Toga are done, Todoroki's family had its time to shine.
Hey, motherfucker.
All the characters graduating and Deku passing on One for All, which—
You're gonna ruin this for me. Don't do that.
Is something I hope we see next year, so Horikoshi can get some well-earned rest. Jujutsu Kaisen is in a similar boat to My Hero, slated to be near the end of its run and having a mangaka who needs to take plenty of breaks. I don't think it's quite in its final battle stage though, and I can see it going on a bit longer, but it's hard to say. Someone who's more into JJK could probably give a more accurate prediction of where the story is heading currently. I think there's more to the story, and I don't think this is Sukuna's final battleground, and I can see the rest of the cast getting stronger before they face him again. I also feel like we need to see more of characters like Nobara, who might return. At least I don't think she's dead, but we'll see. We then reach the fourth oldest series in the magazine, which is Mission Yozakura Family, something that feels wrong to say as I remember reading the first chapter as it came out. Yozakura is in an interesting place right now though, and we only need to finish this Shinzo marriage arc and get the twin stamps and maybe have a bit of slice of life, and then we'll be in the final arc where the family will fight Asa and cover the whole truth about the family and complete the titular—
Says let's watch the other one.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be too much spoilers. I'm starting to think that too. It's too much spoilers here. At least the other one's canceled shows, so it's like it's not a spoiler, it's just a canceled. Yeah, that's too much. Because he's dropping information that people don't know about, and I was like, whoa, like, bro, you're going in on that one. Bro didn't even put a disclaimer of if it was any fucking asshole. Let's see, where is it? I just had it. Oh, there it is. It was with LeBron. Okay.
Thank y'all for taking on this ride with me. Yeah. You know what? Here go 2 more for y'all. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Back like we never left, and honestly, it's all because of you guys. Starting out when I made that first video, I never actually intended on making a part 2, even when I had some of my friends telling me that I should. With the overwhelming support that you all have given part 1, and the many requests I've received to do so, here we are. So that just goes to show, if you have a cool idea for a video, let me know in the comments because it just might become a thing. And I highly recommend you go watch part 1 if you haven't yet. It sets the tone for this video and has some added context to cancellations in the manga industry. But thanks guys. And without further ado, here are more canceled Shonen Jump manga you never heard of.
Okay.
The first series we're going to be taking a look at here is one that was actually requested in the comments section of part 1. See, I listened to you guys. We're talking about none other than Natsuki Okami's Hell Warden Haguma. Readers were introduced to the series back in 2018, making it newer than any of the manga discussed in the previous video.
Okay.
If there's anything that I've learned over the years from being a fan of not only Jump, but Shonen in general, is that they love manga about killing demons. And Hell Warden Haguma is no exception. I mean, it's just everywhere. It's like every time I turn around, there's a new one being published. Like, damn, switch it up. but as long as they're good, you won't really see me complaining. The story opens on a bus ride one night where we focus on a drunk man harassing a young boy for a seat. A girl who is a bystander takes note of the situation and starts to feel bad for the boy. The boy wakes up and kindly offers a seat to the drunk guy and apologizes for dozing off. Not able to stand the way he's being treated, the girl defends the boy, demanding that the man give him his seat back. After grabbing him, the boy begins to defuse the situation and mentions that his stop is coming up. As he gets off the bus, the girl feels like her arm is being pulled by something in the boy's direction, but when she looks at her wrist, there isn't anything there. After getting off the bus and further discussing the events of what just happened, the boy reveals that he knows that she stole the man's wallet. The pair walk towards a mysterious temple, and he adds that there's only one reason for people to get off at this stop, and that is to receive an exorcism. It is here that the boy reveals himself to be the grandson of the head priest, Higuma Kagarite. As they make their way into the temple, Higuma grabs a wallet and her bag seemingly with telekinesis, as the girl reveals her name to be Ayaha Kuramine. Once in the temple, the pair begin discussing that Ayaha has been dealing with two problems. The first of which she states that for the past several months she has been unconsciously stealing various items wherever she goes, and that she is unaware of the cause behind this.
Interesting.
After hearing her situation, Higuma asks her to stand up. He reaches his transformed hand through her head, pulling out a Sudama.
What the fuck?
Spirit sentenced to less than 20 years in hell, that when possessed...
What the hell? I like this. What the hell? That's kind of cool. Let's go back on that. I love canceled manga series. They always so interesting. It's what could have been.
Says Wade what?
He pulled a demon right out of her head. From hell. Apparently this was a demon that was supposed to be sent to hell, but somehow possessed her in a very subconscious way by stealing shit. Who was supposed to be sentenced to hell for 20 years, I think?
Higuma asks her to stand up. He reaches his transformed hand through her head, pulling out a Sudama, a low-level spirit sentenced to less than 20 years in hell, that when possessed causes the host to commit various crimes regardless of their intent.
Says what in the fooly.
That is so cool.
Group of hands orbiting around him called Zaiju.
Yeah.
As of now, he has 11 of them, each wielding various weapons and abilities.
Nice.
Higuma explains to Ayaha that the spirit who possessed her is likely one who escaped from hell. Around 400 years ago, an army of spirits managed to escape from hell, now existing amongst the world of the living, possessing people to commit acts of evil.
I'm not gonna lie to you, if you somehow manage to escape out of hell, I'm not gonna lie to you, even if you're an evil, sick person, that's a talent. I'm gonna give it to you. That's a talent. I don't know how, that's a talent. And the fact that someone can shows what are the people in the spirit world doing? The fuck?
Higuma's clan has been tasked with capturing
Says yeah, you built different.
And have maintained this mission for generations. Humans are much more vulnerable to possession if they are exhausted or undergoing mental or emotional stress. After helping out Ayaha, Higuma thanks her for standing up for him on the bus and gives her a hell cauldron to teleport her back home. Once returning home, before she can even gather her bearings, her bedroom door is opened. Her brother steps in with a threatening aura, berating her for her lateness and breaking his rules. Afraid, Ayaha steps away from the door, but her brother grabs her by the neck and threatens to kill her if she disobeys him again. He sends her downstairs to eat with her parents, who he has delivered similar punishment to as well. This is revealed to be the second of Ayaha's problems that she mentioned. A few months back, while studying for entrance exams, her brother suddenly became extremely strict and violent, completely unlike his normal personality. Finally, Ayaha asks her brother if he's a dead spirit, causing him to finally reveal himself as one. The spirit had a feeling that Ayaha was behaving differently, as he couldn't sense her walking into the house, as well as noticing that the Sudama that he placed inside her was missing. He begins attacking her with a snake tongue-like ability, as she tries to call Higuma, but he destroys her phone. At the end of the line, Ayaha yells at the demon to leave her brother's body as she is about to be finished, but luckily she is saved by Higuma at the last minute. Higuma decided to check up on Ayaha after feeling suspicions that a higher ranked demon was the one truly behind her problems. Low ranking demons like Sudamas rarely ever act alone, and his hunch was correct in that the demon possessing her brother is indeed a fugitive spirit, but is much more powerful than a Sudama. The demon is revealed to be Bokushu of the Black Courts, a notorious demon who was sentenced to 117 years in hell. Higuma and Bokushu begin to fight.
I like how these people... I thought once you go ahead, you're stuck there, but apparently you get sentenced like it's a prison. You know, I think a lot of people will be like, if I only had sentences to go to hell, a lot of people will still do a lot more bad things because all they're gonna see it as I'm just gonna be there for a certain amount of time. You know what? You know that? Like, imagine if hell was like prison, right? People look at hell like prison. They'll be like, okay, I'll go to hell for like 140 years. It's gonna suck ass, but I'm gonna eventually get out. That will embolden people to do bad things.
As he summons his Zaiju hand number 4, which consists of dual-wielded blades. Bokushu mentions that these hands seem familiar to him. Higuma starts fighting back, but breaks his blades and isn't really taking the fight seriously. He asks Ayaha who it is that she wants to be saved, as a method of testing her resolve. She proclaims that she hates seeing her brother being taken advantage of like this, and that she wants Higuma to save him. Hearing this, Higuma decides to take all of Ayaha's pain and anguish into his own hands, transforming into a Hell Warden. The aura emitted from this transformation is so powerful that it caught the wind of a mysterious figure known as Great King Enma, who states that Higuma will be receiving a new Zaiju soon. After transforming, Higuma attacks Bokushu again with his Zaiju number 4, but this time around, it's more than powerful enough to cut through his cords. Higuma states that it's only when he transforms that his Zaiju reach their full power. Higuma finishes Bokushu off by exercising him with Zaiju number 1, cutting off his hands and sending him back to hell, saving Ayaha's brother. So, Hell Warden Higuma. If I'm being honest, it's pretty average. The premise, the characters, just kind of all of it. Not to say that it's bad though.
I guess it's okay. It's not mind-blowing. I think the presentation was more better than the actual story. Like how he pulled the girl out, pulled the demon out of her head. I think that's kind of cool. But it doesn't really scream something different. It kind of feels like an episode I saw in Bleach, but in the reverse. Right? Wasn't this happen to Orihime's brother or something? He turned into like a hollow. But instead of him being alive, he was already dead watching over her. And he became a hollow. Or some shit. It's kind of like that in reverse. In a strange way. Instead of calling it a demon, we call it a hollow. I guess. But, kind of feels like that.
It just isn't great either. And is certainly the weakest of the series covered in this video. As the story goes on and we learn of the true reason behind the Warden's dedication to their role, the series definitely started to have my eyes glued for a bit. Finding out that the Wardens were forced to fight demons unless they'd be sentenced to hell themselves was a great plot twist.
Ooh.
And the addition of a calamity.
Okay, now that's a plot twist. So, for you, if you're a Warden, you have to kill demons because if you don't, you get sent to hell yourself. That's interesting. That's like being a soul eater, but I mean soul reaper, but the difference is instead of you just not being a soul reaper and just going living off with the humans just like Ichigo's dad did, you know, or Urahara.
Says okay.
You get sent to hell. That's interesting. Now that's a premise that Bleach could have used because that's interesting because like you're being forced to do your job. Because remember, at the end of the Bleach anime back in I think 2013, at the time after the Fullbringer arc, Ichigo had no job because most of his time was being spent in the spirit world doing his thing, right? In the Soul Society. So his job is being a legit substitute Soul Reaper. I think he became a full-fledged substitute. I mean, a full-fledged Soul Reaper at that point. That was his literal occupation. That was his job, right? So it seemed more of a job than just it being a duty. Now it's a forced duty upon you. Interesting.
Being terrorized by a demonic entity reminded me a bit of Shaman King, but the story obviously didn't last too long after this to delve any deeper. Interestingly enough, though, Higuma is one of the few cancelled series to actually be granted some semblance of a true ending, going as far as receiving an epilogue published in Jump Plus 2 months after its cancellation. I will say that above all, the action in the series is what stood out to me the most. The idea that demons are insanely powerful, possessing the strongest supernatural abilities, while the Wardens use their various Zaiju, made for some pretty cool to read fights and overall kind of gave me Demon Slayer vibes.
Yeah,
all in all, if you've read
it's
any
a mix
Demon
between Bleach, Soul Eater, and Demon Slayer. Look at the art style. It kind of it seems reminiscent of that of Demon Slayer a bit. Not too much, but it has. And like, look at the wording. Look at the wording. Like, look at the font. It looks like um Black Clover. It's like a mix of things. It's like Demon Slayer, Black Clover, Bleach, and Shaman King.
Manga ever, you've likely read Hellward and Haguma. I think that if given time, it could have done more to stand out from the rest.
Says, can I send you a drawing? It's chibi art.
Yes.
Do a great job of hooking you in. Be sure to check it out, as well as any additional works from Hokami. The next series we're going to be taking a look at
says
is what I
Nietzsche.
like to be the least recognized out of the three, and that's Zip Man. Published in
Zip
2019
Man?
by Yusaku Shibata, Zip Man is effectively the most recent series that we've discussed so far, being cancelled only a few years ago. Also, fun fact, Shibata actually worked as an assistant under both Ichiro Oda and Koei Horikoshi, the respective creators behind One Piece and My Hero Academia.
Okay.
With legendary
That's why it looks
experience like that, I was super excited to see what Shibata would bring
So let me guess. Is it a superhero type thing? I'm pretty sure.
to the table with his own series. Admittedly, I was never a huge fan of mecha series. I mean, I love me some Gurren Lagann, but aside from that, I've never bothered to delve into any of the Gundams or anything like that. But what drove me to check out Zip Man?
Bro, watch Gundam Wing, G Gundam, and Blood Brothers, Iron Blood Brothers, and then you'd be good.
Was that it's not just a mecha series. It's a mech series and a superhero series at the same time. Our story begins in the middle of a funeral of all places, with what appears to be our main character mourning his greatest rival, his brother. Diving into a flashback to learn what led to this point, we're formally introduced to our MC.
Says iron-blooded
17-year-old
orphans.
Tatara, who wants nothing more than to audition to become the new Jackman, a masked hero with his own television series. As convincing as he was during tryouts, displaying feats of strength and acrobatics beyond that of a normal human, it was decided that he didn't make the cut, specifically that he just didn't have that Jackman feel. On his way out, the judges wonder if he's related to that Tatara. It is here that we learn it's been a week since the passing of Koshiro Tatara, world-renowned engineer and Kaname's younger brother. Koshiro was a prodigy who became a doctor at the age of 12 and founded his own robotics company at the age of 15, developing groundbreaking inventions such as mind-controlled wheelchairs, exosuits, and autonomous drones.
Says
that
send it.
Koshiro was so smart that his passing will set society back 50 years technologically. Despite how different the two brothers are, as twins they naturally grew up living very similar lives, most notably having a shared admiration for Jackman. While at the park one day, Kaname was defending Koshiro from a group of bullies, but wasn't putting up much of a fight. They ended up both being saved by a young girl named China, who's also a fan of Jackman. The pair instantly fell in love with her, and it was at this point in their lives that their paths diverged. Kaname made
So why does this feel like a mix between My Hero Academia, the way this is presented, but yet also, it's like Bakugo is the main character. The smart one is like Midoriya. The storyline so far feels like a mix of that and like what the kids think feel like My Hero Academia. And then kind of like what's the other anime I'm thinking of? Not anime, the movie, Big Hero 6.
Made a point to focus on strength, dominating every single sport or physical activity that he could participate in, while Koshiro studied to become even smarter. Flash forward to the present, Chino watches Kaname's performance as a monster in the Tokyo Tower Super Show, stating that he reminds her of the previous Jackman. The two reminisce on the competitions the brothers would have in the past to make Chino smile, and Kaname reflects at the fact that Koshiro would always win. The memories of Koshiro upset China, and in an attempt to make her smile, Kaname announces that he auditioned for Jackman, but unfortunately his reveal is overshadowed by a tribute to Koshiro on TV that causes her to smile instead. Suddenly, the television switches to a breaking story of an ongoing investigation at Steel X, Koshiro's robotics company. Kaname then receives a cryptic message telling him to meet them at Steel X, and the text is coming from the phone of none other than Koshiro. He immediately starts to think this must be some sort of prank, but Koshiro is the only one who ever called him Devil Gorilla. Before he could even make his way there, Kaname and China start to feel massive shocks reminiscent of earthquakes. As they look out the window, they see the city in chaos and what looks to be a giant mechanical foot crashing down on the street. A giant robot is attacking Japan. Strong enough to shrug off 10-ton beams like they're pebbles, the robot gradually makes its way to Tokyo Tower.
Okay.
Evacuating through the stairs, China stops because her legs start to give out, and Kaname offers to carry her. But before you can get to her, the stairs proceed to be blown up by a flying semi-truck, separating the two. China runs back to take the elevator as Kaname heads down the stairs and stands face to face with a giant robot who's finally arrived at Tokyo Tower. Which is weird, because unless the robot decided to just start moving faster, it literally took the two of them 10 minutes to get halfway down a set of stairs. Anyway, the robot prepares to destroy the tower, and while appearing hopeless, Kaname finds the resolve to counter the robot with an attack of his own, but is quickly interrupted by a truck, with his brother's voice being heard coming out of it. The two brothers converse for a bit, before Kaname is told to put on what quite frankly looks like a sci-fi furry suit. Kaname pulls the zipper, wink wink, and dons the suit. It begins.
Wait. Doesn't this sound familiar? Well, this is a mix of animes. Doesn't this sound like Grimgar, whatever the fuck, the girl who goes into the furry suit? Grimnoir?
Says yet.
Yeah, that sounds what the fuck. The hell?
Begins to grow and gains immense power to be able to punch the robot away from the tower. Declaring himself as Jackman, Kaname finishes the robot off with a 100,000 horsepower jack rocket, the same special move that Jackman used.
Oh my god, this is really cool. Sorry, I'm sorry to say this, but right now I was like, I don't mean to pause it, but I'm looking at Souls' drawing and it looks amazing. I love the style. It's really rounded. I like it. I like the roundness. I want to show this off. Can I show this off? I want to show this off. I'm going to see if I can show this off. Let me see if I can do that. Let me show this off. It looks really good.
Says yeah.
Okay, let me see. Image. Okay, hold on. I'm showing it off right now on, hold on, I'm gonna show it on oop. This is what he drew, everyone. This is what Souls drew. Looks really good. I like the line art, really thick. Feels like a keychain, because I always remember when you have thick lines like this is very keychain-esque. Very, very in your face type stuff. The thickness makes the character look more closer to than it should be. Good job. Good job.
Says awesome.
The only thing I would at least fix a little bit is the scar. I would make the scar a little bit more thinner. I wouldn't make it as thick.
Says THX.
But everything else, I think it looks really awesome. The scar on the chin, I would just thin that out a little bit more. I wouldn't make it as thick as like the eyes or the head, because if you make it thin, it has a lot more depth. So like as thin as probably the blushies on the side, the blush lines. But other than that, you did a great job. This looks awesome. You should stick with this for a while. Yeah, I think you should do like chibi work like this. You'd be surprised how much of a following you can bring if you stick with the chibi stuff. Very good, bro. I am very proud of you. You're doing well. What the hell? That's actually really awesome. For those of you here, this is Souls. Guys, please follow Souls whenever you get the chance. He's a fellow subscriber, also a regular who watches my stuff. He's always in the stream, so like, if you guys want to give him a follow, please give him a follow on TikTok or on Instagram. I would put his stuff up, but it's too much work. I have to add a bunch of stuff. It's gonna give problems. But like, give him a follow. He's in the Instagram. He's on. He's in my follows. He's in my chat. So whenever you get the chance, please follow him. He does a great job. Awesome work, bro. Very, very good work. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Love the work. Really love it. Very impressive with the line work and the shapes. Very reminiscent. Gives me that Jet Set Radio type vibe. or at least something very like stylized and in your face.
After the robot is defeated, Kaname naturally can't wait to see his brother again, but it is then revealed that his brother Koshiro has actually become the suit. And boom, chapter ends. What a cliffhanger.
Let me guess, he put his conscious in AI so he can be like any type of like technology so he can aid his brother.
Now after reading these 17 chapters, I can honestly consider myself a huge fan of Zip Man. While the story isn't the most captivating,
I'll tell you something. When I noticed that whenever these assistants or these individuals work under like very famous artists, they have very similar art styles. You can see this is very reminiscent of like My Hero Academia based on the drawing, the art style. If it has a bit of My Hero Academia and something else. I don't know what else, but I can feel My Hero. Look at the eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like the hand. Look at the gloves. Doesn't Deku have a similar looking glove? You know what I'm saying? Like it just like I noticed that they have very similar art style. It makes sense because when you're drawing like Deku and Bakugo and all these other characters every day, all day as an assistant, you're going to pick up what they draw similarly to a certain extent.
Thing I've ever read. It does everything I feel like a shonen needs to do to keep me interested, and also has some really cool subversions of expectations.
Says I saw that
such as
image in
Koshiro being revealed
Pinterest.
to be the suit,
Oh, really?
and the mysteries like why it happened in the first place.
I love
Character-wise,
shit like
Kaname
this.
is very much so.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for these type of like videos because like they're so interesting because it always tells you what could have been the next big thing, right? And then some of these cancel shows have very great premises that you never heard before and never get greenlighted because of some situation. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always something. And it always that moment of this could have been the next My Hero, right? This could have been the Jujutsu Kaisen, the Soul Eater, you'd never truly know. That's why I want Gacha Takuda to be successful. I think I'm saying it right. Because it looks reminiscent of that of like Soul Eater, Fire Force, you know what I'm saying? Because I think the person who worked with the creator of Fire Force and Soul Eater has a similar art style to his, so it's very reminiscent in that in your face.
Says he'll be on via tonight. Teach.
Okay.
So your average shonen protagonist, boasting a brash attitude and insane levels of perseverance. He isn't really doing anything new, but just because it isn't new doesn't mean it isn't enjoyable. The relationship between Kaname and Koshiro reminded me very closely of Rin and Yukio from The Exorcist,
that too.
if you've ever seen it, with the dynamic of the rambunctious brother with demon-like qualities always being overshadowed by the smarter, more calculated brother. But what really stood out to me the most in Zip Man were by far the mechs. I mean, it's just everything from the way they're introduced, the way they're designed, all the way to how they fight. As I mentioned earlier,
says yep, and expressions are very expressive.
Yes, I love it. I love that
says
art
you
style.
know it'd be cute to put like a sting of bells on one ear.
Yeah, it'll be cute to put a sting
says
of
just
bells?
saying, not saying to put it on.
Oh, you're talking about the ear. Oh, you're talking about here. Bells. I'm just saying not to sing. Just put it on string.
Says string.
Because I remember you mentioned that and I put the clip on here. You wanted her to have a clip-on thing on her head. So I said I put in the hair. I don't know if you saw me add that, but I did. But if you want me to put like some type of earring, just put just put a string. Give me a reference.
Says like a string attached to bells.
Oh, okay. It's like something that we call it Kakashi used way back when on the training arc. You can send me some references of bells that you like.
Ranging from dinosaurs, giant babies, Optimus Prime, and Sun Wukong, there's a huge amount of diversity.
Is that Optimus Prime?
I feel like isn't apparent in the
motherfucker, that's Optimus
Prime.
Prime.
The mechs reminded me of popular robot series such as Mega Man,
My sister will love
Ultraman, Transformers, and even a little Power Rangers. So there's a little something for every fan base. And on the topic of Mega Man, all the fights are essentially framed as one big Mega Man game. Each mech they fight is like a new robot master, who once they defeat, they gain their abilities by zipping it together to their own body. And all of this is held up by Shibata's amazing art and fight choreography.
So let me guess, the brothers dynamic is like Yu-Gi-Oh and Rin. The art style looks reminiscent of that.
Says round her ear.
Reminiscent of that of Hirikoshi. And the mechs are kind of like pretty much Mega Man. And the concepts on how their powers work and the stitching together. So it's Mega Man, Blue Exorcist, and My Hero. Damn, that's how you make an anime. You just take other animes that exist and just mash them together based on premise, relationship, and style.
His time spent
That's how
as
it
an
works.
assistant on My Hero really shines through in that aspect. Zipman, I really have no idea why it was canceled. Chapter
Says
1
that sounds fun to
only
read.
got better as
Yep.
the series went on.
This looks awesome. Look at that art style, bro. Look at the mech. Look at the mech. That looks fucking awesome. Who doesn't not like this? You crazy? Man. Oh, this looks super cool. A little kitty cat. Little cat. Little kitty cat. So cute. Little kitty cat. This looks awesome. How would this not get green light? Like, come on, bro. This could have bring back mechs in the forefront, right? They want like what brought mechs to the forefront way back was like Gurren Lagann. You know what I'm saying? Like it's it's Gurren Lagann. It's like so it's like Mega Man, Gurren Lagann, My Hero Academia, and then Blue Exorcist.
I can't even remember the last time Jump had a popular mecha series.
Yeah.
This could have been it. This
could
could
have been it.
Special,
Yes.
But as usual, it is what it is.
This hurts me.
After
Says
Zipman,
and
Shibata
Gundam.
did go on to work on a prequel to the Dragon Quest adventure of Diamond.
And Gundam, yeah.
From what I was able to gather, he hasn't been serialized since. But along with Zipman, be sure to check out and support any past and future works from Shibata. His work is very much worth your time, and I can't wait to see him back with a new story.
I
And
think it
last but
looks
not
awesome.
least, we finished this video off with Barrage. Not even gonna let you guess like the last video. This is just straight
Oh,
up.
this is the Cancel Hirikoshi fantasy anime, if I remember right. This is like a fantasy anime from Hirikoshi, and it didn't get greenlight, and it was pretty cool, right?
One of the earlier works of Koei Horikoshi, the creator of My Hero Academia.
Says yeah.
Similarly to Tabata
I
and
love
Hungry
shit
Gouka
like
from
this.
Part
This
1,
is so cool.
You can see elements shared between the two series, such as art style and character design. But regardless of that, Barrage more than sets itself apart from the My Hero you know today. And to my keen-eyed viewers, you may have noticed that in the comment section of Part 1, I let it slip that Barrage was originally going to be a part of that video, but opted to leave out for one reason or another. But here we are. Now that I think about it, I guess that kind of means that Barrage was cancelled twice. Poor Horikoshi, man, but at least My Hero was a huge success. Barrage, published back in 2012, takes place on planet Industria, a planet that was initially ruled by a single royal family, but 50 years ago, after first making contact with alien life, has since been overthrown and reduced to a war-torn shell of its former self.
What the
The
hell?
protagonist here is Astro, a young kid living in the slums of Industria who works a shitty job for a shitty boss who treats him even shittier. While at work one day, one of the noble aliens happens to be passing through this side of town and tramples Astro's boss for simply being in his path. Astro, being as selfless as he is, comes to the rescue of his boss despite being berated by him while doing so. In this world, resisting any type of demand from nobles could land a commoner in a lot of trouble, which is why the boss can be seen apologizing to him for literally doing nothing. The noble pulls a laser out on Astro, but even in the face of death, he still demands an apology for his boss. The skirmish is eventually broken up by some guards, with the noble tossing some pity money on the ground as he makes his exit. Following the altercation, Astro is actually fired by his boss for putting both his life and business in jeopardy for
Are you
opposing the
serious?
noble. Here it is revealed that Astro takes care of children who don't have a family of their own, and he used the money from his job to feed and take care of them. After getting back home to the kids, they thank him for everything he does for them and even offer him some of their food, forcing Astro to hold
Says
back his
never
tears.
mind, teach,
Later
get
that
her
night,
done
we see
and
Astro
allowed it
sitting
later.
on the roof with one of the kids, telling them how he wants to build a life of luxury and happiness for them. This
Damn, this is a very interesting premise. Okay, never mind, teach. Get her done, and I'll add it later. Okay.
Conversation is interrupted by a hooded figure as they begin approaching the two. After taking off the hood, we are introduced to a young boy who looks strikingly similar to Astro and reveals himself to be Barrage, the Prince of Industria. Barrage tracked Astro down due to them looking just alike and offered him a proposition to trade places. Barrage is tired of living a pampered and restricted lifestyle and would much rather be left to his own devices to fornicate with the women of Industria. Yes, this is his actual reason for wanting to leave behind his royal status and presumably millions if not billions of dollars. But before Astro
says low.
I don't think as a poor commoner as myself doesn't think that is a very good reason to leave a life of luxury. I understand being restricted is one thing, but being stupid is a whole different ballgame. Why would you do this? Why would you do Dude, don't you know you have money? Like, yeah, you can't fornicate right now, right? But if you have money and you're a noble, you can probably get away with this later on in life. Like, you can't be patient enough to, like, be on your own as an adult to do whatever the hell. That is a very weird premise. Well, it's not a weird premise. It's just a very weak one. It is a weak premise for anyone to trade places. Like, you know women like money, right? Like, you can't defeat the purpose. Like,
says bro wanted now.
Yeah, bro wants it now. He wants it now. I have a structure settlement and I need cash now. Call JG Wentworth 870 cash now. Let's go.
Can even give him an answer. Barrage places a device known as the Org on Astro's arm, as it's the most notable identifier of Industria's prince. Before they could even finish their conversation,
says 877 cash now.
Oh, is that one? Okay, so
immediately after this, royal guards find Astro and, mistaking him for the prince, restrain him and drag him back to the castle. His pleas to them explaining that he isn't actually the prince are dismissed because that's exactly what they expect the prince would say. Back at the palace, we are introduced to the planetary king of Industria and the vice captain of his military, Tiamat. Here we learn that the Org is an ancient treasure passed down from king to king, possessing the power to restore the world. Tiamat speaks to Astro as if he's Barrage, stating that his behavior as the to-be king is embarrassing and he is no more than a burden to the royal family. Astro, having such a strong sense of what it means to be family, checks Tiamat, reminding him that you should never tell a member of your family that you don't need them. Later, we actually get to see the alien noble that harassed Astro earlier here at the palace with his own plot brewing. He begged the king to give him the Org, stating that he would be able to restore Industria to its former glory, but the king denied. When Astro is dragged in, the noble is the only one who realizes that he isn't actually the prince, as he recognizes the clothes he was wearing from earlier. He hatches a plan to accuse the prince of robbing him of the money that he actually threw away, and using
says I remember 1 to 800 steamers, the certified cleaners.
On plot brewing. He begged the king to give him the Org, stating that he would be able to restore Industria to its former glory, but the king denied. When Astro is dragged in, the noble is the only one who realizes that he isn't actually the prince, as he recognizes the clothes he was wearing from earlier. He hatches a plan to accuse the prince of robbing him of the money that he actually threw away, and using this as leverage to gain the Org. To avoid a potential war between the two factions, and after listening to the prince being insulted and called a useless member of the family, Astro jumps out of the window of the palace and attacks the aristocrat with his Org in the form of a lance that manifests itself against people with evil hearts. After defeating the alien and proving his innocence, Astro decides that he must escape as he has to make it back to his family. But before he can leave, he is summoned by the king. Upon meeting the king, Astro confesses to everything, and to his surprise, the king already knew. While he loves his son, he recognizes that Astro is simply more fit to be the king, and asks him to take his place in the fight to restore the world. Astro accepts on the condition that he can move his family into the palace and takes off on his quest with Tiamat. From this point, we're going to jump ahead a bit, venturing into spoiler territory if that's something you want to avoid. I highly recommend you go read this because it's just that good, but I can't not talk about the way the story ends because it gets pretty crazy. So you know how every shonen MC tends to have that mentor that they look up to. Naruto and Kakashi, Luffy and Shanks, and even Deku and All Might. Well, Astro has someone like that too, and his name is Black. No, not that Black, this Black. Astro and Black first met 2 years ago from the current story. Astro had just gathered enough food scraps to feed his family, but it was stolen by a thief. Desperately needing food, Astro rushed towards a random civilian holding a bag of food to in turn steal theirs, and Black stopped him, having defeated the thief and returned Astro's food. Black tells Astro that he has a rare heart, and that no matter how far he may fall, to never turn to a crooked lifestyle, as Black's philosophy is to never forgive crookedness. Black teaches Astro how to survive and how to make money, and leaves saying to Astro to continue his life pure and uncrooked. Fast forward a couple of chapters, Black and Astro end up meeting again, but this time, Black is the head of a group of villains that have seized control of a small town, killing dozens of people. And it's here that Black reveals the biggest plot twist of the entire series. In the past, Black worked as a soldier for the King of Industria, and when he held the prince after he was born, he could feel his uncrooked heart and wanted to preserve that. And being a master of dark energy, Black created a dummy to take his place and raised the child in the slums, meaning that this entire time, Astro was actually Barrage all along, and the guy we thought was Barrage actually wasn't real. Okay, so I by far enjoyed Barrage the most
shit.
out of these
Okay,
two
so
series.
let me get this straight. So if I'm right, the soldier who was working for the king or for the nobles ran into Astro as a baby, who was the true prince, but he can sense there was no crookedness as an evil in him at all, and he likes the fact that he had no evil in him. So he took the baby, cloned said baby, sent Astro to the slums. I mean this real baby to the slums, which is Astro, and had the clone have the clone take the place of Astro, who was supposed to be the real prince. This is why he was quick to leave the nobles and go off and want to, do the fuck. So like, okay, that's a plot twist. It's a very convenient one, but it is a plot twist nonetheless. I will go shit.
Here I feel like the writing is the strongest, as I'm more invested in the individual goals and motives of each character. Later in the series, we get to see backstories for not only Astro, but a new character we meet named Tico, and as short as they are, do wonders for the characters individually and for the understanding of the story at large. The planet of Industria feels pretty lived in as well, seeing different regions and kingdoms of people, all with their own struggles as a direct result of the state of the planet. This is a surprising amount of world building packed into these 16 chapters, and I wish I could say the same for My Hero Academia. The art style is obviously very indicative of My Hero being
go back. Whoa.
Surprising, all with their own struggles as a direct result of the state of the planet. This is a surprising amount of world building packed into these 16 chapters, and I wish I could say the same for My Hero Academia. The art style is obviously very indicative of My Hero being Horikoshi's earlier work. Maybe not to the same degree as Black Clover and Hungry Joker, but you can definitely see some artistic inspirations for My Hero Academia characters. Astro reminds me of a fusion between Deku and Kirishima, Tico looks like Uraraka and is dressed like Bakugo and Tsuyu, and Aizawa is essentially Tiamat if he went homeless. It's also interesting to see how the designs of the aliens in Barrage went on to become the basis for characters with mutant quirks in My Hero Academia, such as Deadrock and Koda, and Tadpole and Spinner. Action-wise, Seeds were planted for a power system known
I guess that just proves we don't really walk far from what we originally know. We don't really walk away far from what we originally know. Right? We really don't make that journey away from ourselves, because it's hard to break away what we know to brand new ventures, right? This is why I always know that I always assume that my students will be a little bit stubborn to move on from learning certain things, because it's not something they will originally would do on their own. So I get why they do such things, but sometimes it's a bit frustrating. It is what it is.
Dark energy, described as an unknown power to have shaped the universe, but it was obviously never fully fleshed out. It would have been really cool to see where this could have gone, especially as the series was cancelled just as Astra was about to learn it. Despite this, the fight scenes were still really fun to read. Horikoshi's creativity shines through with the unique weapons and fighting styles we get to see, and the orb with what we saw of it was really cool. No doubt it would have had many different forms for Astra to utilize, combined with the dark energy he would have learned. If Barrage were to have continued, I would have personally liked to see Horikoshi continue to build upon the world building he's established.
I would love to see
Seeing
this.
how all the different cities and kingdoms of Industria are run.
Who knows? Who knows? Like if once My Hero Academia is done, I don't think people won't pick this up. They might pick this up and ask him to bring it back.
Impacted by the age of the Battlestar. Also, being a self-proclaimed space adventure, there's no way that we wouldn't visit at least one other planet. Character-wise, I would have loved to see Astra go through some sort of identity crisis, divided between the life of poverty and wealth, struggling with finding the meaning of who he is as a person, and how his relationship with Black would change over time. Usually this is where I would say support any future works from the mangaka, but odds are you probably already watched or read My Hero. But if you're one of the 2 people who haven't, check it out. Definitely is one of the series that defines the current generation of manga. So we did it, guys. Part 2. I tried to switch it up and include some series that maybe aren't the most well known, but also aren't completely like.
You guys like these topics I pick?
To the average reader.
I'm just curious. Do you guys like the topics I pick?
Support you guys have been giving to the channel has been absolutely incredible, and I'm honestly just really excited about the future of the channel.
Well, I try to keep consistent with the anime stuff.
Says yet.
And the pop culture stuff. I don't want to veer way far from it, but I think it's fun. It keeps things interesting. And I love these type of talks because it's interesting on what could have been, you know. It's just, instead of just goofing off and doing random shit. I find that fun. Let's see here. Is there more? Canceled. He got more? He has more. When was this made? 10 days ago. So this is probably like...
For decades, Weekly Shonen
This was
Jump
6
has
months
reigned
ago, so
supreme
we'll see if
as
this is
the
something different.
magazine
Well, it's
to
different,
read
but I
as a
don't know if it's
fan
gonna be
of
the
shonen
same.
manga. Home to the
I find these
majority of the heavy hitters in the manga industry, Jump has cemented itself as a
It gives me
staple in not
inspiration to
only the
draw.
world of comics, but media in general. But having such a high status also comes with the rigorous selection process. Any aspiring mangaka likely dreams of being able to grace the pages of Jump. But despite the number of eyes the fans have on the magazine, no series is guaranteed survival. Shonen Jump is rather notorious for giving series the axe, leaving countless stories left untold, forever forgotten in the annals of the magazine. Until today. I don't know why, but I've always had an obsession with canceled series. I think I just love fantasizing about what could have been if allowed to reach their full potential.
It's just like what could
And
have
today,
been.
we'll be
what
doing
could have
just
been.
that. Highlighting
That's
3
interesting.
canceled Jump manga that piqued my interest and trying to determine where their stories could have gone if fully realized. First up, we take a look at Red Sprite. Written by Tomohiro Yagi, Red Sprite hit Jump's pages back in 2016 as a part of the Jumpstart Initiative, a program that focused on debuting new manga with 3 chapters instead of 1, and went on to introduce new readers to some of Jump's biggest series in recent years. Its story plays closely into the traditional shonen formula you know and love, with the added twist of a focus in electrical engineering. The series follows the main protagonist.
I don't know if we've watched this. Did we watch something similar to this? I think we did. I think we did, but I don't remember. It's been a while. I think we did.
Isolated village with 6 other children. Advancements in technology have been made possible thanks to the help of thunder cores, powerful sources of electrical energy mined from fossils. Thunder cores can power just about anything, but the kids are only interested in one thing: airships. They dream of being able to travel the world in one, spending their free time designing their own, and with the help of their teacher decide to name it Sprite. The only problem is this mysterious illness the kids have that would prevent them from landing due to how contagious it is. In class one day, a small group of airships can be seen flying in the direction of the village. Their teacher, Durant, recognizes this as an attack and yells out to the kids to get down, just before being hit with a massive explosion. Walking through the aftermath of the attack, we are introduced to Lieutenant Colonel Shepard, who claims he was able to find them due to the electromagnetic waves emitted from Mono, one of the kids at the orphanage. Shepard goes on to explain that he's here to capture the children, and in response to the combined effort of Tatsu and Durant, the teacher is able to save our MC, forced to leave the other children behind. After reaching safety, Durant begins to tell Tatsu the truth. After spending thousands of years underground, the power of the Thunder Cores have diminished. In efforts to bring out the latent power of the cores, the government has been conducting illegal experiments, implanting children with Thunder Cores and using them as human batteries to power the world. Durant previously worked for Shepard while being a Thunder Core human himself, defecting in an effort to atone, bringing the kids with him. Succumbing to his injuries, Durant uses the last of his electricity to activate the Thunder Core within Tatsu, awakening his latent power, his high-speed conductive core blood. Essentially, the electricity enhances his muscular and nervous systems to move extremely fast. As Durant takes his last breath, Tatsu promises to not only save all of his friends, but all Thunder Core humans. 6 years in the future, we see a military airship headed by none other than Shepard, where we see multiple Thunder Core humans imprisoned. Before anyone can blink, the platform collapses and we find out it's Tatsu, who is now known as Red Lightning, here to liberate everyone. After defeating Shepard and freeing everyone, they hijack the airship and begin their journey to rescue the remaining children and all Thunder Core humans. Overall, I thought Red Sprite was okay. Definitely wasn't terrible, but didn't stand out to me much either. The premise is interesting. Having electrical engineering centered battles are very unique, but I can understand why that could come across as boring for many readers. In a general sense,
I don't think that would be boring because, like, think of it. As kids growing up, when you saw Fullmetal Alchemist, they use a bunch of science terms and stuff and put a little fantasy in it, and people still thought if you was an alchemist, you can actually do all these crazy things. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I guess in a weird way, yeah.
The series reminds me of what you would get when you combine the Promised Neverland with Fire Force.
Yes.
Kids rescuing other kids from being used and abused by the elite, and everyone's powers are related to electricity in some way. We did get to see another Thunder Core human who could use magnetism, but I see how having such a limited power system could be dull for the series' action. But Red Sprite also has its good qualities as well. For a series with only 14 chapters, it has a surprisingly strong sense of world building, learning about the history of Thunder Cores and how it's advanced society, the political climate of the world and its various kingdoms, many of whom being insanely corrupt as you might imagine, and traveling to different nations assisting them in their wars. And the airship battles are pretty cool too, and isn't really something you get to see in a lot of manga. If Red Sprite was allowed to flesh itself out a bit more, I could see it becoming something. Expanding on Thunder Core abilities and airship battle tactics, while tackling moral dilemmas such as, is it okay for few to suffer to the benefit of many? I'd say if you're bored and want a quick read, then go ahead and check it out, but it's nothing to really go out of your way for. The next Jump series we're going to be discussing is Hungry Joker by Yuki Tabata. Now if that art style or the mangaka's name rings a bell, then you would be right, and that this series is from the same creator as Black Clover. But unlike Black Clover's fantastical magical world, Hungry Joker debuted in 2013 with the world revolving around science. The series opens on a young scientist
says I read this one.
Assistant Chitose,
really
conducting various experiments on a strange
what's your opinion on it, Bri? I want to know your opinion, my bro. What do you think about it? Is it worth the read? Or nah? Tell me, my guy. Share it. This like this. Alright. Put this thing right here. So, good. Good.
Says yeah, but it was a little rushed for obvious reasons.
Okay, I see.
It's not long before they're summoned by the police to examine a glowing corpse they found that they can't understand. Haiji and Chitose arrive at the scene, and while taking a look at the body, we see a woman exclaim that it must be the work of God. Haiji's interest is piqued and decides he'll take the body back to his lab to research and request a $10 million grant to do so. Before getting back to the lab, we're shown a mysterious figure looking down on Haiji from atop the city, wondering to himself if he's a scientist who knows about Eureka. Back in the lab, we see the two conducting the autopsy on the glowing body. During the autopsy, we learn that Haiji has no recollection of his past, his only memory of himself being surrounded by a mountain of glowing corpses and the black apple we saw him experimenting on earlier. Haiji notes that the apple is not normal, and any damage done to it is instantly regenerated. He goes on to explain that the apple is that of the gods and was the same apple that was used by Isaac Newton to discover the laws of gravity, Newton's apple. Haiji clarifies that it wasn't Newton who discovered the laws himself, but the apple that imbued its knowledge of gravity within him once he licked the juice. Now, this isn't addressed in the first chapter, but as the series goes on, we learn that Newton's apple is actually one of the Eureka, and I will address that later in the video. The guy we saw earlier in the chapter looking down at Haiji followed him to the lab and successfully revived the corpse into a monster. While the monster is terrorized in the lab, Haiji is both trying to escape and is becoming equally intrigued by what's happening. The monster ends up causing a massive explosion that ends up resulting in Haiji being impaled by the debris. Seeing no other alternative, Haiji asks Chitose to hand him the apple, and he takes a bite. Biting Newton's apple, Haiji is granted control over gravity, levitating in the air and impaling the monster with the same debris that almost killed him, before focusing the weight of his gravity in a way that splits the monster in half. After the fight, we learn that a secret organization has been made aware that another Eureka has been awakened. Alright, I thought that Hungry Joker was pretty damn good. Black Clover bias aside, Tabata's artwork never fails to impress, and it's cool seeing potential early inspiration
I always
for
feel
Black
like
Clover characters.
I like his one thing about Tabata, his art style is very gothic. It's very like medieval gothic kind of look. It just has that gothic look, like that really haunting looking look. And that's like, I think ultimately on purpose. The way he draws characters and the way they look, very like sharp, yeah.
Says like sharp.
Yeah, very much so.
Such as Vivian and Noelle, Alan with Mira and Yuno with Belle, and lastly Noct and Seki. And while storytelling may not be his greatest strong suit, Tabata's writing always succeeds in keeping you engaged long enough for what he does best, over-the-top abilities. It seems that every time you turn around, Black Clover's characters are either getting a new form, a new weapon, a new spirit, a new whatever, and Hungry Joker seems to follow some of the same trends. Now, after hearing about them so many times with no explanation, Eureka are powerful scientific artifacts, granting the users abilities related to the scientific discovery they're associated with. And this just might be one of the coolest power systems I've ever seen in a manga. Later in the series, we get to see the Hammer of Pythagoras, a philosopher who observed many different frequencies of sound waves, granting the user the power of sound. And the Paints of Landsteiner being the scientist who discovered that there were different blood types, and through the various red hues in his wife's paintings, was able to develop a safe method of blood transfusion. And naturally, this Eureka would grant the user the power to manipulate blood. There's a bunch of Eurekas packed into Hungry Joker's short 24 chapter run that I could get into, but you get the idea. This shit makes science look cool years ahead of Dr. Stone. And aside from the cool power system, I think that the world building and the character designs are what made me enjoy this series so much. Every arc is a new location, and the story takes place in the real world, so we get to see the cast travel from Japan, to the UK, to France, to Italy. Many of the characters we get to watch subscribe to usual shonen archetypes, like the shy and clumsy girl and meager, weak guy, but Haiji and Alan don't fit into that mold. Throughout the entirety of the series, we only see Haiji smile once, and it's in the very last panel, heavily implying we weren't supposed to have seen this until the natural end of the series. Having a shonen main character who virtually shows no emotion and keeps a straight face 90% of the time is a refreshing change of pace from the usual loud and enthusiastic MC we're so used to seeing. It adds a much more serious tone to the character, but at the same time creating plenty of opportunities for very literal, face value comedy. While someone who's read a ton of shonen manga may welcome this type of MC, I can easily see how this could be a turn off to newer readers and how it could have potentially led to the manga's cancellation. This is actually one of the bigger complaints I hear Hungry Joker fans have with Black Clover, saying that Tabata opted to go with the much safer series for the sake of popularity. And then we have Alan, the
do you
wielder
want me
of
to do?
Pythagoras' hammer. On the surface, Alan immediately reminds you of the badass silent type you see in so many series, but as you get to know him, you see that he's much more than that. He's secretly just as scared as the weak guy, only he doesn't let it show, but we get these funny looks into his mind to see what he's really feeling on the inside. I think this is one of my favorite character gags, and for it to be given to such a prominent character is cool to see. I really wish this series would have continued. So many things about it make it stand out to me, but at the same time many of those factors likely contributed to its end. There's so much to this story that I couldn't even get to without making the video longer, and I highly recommend you read it for yourself. And to be fair, if Hungry Joker never got cancelled, we never would have gotten Black Clover, so it's not all bad. And last but not least, we finished this video off with a series known as Golem Hearts. Created by Osuga Gen, Golem Hearts hit Jump's pages back in 2017, also a part of the Jumpstart initiative. This was the series that I was most excited to read out of the three, and it did not disappoint. Our protagonist for Golem Hearts is a young kid named Noah. We open the series seeing him being thrown out of multiple shops, making things terribly worse for people when he was supposed to be helping, largely due to his uncontrollably abnormal strength. The world he lives in is one that revolves around golems, magical clay dolls with no wills or emotions of their own, created only to follow commands and have become an integral part to every field of society, including medicine, the military, and the arts. We're also introduced to Noah's master, the Arcanist Lamach. Arcanists are the people who create golems and make a living maintaining and repairing them using a power known as golem arts. We quickly learn that similarly to Noah, Lamach isn't very good at what he does, causing adverse effects to the golem she's supposed to fix. It is revealed later that Noah is in fact a golem that was created by Lamech, which is villagers confused because unlike other golems, Noah has free will, emotions, and bears an uncanny resemblance to humans. In Lamech's mind, he's nothing but a failure, and Noah believes that if he can help everyone, then it would prove that he isn't. We transition over to see a shady group of people plotting to steal cargo from the village. The next day, the owner of the items drives up to town to find the lead, and Noah admits that he moved the crates that the cargo were in, but didn't take any of the contents. Noah is berated by the owner, realizing that many townspeople dislike and are afraid of him due to being an unusual and rather unhelpful golem. Saddened, Noah runs away, but is followed by Lamech. Feeling useless, Noah tells Lamech that maybe it would be better if he never existed. Lamech immediately shuts him down, reminding him that Noah's helpful personality is the best part about him. Cheered up, it is here that the pair set their goal to become the world's #1 Arcanist, but after realizing that they can't both be #1, Noah decides to aim for #2 to ensure his master takes the top spot. Back at their home, the two are awoken by a small mob led by the man whose cargo is stolen. Lamech approaches him outside and is told that they're here to destroy Noah, as the villagers have been afraid of what he can do as an abnormal golem, and Noah overhears the conversation. Lamech stands his ground, asking the man what he would do if someone came to him and said the same thing about his daughter.
They attacked him.
Lamech is punched by the man, exclaiming his ideals that humans and golems are not the same. Lamech naturally disagrees, stating that no matter what, Noah is his son and would trade his life to save his. In the midst of the altercation, we learn that there's been a kidnapping, and we can see the man's daughter being carried away by a military golem controlled by the true thief. Knowing that Noah is the only one that could save her, Lamech calls him outside and activates Golem Art Acceleration as the man begs for his daughter to be saved. Noah tails the golem at super speed with Lamech on his back, and unable to control his strength, jumps extremely high into the air when dodging an attack. Unable to dodge while in the air, the pair is selflessly driven to save the other. While tanking the explosion for Lamech using his golem body, Lamech activates a level 5 golem art known as Paladin, turning his arm into a sword and cuts the golem in half, saving the child. Upon returning to the village, the man thanks the two for saving his daughter, apologizing to Noah for his harsh treatment. I really enjoyed Golem Hearts, maybe the most out of the three. It has a much warmer atmosphere, having that great balance of silliness and seriousness that I love in shonen. Noah is an extremely lighthearted character, so seeing him juxtaposed to darker parts of the story, like when we see two high-ranking Arcanists impaled in a ruined temple, creates a much greater sense of danger and evil. Fights in Golem Hearts center around the Arcanists and their golems for most fighters, buffing them and directing their attacks with Golem Arts. Noah later learns how to use Golem Arts on himself, making him the most unique fighter among the cast. Many of the golems and Golem Arts we'll see later on are pretty hype, and I would have loved to see how Gen's creativity evolved as the series went on. Unlike the other series in this video, Golem Hearts is the only one that technically has an ending, despite how rushed it may have been. Spoilers for anyone who plans to read Golem Hearts on their own, which I very much recommend that you do. We actually get to see Noah defeat the main villain, whose name is literally Garbo, and actually become the #1 Arcanist before granting the honor to his master Lamek, just as he said he would. What Osuga Gen was able to do in just these 15 chapters makes me wish for another serialization from him. He was actually published a second time in Jump with a new series back in 2021 named Duran Dororan that was unfortunately also axed, but I will be patiently waiting for the day we get a full long-running series from them. As much as we love Jump, we can all admit that they have a tendency to be a little too trigger-happy. I mean, even outside of this list, I can already think of a few series that I would have liked to see flourish for a little while longer.
The middle one.
But at the same time, I do understand that above all else,
The middle one and the one on the
right,
left, the blue arrow.
Readers aren't enjoying the stories, then magazines don't get sold, which means nobody gets paid, which means no manga for us to read. But while accepting that unfortunate reality, we can make it a habit of ours to remember and preserve the series we enjoyed that weren't able to make it, as they're a part of Jump's history as well. Thank you so much for watching. This is actually my first YouTube video, and I appreciate anyone who...
Interesting.
To begin,
Every manga uses this writing technique.
so I need to establish the themes.
I probably recorded this video like 7 different times, and just to try to get I think my thoughts and ideas there clearly. I've put a lot of research into this video, and as someone who is currently writing their own story, I hope that this video actually helps you further understand just the true dichotomy and the true difficulty of writing your own story. Now, that being said, how do you write a compelling tale? How do you write the next Shonen Jump's biggest hit? Well, that's a rather complex question to answer because, believe it or not, Shonen Jump is not the same that it once was. A manga magazine that originally started out in 1968 that very much catered to the younger audience has very much came a long way, bringing us the likes of Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, and the current next gen big 3, Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, and I believe Spy X Family? Yeah, I don't know about that last spot. Maybe Kaiju number 8.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog.
But how do you begin to write something that can give these series a run for their money or just simply be put up there alongside the greats? First, you need to understand that Shonen Jump really doesn't cater to the younger audience as it once did, but rather strikes a perfect balance between attracting two demographics, young teens and young adults. Striking that perfect balance between shonen and seinen. So how do you, as an inspiring author yourself, or an inspiring mangaka, or simply as an inspiring storyteller, begin to strike that perfect balance between not too dark, not too gritty, and not too lovey-dovey? If you were to read Jujutsu Kaisen or The Amazing Chainsaw Man, you would come to realize, hey, there's an actual formula to writing a good series. All you need to do is look at your previous predecessors, and by doing so, you'll notice that most popular series as we speak all use the same formula. I think with the help of breaking down certain series, especially the beginning of them, and just trying to comprehend how did the author encapsulate the audience within chapter 1. I think chapter 1 is probably the most important part of a series because, well, it's pretty much what most people are going to read first. If a series fails to deliver in the first chapter, it is likely to be dismissed quickly. Therefore, understanding how an author captures the audience's attention, the opening chapter is quite essential. Most series are made or broken by chapter 1. If a series can't deliver on chapter 1, well, it just fails and crumbles, because nowadays people have an attention span of a fucking squirrel on mushrooms and crack cocaine, so you can't just sit there and just read a series. A series nowadays has to encapsulate the audience within chapter 1. So how do you actually do so? Well, if you were to actually look at your favorite TV shows, movies, or even your favorite Harry Potter book, all of them pretty much use the same structure. That being is the 3-act structure. But we're talking about Japanese manga.
You mean like the comic book?
Japanese storytelling is a little bit different. It uses what is called Kisho Tenketsu, which is the same equivalent as the Western style of the 3-act structure. Ki being the intro, Sho being the build-up, Ten being the climax, and Ketsu is being the resolution. I'll link various different videos to help you on your storytelling journey below. Make sure you check them out. Kisho Tenketsu and the 3-act structure is really one and the same, where every great story is not written on a whim, but rather it is perfectly crafted and molded to deliver the most it can in the amount of time that it has to encapsulate the reader's attention. Now,
it's not that simple. It's not quite that simple.
Try to fuck me? Because if you fuck me, I will fuck you.
Hey, 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 stop that! You're gonna get me in trouble. No, stop that.
For the beginning part, we're going to be taking a look at Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, Demon Slayer, and to
Chill.
and a few other
Chill. That didn't. TikTok, don't be mad at me. I didn't do that.
All series all follow this kind
Fuck
of
you.
structure. And if you
Oh,
stay to
damn
the
it.
end, I'll show you
Says
the
LMAO.
twist of actually writing a compelling tale.
Okay,
Now, a
nothing bad.
compelling
Okay.
tale could be done through
Okay,
following
everything's
someone's
good. Everything's
passion.
good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
You can follow
We're
a
good.
boy becoming the pirate king that he wants to be, or follow a boy who wants to become the leader of a village, or we simply follow a quirkless boy wanting to become a hero. But the sad part about it is that's the formula of the old days, where series were given time for world building instead of meeting the inevitable acts. Kind of weird to say back in the day, when in reality that's only a couple of years ago. The new formula is to simply catch the audience's attention, give the reader what they want, and give the protagonist a new beginning and a new journey in a much faster pace. The beginning of a series could be pretty much summarized into a call of action. What needs to be done here for us to tag along? What's our compelling desire to move forward and to kind of understand that, oh shit, yeah, I kind of fuck with this guy and I want to go on this journey with him. To jump in, you would need to first analyze page 1 of a series. One of the most important parts is page 1. It is the key highlight of what the story is going to be about. Now, do I think most people actually read past page 1?
Nope.
Sure. But if you're in a bookstore, headed to the manga section,
Fuck your comic every day though. Bookstore, we ain't know where a bookstore was. We right here in front of Barney's and Nobly. Everything. Yo, fuck this book.
to the manga section, as you walk by a couple of goth girls, you're inevitably more nervous than you usually
Why?
are. You grab a volume and then you just skip to page 1. And if it catches your attention, well, you're headed for the self-checkout line because, yeah, you ain't got no pickup game. And believe it or not, most people in a bookstore only jump to page 1. So what does page 1 need to do? It needs to tell us what the story is going to be about in simply 1 page. Now, that's also a rather difficult thing to do. That is quite simple because, well, how the hell are you going to summarize an entire series in 1 page? To be honest with you, that question is for you to answer as a writer, creator, or as an aspiring mangaka. But an easy way to do so is to simply pose a question. What happened here? How did it get like this? And, you know, what, who, where? We need to leave the audience with a question and a promising resolution that if we go on this journey of chapter 1, that the question will be answered. For Jujutsu Kaisen, it's simply
What's in the fucking box?
for Demon Slayer, it's what happened to Nezuko, and for Chainsaw Man is what happened to Denji's left nut. The intrigue of page 1 is sometimes used as a prologue, a scene, and a build-up, or sometimes used as a flashback of sorts. In a sense, we're picking up in the future and reminiscing over the past. What's weird about page 1 is you're always told to never start a novel with a flashback because, well, it's kind of bad writing because you're expecting the reader to form some kind of emotional attachment to a tragic backstory, and since it has already happened, what's the point of going back in time where we could just simply start in the present, if you kind of get what I mean. But I believe in manga it's a little bit different. That kind of format or that kind of criticism doesn't really apply to us because manga is not just words, it's a visual medium. So how could you use a flashback as a build-up to an intensive kind of climactic decision of what something needs to be done here? And that something is by posing a question. What is the series going to be about? What is the resolution? We're setting up a scene and we're setting up an outcome to thus question. Page 1 simply needs to just pose a question. At least in my personal opinion, that's the easiest way. Now, you could introduce things like the world and the power system and so on, but to be honest with you, I don't think people care much about power systems. Power systems can only be so interesting unless you're going to be the new founder of a brand new NEN system, which is pretty much highly unlikely. You just can't be like, well, the power system in this world is cool because we use magic. Well, my friend, welcome to the fucking party. I think page 1 should be a summarization of what chapter 1 is going to be about, and it needs to set the tone. I don't think starting off a series lighthearted when the series is going to be fucking dark is going to be a real good thing for you, because, well, you know, you're promising a somewhat of a lighthearted tale, and in a sense, you're betraying the audience when you deliver a backstabbing, gruesome outcome. Insert berserk meme.
Still look forward to working with you, John. I mean that. You want a coffee? Well, I don't know.
Most series actually do a great job, even Berserk, contrary to popular belief. Page 1 of Berserk is somewhat perfect in my personal opinion. Basically, it's Guts shagging it up with a beautiful lady, but she turns out to be Demon-chan, who pretty much wants to rip his fucking head off. And as she's about to kill our protagonist, he puts the bazooka in her mouth in the following pages. As she says, "You have fallen into my trap, fool," and as Guts states the famous words to a beginning of a long journey and probably one of the most infamous and greatest stories ever written, "The only one trapped here is you, bitch." Now, look, do I think page 1 or the beginning sequence needs to be as wild and as crazy as Berserk? I don't think so. Starting off a series where your main protagonist is balls deep in one of the, I guess, the antagonists or one of the foes in the very beginning is probably not the best idea unless you can really pull that shit off. But in my personal opinion, it is actually perfect. Pretty much summarizing the series.
Oh, that was
idea
fun.
of betrayal. What the series is exactly going to be about: being comfortable with someone, letting your guard down, and then boom, betrayal happens. Page 1 could be whatever you want it to be, but please don't have your character balls deep in the antagonist in the beginning, as the likelihood of you getting away with it are slim to none. And that's the kind of story you want to write. You could even look at Full Metal Alchemist's page 1. How could this have happened? It shouldn't have happened. A painless lesson is one without any meaning. One who doesn't sacrifice anything can't achieve anything. You know what I mean? Now, if you enjoyed this video thus far, drop your boy a like and a sub, and trying to make it past 100 subscribers, hopefully. One of the things that I truly do hate is beginning a manga in an action scene. There's no fucking way I'm gonna get attached to this character based upon how hard they can punch, or the interesting power system that the author thinks they are introducing to the world. As ironic as it sounds, you're always told to begin a series with action. I feel like action should be followed up by the next couple of pages. Page 1 should be tame and tells its own little tale of what happened here, posing the question, leading us to go answer it in chapter 1. Now, does the question need to be fully answered in chapter 1?
No.
Probably not, but it has to come to its own little conclusion. Now, moving forward, we have the introduction phase, where we introduce the protagonist, and if you haven't done so on page 1, you probably should. And the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, manga in theory and practice, it states that you should and must introduce the protagonist in the beginning, at least in the first page or two.
There's a book on that? Wait, what? Let me see. Wait, there's a book on that? Thank you for liking stream. Sick bet. Basil? Basil? There's a book on that? I might buy that book.
Answered in chapter 1? Probably not, but it has to come to its own little conclusion. Now, moving forward, we have the introduction phase, where we introduce the protagonist, and if you haven't done so on page 1, you probably should. And the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, manga in theory and practice, it states that you should and must introduce the protagonist in the beginning, at least in the first page or two. As the audience is like, yo, who's our guy? Who are we following? And who are we looking forward to? And, you know, who should we give a shit about? Then we move forward into kind of what is known as the actual introduction phase. Hold on, let me take a little fucking breather.
Oh god, not this thing. Jesus Christ. No. This thing is a...
What's going on, Benny? Been working my ass off on this manga script. You know how many pages I got? 19.
That a lot or a little?
These manga writing books tell you need about 65 pages for the first chapter, another maybe 45 for the second chapter, and another maybe like 25 for the third chapter. If you're ripping off another fucking author, kid, I would never do that, Paulie. I bought Clip Studio Paint and everything. I thought it would help. I don't know what I'm doing.
My advice, put that thing down a while. We go get our joints capped, and tomorrow, the words will come blowing out your ass.
What?
Paulie, you ever feel like nothing good was ever gonna happen to you?
Yeah, and nothing did. So what?
Where's my arc, Paulie? In these manga books, every character has an arc. Like, for example, you got Naruto, the kid on the swing. You know what I'm saying? The village hated him. Everybody fucking looked down on him. He grew up, made some friends, got stronger. So got a demon up his ass. And then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? He defeats pain with Takuno no Jutsu. He fucking saves the village. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. You know, that's his arc.
You understand?
Like, every character has an arc, Paulie. Like Naruto, fucking Bleach, Ichigo, whatever the fuck. He starts down here and he ends up here. Where's my arc, Paulie? Listen, kid, that man tells whatever. The demon boy's power, whatever. Those are make believe.
Hey, I got no arc either.
Says that dang swing.
Spent a few
This is funny.
years in the army, a few more in the can, and here I am, a half-a wise guy. So what?
After we introduce the protagonist.
Oh man, we gotta leave. We gotta leave Will Smith alone, man. We're gonna kill this man one day. We need to leave this man alone. Listen, I already made my peace with this man. This is wild. We need to leave this man alone.
What's important is introduce the essential conflict.
Says not the pain will
Introducing
smith.
the protagonist early on is very much a crucial part. Now, in many successful manga, the introduction phase often involves a loss or a harsh reality that shakes the protagonist's world. It creates a sense of urgency and it sets the stage for the protagonist to begin their journey. Now, do I think someone needs to always fucking die in the beginning of a series? I don't believe so. Now, you don't need to follow this formula, but it is the protagonist being hit with reality, and that reality sometimes is much crueler than a child's imagination. One of the most important things to realize is, oh shit, this guy's whole world just got flipped upside down. Now, do you need to go as bizarre and as crazy, for example, as Attack on Titan or something like that? I don't think so. You could just simply be tame and somewhat, not lighthearted, but just address the fact that the protagonist has dealt with loss. But rather, in many successful manga, the introduction phase does often involve a loss or a harsh reality that shakes the protagonist's world. It creates a sense of urgency and it sets the stage for the protagonist to begin their journey. One of the other things that you need to understand is conflict is the driving force of any story, and without it, the plot lacks and tension and interest very much crumbles. Conflict propels the story forward and keeps the readers engaged. By showing that the protagonist struggles against their own conflict and fights against their own ideals, the story gains depth. While there are common structures and techniques used in various successful manga, each series and each story to their own, because each of them have their own unique elements and storytelling style. So finding the right balance between what you need to do and establishing these formulas and injecting them originally is key to creating a compelling tale. And yet again, that's for you as the pilot or as someone who's crafting this amazing, spectacular world for you to come to the conclusion of.
I think story.
For the first example, that
I honestly believe story writing is the most scariest thing, other than drawing something. Because most people will be wowed by your drawings anyway. Because most people can't draw or don't want to draw, don't have the time, or just don't think it's as important. But it's cool to see. But when it comes to writing, I think that's scarier than the actual thing, because when you put it in the context like this, it's like okay, look at those manga, those canceled manga shows, mangas, that got canceled by Shonen, right? They had pretty strong premises, but they still wasn't good enough, and that's scary. That's pretty scary because it's still not good enough. And those people probably put their hearts and souls in that one shot of what could have been. You know what I'm saying? Look at Kishimoto when he made Samurai 7, the guy who made Naruto. His thing got canceled. And remember, this is a veteran, world-renowned man who knows who this person is. But everyone knows who Kishimoto is. Right? So, if you're a Naruto fan, say. But, that makes it very frustrating to know that no one is safe just because you have a successful series that's going to guarantee sales. So that's pretty scary within itself.
We're going to take a look at is the amazing Jujutsu Kaisen, and page 1, as I told you, pretty much just states what's in the fucking box. There was something that was supposed to be there, and we're actually not introduced to the main protagonist right away, but rather we're introduced to Megumi. Later on page 2, I believe we're introduced to our main protagonist, which is Itadori. He's introduced in his little book club, and yeah, he dabbles with ghosts and shit, playing the Ouija board and trying to fucking conjure up a spirit until, his class is threatened that it's going to be taken over by the girls' track and field team, as not that many people are in this club, and I believe he's missed some kind of paper or sorts. And pretty much we need it for the girls' track and field team, as the field in itself is causing people to go sick. See, a conflict is born, and his club is threatened, and he needs to go solve it. And the only way to resolve this little conflict is by him competing against his PE teacher in a shot put contest. A battle between Yuji and his little PE teacher, that if Yuji wins, he is left alone to play with his little Ghostbuster buddies. And if he loses, well, he has to join Usain Bolt and crew in the track and field club. But in the background, another conflict is arising to our attention. The field that we were warned about is making people sick because a cursed spirit is hanging there on top of the field goal. And Yuji has to go solve this conflict by participating in this little shot put contest of who can throw the ball the furthest, and it is solved kind of right away. It turns out, yeah, Yuji's extremely fucking athletic, and yeah, he chucks that shit all the way across the panel, and that's it. The resolution is solved. So we have the introduction to the character, what they like and what they're doing, and we have a basic kind of conflict. See, conflict drives stories, and without conflict, no fucking story would ever exist, because nobody cares about happy-go-lucky times without the idea of conflict. Conflict is the driving force of any story, and without it, plot lacks and tension and interest very much crumble. Conflict propels the story forward and keeps the reader engaged, carrying us seamlessly from one part of the story to another, eventually leading us to the climax. And without the protagonist continuing to struggle against their own ideals, we the audience begin to realize, yo, the story is beginning to crumble on itself. Now, I'm gonna jump over to Chainsaw Man because I want you to see its introduction. We're introduced to the idea of devil hunters and the idea that, yeah, Denji is pretty much fucking owned by the Yakuza, so much that he needs to
Says which anime is this?
Pay some debt, and no matter what he does, he will always kind of live in a poverty-like state because he owes so much money to the Yakuza due to his deadbeat father, leaving him with a ton of debt. Right, a traditional anime trope if you were to ask me, but rather used seamlessly and rather effectively. And it's kind of sad because his father left him with
says that a known user for 5 Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man has a much faster pace of the 3-act structure or the Kisho Tenketsu, as it solves it within the first couple of pages, because, you know, by page 21, Denji's fucking killed off by the Yakuza, as they kind of find him useless because it turns out hunting tomato devils, as we come to find out, is not that lucrative to them.
Says teach I finished the commission OC character sheet.
And
says thank you. I have heard of that but never watched.
He is betrayed by the people he's enslaved to, and the only thing that he really cares about.
Did you know the one that you was working on? You told me about. How'd it go? But never watched.
About is having a good meal and hopefully one day shagging it up with a nice lady like our friend Guts. But for now, he just wants a hug and a nice slice of bread with some jam on top of it. But he's about to die, and the only thing that he thinks about is his little best friend Pooch. Now, I'm not gonna go over the entire backstory of them because that would simply take too long. So I think the conflict is his internal ideals that he'll never live a teenage kind of lifestyle, somewhat meeting its climax when he's
says not mine. It was once someone had commissioned me for a little while ago.
Moment as both Pooch and him lie in a dumpster. The words
says I show you on Instagram.
I'll give you my heart in exchange. Show me your dreams. So what do we have? We have an intro, we have a build up, we have conflict, and then we have the resolution where in a sense he becomes the Chainsaw Man massacre. Literally. Now, this story very much follows the basic idea of tropes. We have a boy that wants to live a normal life, but due to outside circumstances, he is forced into the world of devil hunters and so forth, left by the death of his father and left with no one else in a small shack. Now, each story plays around with the 3-act structure or the Kisho Tenketsu differently, as some authors choose to make the introduction much longer, as you saw with the introducing the club, introducing the different events that are going on in the background, and introducing the idea of the world and the idea of cursed spirits. Then you have stories like this one where it's quite simple. We're introduced to one major conflict, and the minor conflict is he just wants to cop a field. The dude has sold one of his bullocks and he can still use the other one, and he is very much looking forward to growing up and finally getting a girlfriend and maybe getting a nice home and having a nice meal. Yet again, that just doesn't happen. Well, that's kind of the internal debate. He just wants a kind of a somewhat traditional trope to live a normal life in such an abnormal world. Each story has a different kind of merit to it and presents its ideas a little bit differently. We have the introduction, we have minor conflict, and we have the lead up to the major conflict, or rather the climax, and then hopefully the resolution. But if we jump back to Jujutsu Kaisen, that is losing Itadori's grandpa. It's not very much an emotional scene, but it's one that pretty much hits the spot right on. You're a strong kid, help others, and don't die alone. He's confronted with the idea of loss, and then followed up by the climax, which is like, yo, his little conjuring buddy's totally fucked up, and it turns out what was in the box originally was a cursed object that they actually stole. And that was pretty much the answer to our question. What was inside the box? He's confronted with the idea of loss, just like Denji, and then he is hit by the climax, which is like, oh, his little conjuring buddy's totally fucked up and stole the cursed finger. And on top of that, they're peeling that shit off like a banana and trying to figure out what's inside the seal. And it turns out to be one of Sukuna's 20 fingers, a very dangerous cursed object that attracts all sort of weird things to it. That's the answer to our question, which was posed in the very first page, which is what's inside the box. Building this up to the climax, or where he in a sense has to go save his buddies, but he later finds out that a curse can only be exercised by a cursed energy, and or rather another curse. So he in a sense has to become the very thing that he is trying to defeat. So he ends up eating that shit up like a munch, and he becomes Sukuna. But you see, Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't give us the resolution.
really just said that. Bro really just sat there and said that.
Says like a what?
He really just sat up there and said that shit. Yo. This fucking generation, I swear. They just have no class. Yo, I tell you something. Yo, you kids fucking lack class as shit. I hate y'all. Oh, bro. He said like a munch. If y'all know what that is, you know what that is. If you know what that is, you know what that is. I'm not gonna tell you. Look it up your damn self. Oh my god. Warlock. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me.
Says you thought I was feeling you.
You thought I was feeling you? No, you motherfucker, you a munch. You's a munch. Bro. Oh shit, that term, I swear I hate y'all. I didn't realize more y'all. I can't. Oh shit. Oh Jesus. Alright, let me see. Oh bro. I swear. So this is what Ari made. Wait, Ari, do you want it to be seen? Do you want it to be seen for the world to see? Do you want the world to see what this is? Or no? Because some people are kind of like, She's tired. Photo. She sent me a photo. I don't know what that is. Okay, then yeah, with the 10 books I sent on.
Says Aaron, are you still here?
Okay. Anyway, she said. Oh, I'm sorry. She said, "Fuck, where's the food?" I think she walked away. We'll show it off later. When she comes back, just let her know. I guess she walked away.
That Chainsaw Man did, where he in a sense becomes the Chainsaw Man, and then he goes apeshit and kills all the people that have been kind of enslaving him for the past couple of years. But instead it ends off in a cliffhanger where Yuji has become a curse himself and thus needs to be exercised under the Jujutsu Kaisen's rulebook. We have a continuous build up to the climax, and then we have a cliffhanger. But if we go back to Chainsaw Man, what ends up happening to Denji is he becomes Chainsaw, then he eventually gets what he wanted, a hug from a girl in the end of the chapter, and a promise for a good meal. You have the introduction, introducing characters, minor conflicts, and then there has to be somewhat of a kind of loss. I don't think it has to be 100% all the time where somebody has to fucking die in chapter 1, or we need to go to such extremes, but to each writer their own. As I've told you, the key to a successful introduction is the idea of loss. It doesn't need to happen all the time, but rather it's a great keystone that could help you structure a better story. It really depends on what kind of writer
I get what you're saying. Okay, so it's the guidebook of making it into a one shot without making it into a series at the same time. So it's like introduce the character, give the character a conflict or a story or whatever, and then at the end of the episode it should be an ending, but yet not at the same time. So it's like it's not supposed to be open for interpretation for it to have a continuation, but it's like you said, like Denji wanted a hug from a girl, or at least from a girl or something, because he never got to. So after him getting his abilities, that was not what he wanted or cared for. All he cared for was a hug from a female. So even though he got exhausted fighting the zombies or whatever the case may be, he got this hug. So it's an ending to the resolve of the. It's the small resolve that it is the ending of a conflict that the hero wanted. He got what he wanted, and that should be just it within that episode. But the possibility of the hug could lead to something more. But he got the hug, so like it's opening the question without also opening the book at the same time. So like it's to save you the heartache or the headache of it's one shotting what the book actually is. It's trying to teach you to build a story without building a series. Build a small stories into a series, but don't make the series into the story. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to anyone who's listening to this?
I feel like when you stick true to a story, the reader always understands that, hey, this guy is not writing this out of a 3-act structure, but rather that's what the story's about. Quote unquote, tragedy builds upon misery, and misery builds upon mystery, and mystery builds upon
That's what it means.
the need to go forward.
I was not
without
following
tragedy
at
and
first,
without
but I got
loss,
it now.
life is meaningless. I think sometimes we're comfortable and we think the good times will last forever, but life sometimes has other plans. Then you have Demon Slayer, which, yeah, you have Tanjiro, whose his entire family's fucking slaughtered from the get-go. They get killed by demons, and now he has to go protect and save his sister, who has now become the very thing that has slaughtered his family, a demon herself. And the only way to do so, or to kind of begin this quest, is to become a Demon Slayer himself, causing us to go on this long quest of Tanjiro helping cure his sister of this quote-unquote disease, and also getting somewhat of a revenge against the demons for killing his family. Secret formula, or the secret sauce, the thing that I promised you in the end, thing that's pretty much everybody knows, but now it seems it is so intrigued in our stories that we just don't really bat an eye to it. It's the MC needs to get his demon boy powers at the end. That's been the overall fucking greatest thing to ever come out of Shonen Jump, in my personal opinion, since fucking whichever series that you have come to love, because it is the easiest way to get the audience hyped for a new journey. It's a corkless boy becoming a hero, it's a cursed boy becoming a curse himself, it's Tanjiro picking up the hamlet or picking up the sword and fighting against demons, becoming a Demon Slayer himself. Now, does the MC necessarily need to obtain a new power? No, but you could just look at sales, and you could just look at intrigue for a new series, and just come up with the conclusion yourself that it is very much an essential for today's writing. Leading us to another great example, which is Kaiju number 8. Now, I'm gonna simply gloss over the series, because as you can see, we're just simply glossing over them. Kaiju number 8 is pretty much does the same shit. It deals with a kind of quote-unquote an adult for once. Surprisingly, I believe he's 32, and who kind of failed at his pursuit of becoming a part of the Survey Corp and going to face Titans. And as he goes to face Titans, he begins to realize, yeah, I couldn't pass my driver's test, and now I have to kind of clean up after the Survey Corp, or rather the Defense Corp in this world. Now, by all means, I don't want to shit on this series. I feel like sometimes when I read brand new series, and sometimes I always check the comments just to see how the audience's reaction. But what's always weird is series are always fundamentally compared one another. You dissect hundreds of series. You could look at any story and be like, well, this reminds me of this. This is Chainsaw Man at home. This is Jujutsu Kaisen at home, which is basically a letdown and a critique by the audience that this series is very much not the McDonald's that I wanted, but rather what the food we got at home is. I think most of the time we're so critical because we've become accustomed and we've enjoyed so many great series. There's only so many stories that can be told. To sit here and say that a new series will be born out of sheer fragmentation, out of sheer will, and out of sheer nothingness is kind of rather idiotic, because, well, humanity has existed for so long and every single fucking story has been told. It's the idea that stories are all different when in reality they're not. They all follow the same kind of structure, whether we have the passing of someone or losing someone in general. Or sometimes it could just be the idea of, hey, I'm a failure in life and I wish I could have pursued my dreams, which is what Kaiju number 8 tries to preach to you in chapter 1. And I think that's what really sets it apart. It kind of knows that it's using the same kind of formula for other stories, and I think that's completely fine. And then it ends up with a rather climactic fashion where, in a sense, he still wants to pursue his dreams, but now he has obtained a new power, aka now he's a fucking kaiju himself. In all honesty, is this the best formula for writing stories? In my opinion, yes and no. You can pretty much see it dabbled in every series that you've come to love. You can even see it outside of Shonen Jump in one of the funnest series that I've come to read. And to be honest with you, I was surprised that it was seinen. Now I'm gonna spoil chapter 1 for you, but in reality it's the same kind of build-up. We have a girl who is obsessed about magic and how magic is amazing and spectacular, but in this world only people that can use magic are are witches, and if you aren't born a witch, you may never become one. And her intrigue and her fantasy and her desperation that she has to come with internal conflict that if you're never born into something, you will never become it. It's a diluted question because, well, if you're never born into an artistic family, can you pursue art? And I don't think that's actually true. We the audience know that's kind of bullshit. No matter what you are, you'll never become a witch. If you're never born into something, you'll never become it. Which is a diluted question in itself because if you're never born in Japan and you're not Japanese, does that mean you can't pursue making manga? I don't think so, and surprisingly, Shueisha doesn't either. By the way, they've opened creator side for the Westerners as well, so you can publish your stories on there. There's one thing that I'll always say is if you want to become something, as long as you're willing to pursue it and put your heart into it, you could fucking do it. Which is really just an overall statement for life, and that's kind of the thing that Coco, our protagonist, has to deal with. Then she meets someone who comes over to her little hut, and then things kind of begin to escalate as he needs a carpet of sorts. As she's been always interested in witches, she expresses her frustration to him, and as events later trickle and the conflict is born, the carriage that he has came on breaks down and needs to be fixed. Turns out that no worries, rest assured, Professor Quiffrey is here, and it turns out, yeah, he's a witch himself. Problem is, he can only draw when people aren't looking, so they don't learn the ways of being a witch. Fair. So he goes inside the little shop her mother owns, and he asks everybody to leave. Inside a room, he begins to draw a magic spell, and yeah, it turns out Coco is a little spy as she's spying on him because she always wanted to see a witch in action. As she sees him and she sees him draw a basic kind of circle, she realizes that, hey, once upon a time, a minor conflict was born. When she was little, she went to a fair and she ran into another witch, someone who gave her a magical book that teaches her how to do magic. As long as she's willing to learn, she could use it. So out of sheer frustration and out of being constantly told that she can never become a witch, she believes that, hey, I don't believe in this
Says
notion.
cheese.
If I can draw it, I could do it. She ends up using the power that the other witch gave her, given to her by someone who's willing to break the rules. Yet again, those who don't understand witchcraft or understand the process of making magic should never use it so blindly, as it comes at the cost of her mother becoming
Says my
stone
back
statue.
hurts.
She realizes the only way to undo this
Why?
mistake
What's
to
wrong?
go on this journey of becoming a witch herself and obtaining magic in order to save her mother. And that's kind of the overall summary. We have an internal conflict with a character that wants to become a witch, but the world doesn't let her. And then we have a kind of a somewhat climax where she ends up using magic in a ignorant kind of sense, where she ends up hurting her mother.
Says you changed her tail like you said it was too long.
Events, and I'm pretty
Yes,
much
I'm gonna be
summarizing
changing the
it
tail.
in a couple of sentences. Now, there's a lot that I'm not saying in this video
I ain't
because if
gonna
I
do
were
that
to
yet.
actually break down how to actually write the next biggest hit, it would probably take 10 hours to do so. You're dealing with character design, you're dealing with world building, you're dealing with the setting, and one of the most important parts is what fucking age are you gonna choose? Are you gonna choose a much older guy? Or are you gonna choose someone in the middle? Or are you gonna do a Kaiju number 8 situation? I think one of the most important things is to realize its simplicity but its complex nature. Rather simple in notion, but in execution you could see sometimes how it could dwindle and fall apart. I think the idea is to stick true to a story.
Says
Do you need to
okay,
have
no,
someone
I was just
motherfucking
saying.
die in the beginning of a chapter? Yes and no. It really just depends on the kind of series you're going for. I think loss is important. I mean, without loss and without death, you'll never truly learn to appreciate life. That's the kind of same thing that should be told in
Says
stories.
it
You should
beanbag
never
nice
shy
new
away from the idea of
PFP.
loss. And sometimes you have to do it in a chapter 1 kind of fashion.
Says him
to
back.
calculate the reason to move forward. Why should we go on this journey with the protagonist? I think if we stick to a comfortable kind of storytelling manner, stories tend to fall apart. In my personal opinion, the easiest way to simply write the next Shonen Jump's biggest hit, or in all honesty, to write a good story,
Says it
is
bright
if you
for close
follow the
think,
3-act
why
structure or the
you?
Kisho Tenketsu. The introduction, the build up, the wind up, the climax, and then finally the resolution. Use the characters. Make sure you simply highlight the importance of page 1, encapsulate that feeling, and then 2 is minor conflict leading us to the climax. As conflict should be intertwined with each other, and we should be able to resolve these conflicts, whether that being good or bad. Then 3, the climax has to deliver. And then finally 4, the resolution has to come with the power, which is pretty much the secret sauce, the demon boy powers. Quote unquote, the MC needs to get some kind of magical ability in the end. If some wanted it or some simply lusted for it, but most have to pick it up. It's a decision that the MC will have to kind of learn to live with, whether that being good or bad. I think that's the easiest way to write the next compelling kind of tale. You'll see
Says,
this
hey,
only
Bry,
kind
who
of
do you
sprinkled
like?
all
You
over
know,
the
in a
media.
has-been
It's the new
hotel.
kind of way of storytelling, but yet again, it has always existed. It is just very much in a faster paced kind of manner nowadays, especially since you have such a fine amount of time to encapsulate the audience's attention. Now, one thing that I do hate about this is you have such a limited amount of time to create create a sense of depth or sense of feel to a character. The most difficult thing to do is to make someone give a shit about a series or to make someone give a shit about anything at all, especially since we have an overabundance
Just got done
amount of
watching
stories
Solo
that have
Leveling
came
sub.
out, that have concluded, and that are continuously coming out every single day. And to make someone care about the next MC, the next fucking Naruto, the next Luffy, a rather difficult thing to do, because, well, you have to look at it from the audience's point of view. Why should I care? And that reason is simply the thing that you have to answer as a writer and as a creator. I think take this mold and break it 1,000 times over and try to make it your own, because if you simply copy another series, you'll be critiqued, and then they'll be like, oh, this reminds me of this and this reminds me of that, when in reality all of them actually follow the same formula and follow the same setup. I think that's completely okay. I don't think you should reinvent the wheel. Most stories and most writing techniques are all the same. Thousands of stories have came out already, and to sit here and say you're gonna create something from scratch without inspiration from anything else or without just taking the mold of something else is kind of hypocrisy on its own. Someone who's just being ignorant in a sense, as you were just saying, I'm just gonna create something out of nothingness. When in reality, we've all been inspired by something. But I think that's the true beauty of it. This formula is there for you to use it, but this formula is also there for you to break it as well. I love when I read a story and it leads me to expect one thing, but then as I begin to expect that one thing, it breaks that mold. And then we go in an entirely different trajectory, and then that's how the author ends up hooking me right from the beginning. Use this formula, and remember, this isn't fucking math class. There isn't only one answer, but rather multiple. So in my humble and honest opinion, writing stories could be broken down to its simplicity. So let's build up, let's wind down, let's find a resolution, and who knows, you might be the next person to make it up there with the Shonen Jump's biggest hits. Now, like I said, I do find a lot of issues with this kind of formula. You're forced to kind of condense all this information into 65 pages. What is something that should be rather 3 chapters is forced to be in 1. And I think that's kind of the downfall of
Says
the
it
formula.
being
So much
baggage
happens at
between
times,
angel
at
dust
times
and
you can ask
Lucifer.
yourself, well, I did read 65 pages, but I didn't have much time to connect with the characters. I didn't have much time to kind of understand them and see their worldview, and to be honest with you, that's just difficult on its own. Downfall, or rather the hypocrisy of this, is it tends to hook the audience right away, but we're forced to kind of write in such a faster pace. When something should have taken 3 chapters is crammed into 1, you'll get those who say, well, that felt rather rushed. And to be honest with you, they're kind of right. Most writers nowadays are kind of forced into jumping to the point, get to the point, don't take too long, which sometimes is pitiful and sometimes doesn't give a rather exploration to characters and rather exploration to the world. Yet again, that's for you as a writer to come to the conclusion on your own. Like I told you, this is a formula for chapter 1, but rather you can see how you can space this out into 2 chapters or 3. Now, personally, I am writing my own story, and I do like to do this on my spare time. And if you are interested in following the behind the scenes of what it's like to write a quote-unquote manga, make sure you follow the boy, and yeah, I'll be showing you how I've used this 3-act
I'm not gonna
structure.
lie. I don't have no problem with American writers try to write their own thing, but I'd rather listen to the Japanese, the originators. It makes more sense. I started realizing this more and more. Like, I don't even listen to American art tutorials. I watch those Japanese ones when they're talking Japanese. Now, the annoying thing about that is they're speaking a different language, and you're using captions to know what they're saying, and sometimes even the translator is not that accurate. So what you can do is, like, you have the captions on, then you go to show me the transcript, and then you copy and paste everything that's said in the transcript and put it in ChatGPT. You'll get 3 different versions of what's being said, but you'll get a good idea. Sometimes some of them just doesn't make absolutely no sense.
Says it Brightriclo so interesting I like Sarah. A luster I think that how you say his name and angel too.
Huh. So like it depends. Really, it just depends on that. I'd rather just listen to the actual manga. Terror. How to use top 5 worst story tropes.
Says ye true teach.
Live and
It just makes more sense.
with YouTube TV.
Shonen is a demographic of Japanese comics that has taken the world by storm, especially in recent years. Ongoing manga series like Jujutsu Kaisen and One Piece trend on social media platforms each and every week when new chapters release. Anime films like the first Slam Dunk and Demon Slayer Mugen Train broke records at the box office when they released internationally. Most recently, the Netflix live-action adaptations of One Piece and Yu Yu Hakusho have made national headlines as new fans were introduced to shonen stories. It is no secret that shonen is the most popular demographic of anime and manga. Even if you aren't a fan, I'm sure you have heard of at least one of these influential titles like Dragon Ball, Bleach,
Says,
Naruto,
wait, did you do a
Yu-Gi-Oh!,
video on
Chainsaw
PWS
Man, My
video
Hero
of him
Academia,
drawing?
Hunter x Hunter, Black Clover, or
Wait,
Full
did
Metal
you do a
Alchemist.
video
With
on
that being
PWS?
said,
No,
there
not
are
yet.
a few stereotypes and tropes in shonen manga and
I was gonna
anime that
bring it
are a
up,
bit
but I don't
outdated.
know if it
In
makes
today's video,
sense now. I want to bring it up, but I want, because he mentioned some stuff. You know what? Fuck it. No, I'll just bring it up anyway. Screw it. Because it's never gonna be at the right time.
Says you should play it.
Drawing. It's hard. Here's a picture I drew when I was 7 years old. It's me and my dad showering. What's the problem? I know what you're thinking. Endless potential in this young artist. The truth is, I always liked drawing. I just never practiced it. So in my last video, I decided to try and practice drawing every day for 30 days.
Ooh, what does that sound like? What does that sound like, students? What does that sound like, students?
And I realized this is amazing. I'm having so much fun. And I could compare the result when I started to after 30 days, and it was a big difference. So it really made me motivated to keep going, and especially with everyone in the comments being so supportive.
Says hello.
Therefore, I continued, and we're at day 100. I drew every day for 100 days. So let's look at the result.
Whoa!
Did we have the same kind of improvement, or have I peaked? Let's check it out.
Switched over to Twitch.
Here we are. I'm so excited because I purposely have not looked at these old ones as well, so we can hopefully experience this together. Just for reference, this is where I started off at day 0, and this is where we left off at day 30. I really didn't like these. I bought these markers or pens to fill in. I thought it would automatically make it better, but it was just really hard. You know, 5 days after I'd done my video, I felt like I just lost sort of what I had gained. Like, I was so mad about it, and I felt like a fraud. Like, oh, did I just trick everyone? Because I couldn't draw anymore.
Says teach
So
switch
I
the
kept
tab.
going, and I tried to draw as much as I had time to do.
Wait, what? Teach, switch the tab.
Says switch the tab.
What the hell? Why isn't that? That's weird. Whoa, whoa. What the hell? Oh. Stupid. I'm such an idiot. Hold on. Hold on.
Says we can't see the video.
I know, I get it, I get it. I'm stupid. Fuck. Wait, hold on. What is it? I'm confused. What the hell? No, it's on the thing. Why is it the fucking thing?
What the hell is even that?
Hold on, hold on. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. X this out. X this out. Keep that open. What's this? Okay. X this out. Keep that. Why is it not? Probably glitched. Yeah, it glitched. That's what happened. There we go. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Stupid.
Do and slowly gain back my momentum. I draw Momo here because Marcette wanted me to, and she drew Momo as well. I added it to the end. Oh yeah, so my favorite rhythm game is called Tunithum Sun, and they have these characters that are really interesting because they're so detailed and fun and weird. So I really like drawing these, and I feel like I got the proportions decent enough, which I couldn't do before. So yeah, I love drawing these. It's fun to try out different styles. I have not developed my own, and I'm just trying to draw different things that I see and like as much as possible. And that's what everyone told me as well. The best way to improve is draw from reference.
Says
so
TBH
I drew
is
these super
actually
quick,
really good
and
at
I felt
drawing.
like they were kind of fun and weird. Had a day. So
Says
sad.
specially
ending.
color theory.
Anyway, I finished the book. I never thought I would.
See what he did? He didn't draw random stupid shit. This is why I keep telling you guys, stop worrying about things that is not important, like art style. That shit is so annoying. I have to do a YouTube video on this. I have to do a dedicated video on talking about the art style complex problem. I have a thumbnail that's ready to go on that. I have to make the video. I have to do a whole 10 to 15 minute explanation and rant on why the art style thing is such a poison to beginners. It's not even funny. See how this man is not talking about art style? He's talking about getting better. Now, what he did is he focused on just drawing, and it looked like he just stood on one particular subject. It is a female, long hair, and usually it's from the shoulders to the body. Now, I wouldn't recommend him to draw the body. I would just start from the head all the way down from each body part. But the fact that he stood on subject shows that he improved. This is the shit I keep telling you guys, and you guys keep doing other things like drawing backgrounds and shit, and then asking me a lot of crazy questions, and then don't remember the question, don't remember the thing you was drawing 10 days ago. Like that, this is the thing I keep telling you. Stop worrying about things that is not important. So like I told you guys, the whole thing I keep mentioning to you guys all the time is the 8 fundamentals, which I will be doing a video eventually soon. I gotta stop streaming every day, but I have to do the video. And the video is the idea of, first it is shapes. Then next should be form.
Says
Then
yes.
It should be the next one should be gesture. If we're talking about bodies and stuff, gesture, right? Because if you do these 3 first things, this will mostly answer majority of your questions on most things. Because what shapes do, it builds the idea of what anything is. So like if you're looking like at a car, you can at least build out in your head it's a bunch of squares, right, and a circle on 4 ends of the wheels, right? And then the next thing, like your shapes, like your squares, triangles, circles, and then your form is the next thing compared to this. This is the stepping stone to this is your cubes, your prisms, and your spheres, right? And then gesture is the combination of these things with the idea of flow. Because the idea of flow is the idea of action. The action line. It's that thing when you turn like this and then you start making a shape around said thing to give it whatever movement. Let's use the beanbag method because most of you like mentioning that to me. Like the beanbag method. So you make the line of action, and then you combine your shape with your form by putting some form on the beanbag. It has some form of flow. So these 3 things will add up to this. And then when you get this, you use something called balance. Now this is mostly for people who are on digital. So you have the ability to flip the canvas. So when you flip the canvas, it'll let you know what side looks awkward. So if you flip your canvas of your drawing, right? If you flip the canvas on your drawing, it will tell you if it looks right. If it looks awkward and strange and weird on left side compared to the right side you were stuck on, that proves that something's wrong with it. It needs balance. Balance is the idea of patting. It's like a sandcastle. It's literally, I say this all the time, it's like a little sandcastle when you go to the beach and you put it in the bucket and you flip it over and you got a sandcastle that's kind of broken. So what you do as a kid, you pat the sides to make it as even as possible so it looks good. That's what balance is. You're balancing, or at least patting the sides. This is called flipping the canvas, okay? When you flip the canvas, it looks a lot better on both ends of the spectrum. Your drawing should not look wild on both ends of the spectrum. It should be exactly like a mirror of what it is, because if it doesn't look like a mirror of what it is, then you have yourself a problem. You need to fix it. This is why I would recommend, if you're going to flip the canvas, do the drawing, the base drawing first, See how I did this drawing? Do the base drawing first. Have that out of the way. Is it this one? No, it's this one. Where is it? I just had it. Oh my god, I think I got rid of it. I don't know where's the base. Where's my base? Did I get rid of it? I think I did. So get your base color, get your base drawing. And then what you do with said base drawing is to flip it by making it look good. Make the general drawing look correct. If you don't do this, you're gonna look wild. I think I still have. Oh, I don't have it. Oh man, I don't have it. Oh, that sucks. But like, you're supposed to take your base drawing. Let's just say this is the, yeah, here it is, here it is. So you take your base drawing, right, and you flip the canvas. If it looks awkward on both ends of the spectrum, you need to fix it. Wherever it looks awkward, fix it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a sentence. My English professor said this a long time ago. If a sentence sounds awkward without flow, if you can't read it as fast as you see it, then you have to fix it. Something's wrong with it. It's awkward. It's too awkward. You need to fix it. That's what you need to do. That's the whole point. Now, to flip the canvas, you need a hotkey whether it be Clip Studio Paint or Photoshop. You need to flip it. It doesn't look awkward on both ends. The only thing I think looks awkward a little bit is the hands, the foot, and the head. But these can be actually independently fixed. It doesn't mess with the overall idea of what's happening here. Right? You know, that's what I'm saying. So once you get the whole balance situation out of the way, this is where the idea of foreshortening comes in. All right. So if you get, or you can interchange between them. So if you're going to go from shape, form, gesture, you can go to either balance or foreshortening. You can either go within them, but you're going to eventually cross both of them at the same time. So you have to do foreshortening. So foreshortening is the idea of, it's an introduction to perspective, because foreshortening is basically about the idea of depth. So it's about distance. It's all about distance. And you'll learn a lot of this when you're doing color theory, or just the fact that you are putting two things away or close to each other. So you can make two things look far away depending on the depth of field. That's really what it is. So when something's coming at you, it's going to directly be more look like it's in front, like a hand, for instance, or so. Oh, look like a weird little hand, like a hand coming at you, in the way it is. But if the character is putting their hand out like this, and they're smaller, you know what I'm saying? They look smaller. You know what I'm saying? Like, the hand looks bigger than the whole body because it's much closer than what we are supposed to be. So that's the whole point.
So I bought this new one at a local store, and it was so shitty.
So the point is to stay on subject. So when you ask me, what should I do? The first thing is, what are you bad at? Or if you're not bad at it, or if you just want to improve, focus on the fundamentals first before you worry about art style and all that crap. That shit is going to be a ball chained to your ankle. I'm dead serious. So focus, like, say if you're bad at drawing heads, do drawing heads for 30 days. You don't have to draw eyes. You don't have to draw no nose. You don't have to draw no mouth. I guess you have to draw an ear. But you can draw an ear, head, and a neck. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. You don't have to do don't put no hair on that thing. Just literally do that for 30 days. Get comfortable of looking at it in different perspectives, and your visual library will get easier as it goes, because it's not being bogged down by the idea of details, right? So when you get heads down...
I sent another version of the DRA.
DRA? What's that? Okay, I'll look at it in a second.
Drawing asterisk.
Yeah, I'll look at it in a second. But like, yeah, so that's what you need to do to improve.
Like, the pages are so flimsy. And oh, what's this? New sponsor time. Time to get your wallet. G Fuel is launching a New Year, New You campaign. What are your goals for 2024? Maybe you want to get swole, get fit, or maybe life got you down and you just need something else to help you out. Introducing the PewDiePie G Fuel Seal Shaker Abs of Steel. We finally did it. We made the perfect stainless steel cup. This bad boy will keep your drinks nice and cool and fresh, just the way God intended G Fuel to be drunk. It is my favorite G Fuel cup so far. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at this. So yeah, get it before it sells out.
If you need to file one or more state tax returns, you need to visit.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to have PewDiePie as a student. He'll probably be a model student. I'm not gonna lie.
Remember to use my code for a discount. $25.99. I always prefer to drink out of metal cups. I don't understand why every glass is not a metal cup. It just makes more sense. Thank you, G, for sponsoring this video and helping create the greatest cup of all time. Don't miss out, guys. All right, back to the video. We'll go through this quickly. I started drawing more realistic, less anime, and I drew this one. And my God, I was so proud of it. I loved it so much. I couldn't believe I drew it. And I felt like, yes, I did it. I drew something I liked. Finally. It was also kind of a blessing and a curse because I would always compare whatever I drew to the best thing I felt like I drew. And it made me really hate a lot of stuff that I drew that I don't think was that bad. I don't know. Just drawing random stuff I find online on Pinterest and Google. God damn it! I think I was having a bad day. Fucking hated it. Always comparing. Nope, that was shit. Didn't have time to draw that day. Interesting, because I don't remember why. Maybe it was because I was just doing so bad. Who knows? It's interesting because now I look at this and I can immediately tell just like what's way off. Where the head is too small. It's not really balanced. It's the sort of stuff you automatically pick up when you draw. Yeah, and the eye is way too high up in comparison, you can see here. But anyway, it's kind of fun to go through this, to be honest. Spend more time on some than others, I guess. I think 57 was a good day. Maybe not. Oh yeah, so I drew with no reference because everyone, like I said, everyone said draw with reference. That's the best way to improve, to study other forms and shapes. So I wanted to draw without just to sort of see if I was improving, and definitely felt like I had. So even though the eyes are too far apart, but hey. You can also draw way quicker now as well. But yeah, I sort of plowed through this book. So I bought this really big one, like a proper art book instead of a sketchbook. And I tore off the first 2 pages because the paper was so smooth and I wasn't used to it and it was just so difficult. So no one will know what I drew, but I could actually fit a lot more into 1 page, which I think was really fun to just look at. Yes, I draw cat girls. Don't judge me. So I tried to do 1 sort of page per day, which I really liked doing. Try to commit to a more full body, different manga and stuff like that. You can see how many attempts it took me to actually draw something I was happy with.
Someone's gonna bitch and moan at the fact that he kept on drawing girls. They're gonna say, "Why are you drawing so many girls?" Watch this. Someone in the comment section or someone on this planet is going to complain, "Why do you draw so many girls? You must be weird or something. Don't you have a girlfriend? Or do you have a baby? How disgusting." Someone on Twitter is going to have some type of gas aneurysm on this very thing.
I feel like you draw 1 thing you like that will cost you 10 things.
And they look rather young.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I know. They look rather young. What's your problem?
You hate. I think I use myself as reference.
And then when you look in their profile, they have a bunch of...
someone already done that.
Yeah, and the funniest thing is, like, if you look at their profile...
What the dog doing?
If you look at their profile, they usually support a lot of degenerate shit anyway. They have to coping hard. They'd be like, you draw a bunch of girls, you're looking at they're in a bunch of furry shit. I'm telling you.
For some of these, I know that's kind of weird. I just needed the pose that I wanted to draw.
Says like man
yeah,
as
that
a
one
kid.
Too. I don't want to be an anime girl. I just need the reference.
This is wild, man.
Oh yeah, this one in the middle is Marzia. I drew it super quick. I asked her to pose for me. It's kind of bad, but it's fun to draw it. Here we go. So I borrowed one of Marcia's pens, the green one. It was really bad in the beginning, but I used the other end of it, and I think it was just too strong. I never used a marker before, so I wasn't sure how to do it.
His line weight his line weight, I think he went too hard on the line weight. So this, what you guys are witnessing me doing is that very thing. We're doing line weight. So I don't have to redraw everything. I didn't want to redraw anything anyway. So like I did the line weight. That's what we're doing. I'm putting more line weight in places that need to be thicked and other things that needs to be thickened and things that don't need to be that gets thinned out. And also the rules on overlaying when needed to be. And also the idea of light actually comes into this as well. If you don't know how to use, it's not about just thickening the lines.
Says I just hate how they bleed though the paper.
Yeah, the paper will be a problem. So he has to be careful on that. Paper texture and different will make all the difference.
Good. So I bought my own
Says
markers
Artextric
just to kind of try it out, and obviously it takes more time to color stuff, but I really enjoy doing it, and it sort of makes them come to life more. And I was trying out different things. Sometimes it doesn't work. I drew that one, but I was too scared to actually
what I do is place another paper
because I thought I
underneath.
would ruin it. I spent one day trying to do green, then another doing blue, and I try to not waste much time coloring, but then they get really sloppy and bad, so it's difficult.
I have
did
a
yellow,
sketchbook,
which I
but it's
really
with thick
love.
paper.
Just trying out different methods of sort of how to make it interesting. Red and salmon, I wanted to go through every color I had because I didn't have that many anyway. I drew this one and I did it so sloppily that I felt like I could have done that better. So I really tried on this one. It's quite cute. I like it.
Bro looks like
it reminds me
black
of an anime I watched
Naruto.
when I was way younger. I don't remember. It was like a redhead girl with a samurai sword. Did a purple one.
Well, you're fine.
These are very anime drawings. You know what I mean? But it's fun to see it in front of you.
His color theory is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. His color theory is pretty good. He has a good way with less. I would his saturation is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. He did good with the saturation of hair. Why do I feel like some of his references was based on AI shit? It looks like I'm not saying he used AI. I'm saying like
Says
the way he
just
drew
when I
them.
was starting to cool off, man, and
My
frustrated.
favorite one he drew was the green one.
The green one. Let me go back a little bit. Let me see. The green one. Did I pass that one, or is that coming up? That's probably coming up. That's coming up.
It was like a redhead girl with a samurai sword. Did a purple one. These are very anime drawings.
I like the purple one.
You know what I mean? But it's fun to
Says that's
see
what
it
I
in
said
front
his
of you.
color theory
This
is
is
good.
my fortune for the year. I got Daikichi, the best fortune. So prosperity and wealth to me this year. Thank you very much. Too scared to color this one.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. The green
My
one
new
looks
favorite. I love this one. This is on day 84. This is nice to look at. I think it works.
Hear that, people? On day there are things fucking 84. So when you guys sit there and say, "Teach, what should I draw next?" I'm like, "Are you have
Says
you?"
it's the yellow one
and
for
I
me.
and I always say this to them. This is my response. Do you feel your 30 days has passed based on your training? Do you feel adequate at what you're doing or what you have done? And if they say no, then add another 30 days. Add another 30 days.
Says I would love to see him draw live.
That's what your teacher did. I do this all the time. So when you guys remember, I numbered them too. That's based on days. Guys, you see that all the time. I number them in the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing those number things for no reason. There is a reason behind. Those are days those are coming out. That's why I number them. To indicate to those who are keep on asking me, does that actually work? Yes. Because if you look at day 1 compared to day 30, there's a significant difference between them. I do this all
Says
the
at
time.
Bright for close, he'll definitely watch to see what it's got.
In life that aren't easily defined. Moments so
So it took me 40 days to feel like I drew something I liked again.
40 days. It took him 40 days to get what he feels that he's at a place where he feels more adequate at what he's doing.
Says, wait, what were you talking about? Wasn't paying attention.
And there we go. I'm not repeating myself twice.
There's definitely an improvement. I can see it already, but it just took me so many tries. And I was trying different. Anytime the head is shaped differently, it's like a whole different ball game if you're not used to it. So I drew from the side for the first time, and as you can see, it took a lot of tries. But I got there, okay? There was a painting here. I felt like I just needed more practice with different angle of the head, so I tried to do as much as possible.
What do you think I'm talking about for 40 days? What do I preach? I'm pretty sure you can guess what I'm referring to.
Possible. Yeah, different styles of coloring. It's a shame it bleeds through the coloring. I didn't like that one. I tried, I just wasn't happy with it. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Too scared to color it. Don't ask me what happened here. Still really struggling to be consistent with the different angles of the face. Messed up the eye. I remember liking this one. Started drawing sad anime girls and Chainsaw Man. I love that. Power and what's her name? Kobeni-chan are so expressive. If you know this scene, you know, I remember reading it and I was like, I have to draw that.
Says all I remember now. Sorry. Slow brain again.
It was a bit sloppy, but it's kind of nice. Could have done a better job, but
says
hey.
I had a known
So for day 98, I wanted to draw with you guys, so we'll do that now. So yeah, I realized I never actually drawn anything and recorded it before, so it was a bit weird, but this is how I do it. I bet it's wrong, clearly, because I like to do the eyes first, just because they're the most important, and at least the placement of them. Then I sort of try and figure out where the chin is going to end up in relation to everything else, and that does not look right. For me as a beginner, this process takes me the most time, but I also think it's the most important. The chin is so difficult. It all has to work. I actually decided to change the eyes. I don't remember why. Just felt like they were a bit too messy. That looks better. I also decided to change the body to be front face instead. It just felt more natural. And there we go. That's our first sketch. So I colored in with the pen, added these little frog characters. Now we can erase the scribbles.
Very good.
Which makes it look really empty. I wanted to make the hair gray, but I didn't really have many colors, so it was hard to make it.
Says okay in VM, you remember.
I tried my best. I feel like the more different tones and shades, the more alive it looks, so I wasn't planning to go this dark, but here we are. Face is always scary, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. It's kind of usually the.
And then once I'm done coloring, I like to fill in more with the mark. I don't know what to call it. The pen, the black pen, just to give it some more.
Teach, do you want to play live?
I wasn't sure whether to commit on the frogs, but I did anyway.
Want to play what? What are you talking about?
Why not? So I colored in the frogs, and I decided to add some splash of green, just so the 3 colors would show up somewhere on her as well. It actually looks nice. I added this circle to make it more interesting, but I don't know if it was the best idea, to be honest. But this is the result. 99, I felt like I could finally more consistently draw different face angles. It didn't take me 600 tries, as you can tell by the lack of eraser.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring the vibrant spirit of our people. When you experience...
In comparison, at least. And then on day 100, I just wanted to draw, again with you guys, a little bit of Chainsaw Man. Because I love these characters and I think they're so fun to draw. I feel like what I draw usually is not as good as the reference. But hey, it's still fun to look at it. I love this character so much. This scene was so fucking funny. Best girl, easily. So yeah, that concludes my 100-day drawing challenge. I owe a huge thanks to you guys for being so supportive. One of the main reasons I actually decided to keep going, because I wasn't planning to do it. I remember asking Marcia, like, am I just embarrassing myself uploading this video? Like, but everyone was so nice. I hope it doesn't seem like I'm fishing for compliments, but thank you. When I started going to the gym like 7 years ago, I was not in shape at all. But I remember thinking after I'd done it, I was like, well, I've done it once.
I can do it again.
Now I just got to keep going. And then eventually I'll hit my goal. And I'm kind of keeping the same mentality with drawing, you know? I don't know what my goal is, but all you got to do is keep practicing. That's all it takes. You know, you don't get better unless you actually put in the work.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Pewds. I've been telling that to my students, and they always think I'm trying to bullshit them with some bullshit because I want their money so much. Give me your fucking money! No, bro, I'm trying to help you.
Says cause he practiced stuff, he would draw them better.
That's literally my job, is to help you to get where you need to be. I am not these corporations trying to keep your money or trying to keep you
What the
paying.
hell is even that?
I'm trying to get you guys to understand how to draw. That's your job. That's my job. That's why I'm not gonna baby my students. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Says
but I ain't
no
gonna
in the
baby you.
skeptic cause I've heard
Fuck
a
outta
similar
here.
thing from numerous artists, but different.
I do not baby my students. I tell them directly. Because if I baby them, I'm wasting my time and theirs. My job is not to get money from you.
Says that a known user for 5.
My job is not
Says
to get
that's
my
fine.
my job is not to get your money from you. My job is
Says
to
hi,
stop you
Mr.
from
No
giving me
Cappity
money
Bappity.
for helping you.
Says it Reggie Pods.
That's the point.
Right?
Says you
I
dub
forgot to
speed.
do the comparison. So this is where I was at 30 days, and this is where we're at now. Maybe you can't tell a massive difference, but I can tell a massive difference.
If you can see
I
a
feel
massive
so
difference,
much
that's
more
all that
confident
matters.
drawing now, and I
Says
can draw
what's up,
quicker,
Famiri, how's
less
everyone
attempts.
doing?
And also just to be
Says
able to
that a noun
incorporate
user
color. I hope in a
45
year I can
win.
develop my own style more, but we'll see you guys then.
I definitely spent more time this time around than just 10 minutes a day, which is kind of the point, you know?
Says
It's
that in
just
the
a way to
great
make you
papyrus,
set a
hella
goal
welcome.
to do something for 10 minutes a
Says
day.
you
It's a
dub
great way to
speed.
make you keep going at it.
Says
And I was
someone
having
told
so
me
much
it
fun
takes a
doing
full
it
year to
anyway.
fully get the
Whatever
hang of
goals
it
you
of
have,
practice.
Can we please
not
finish the
40
video before he
days.
starts talking? Hold on, he's getting overpowered. Come on.
You
Says
guys
it
then.
beanbag on.
I definitely spent
Hold on.
Says
more
it
time this
beanbag
time
on.
around than
Says
just
that a
10 minutes
known
a
user
day.
for 5.
Which is kind of the point, you know? It's just a way to make you set a goal to do something for 10 minutes a day. It's a great way to make you keep
Says
going
that
at
a
it.
known
And I
user
was
for
having
5
so
he
much
did a
fun. you know?
100. Says Pewds.
Hold on.
Doing it anyway. Whatever goals you have, I believe in you. You can do it. All right. I'll see you guys in the next one. Rufus.
Yeah.
This is what it's like to.
This is what I'm saying. For you to improve, you have to put in the work. If you don't do it, you'll never get nowhere. You're gonna be stuck, and then you're gonna be saying, "Why am I not improving? Why is my art style?" And just like shitting on the floor and everything. Like, just tired of the whole my art style. I'm telling you, y'all use the art style as a go-to, and it is a go-to. No, why would you want a face reveal in the first place? I don't understand.
Says Brofist.
I don't understand why people even ask for a face reveal, because what got them in the chat is because of the
Says that a
non-face
known user for 5 who Teach has been saying it from the start.
reveal. I mean,
Says that in
constantly
the
saying
great papyrus, nope.
it. Nope. I'm trying to
Says
do.
him trying to do what Pewdiepie Trina do him a practice shapes for 30 days and heads for a week.
Yes.
Says that in the great papyrus, I don't think you will.
Nope. There's no point. There is no point for me to do such things. There's no incentive for me to do such things. But yeah, I'm telling you, like the only way to
Says it Reggie Pods.
improve, you need to put in the 30 days, learn the fundamentals.
Says sorry, Teach, there's more.
Learn the fundamentals, and then learn the fundamentals, do the 30 days. If you don't
Says
see
listen
any
to a song after maybe possibly.
like if you
Says Teach is beautiful.
Thank you. But like if you don't see any
Says at mini_G Von 88 do it.
if you don't see anything else, any improvement, add another 30 days till you see improvement. Don't move on to the next thing if you haven't improved. That just doesn't make any sense. That's like me asking you to build like a rocket. You don't know how the engines work, and then you're asking me, should we shoot the thing anyway? I'm like, no. Why would you send the rocket if the engine's not working? If the engine's not working, it may blow up. So you're just wasting time.
Says consistency is key. Says at Regipods I'ma be on VR tonight, so if you want to join, you can.
Browse the internet without using NordVPN. That's right, this video is sponsored by NordVPN. There's people everywhere trying to attack you. The internet gets restricted.
Is he really driving? He's really driving.
But somehow I'm making it through this. You're more unsafe without it. Get out of the way! I'm using NordVPN!
Says I'd practice, but it took me a full year before I mastered hands once.
That you're protected.
Says what time is it
online and don't end up like this. Maybe you guys are planning some trips this year.
Says it beanbag on mic.
And whenever you buy airline tickets, you know they store your information, and they might change the prices. And there's different prices depending on where on the planet that you are. So don't get price discriminated. Just use NordVPN, connect. Whoa.
Says at Regipods, that's fine, just letting you know.
And it's that easy. Always make sure you get the best price. It's practically just math. You're making money by buying NordVPN.
123K with a scope.
Take advantage.
Says that in the Great
of
Papyrus,
NordVPN's New Year
1033 estate for him.
Right now, you get a 2-year plan. You get a huge discount, huge. Plus, 4 months additional for free. When you use my link, you get the best deal. And only then you get the offer. So go to nordvpn.com/PewDiePie. It's risk-free with nordvpn.com. Money back guarantee.
Hey, I just realized, no.
Says it beanbag appreciate it. Send me your Oculus name thing so I can add you dear instead of a chat.
I remember at one point I looked up how to find your art style. And in the video it said it'll find you. They also said it's like construction, you have to build the foundation.
Dude, our style is
Says
literally a
Ryan
fucking
Neal.
handwriting. That's
Says
all
at
it is.
Regipods okay.
Like that's. I mean, I'm not saying this directly to you, Soul. So I'm just saying in general. Like art style is just a handwriting. It's just a glorified
Says I tried
handwriting.
a 30-day challenge on YouTube, but they didn't say it was little human hands.
So, you know.
Says okay
So unfortunately,
that's
I use
literally
Reddit.
what it is.
But I'm more of
That's what an art style is. It's just a handwriting. A lot of people get blown away by this a lot. I don't know why, but they get literally blown by that statement.
Says that a noun user for 5 cause most artists actually use real body parts. Says straight factuals, telling teaching them.
See now I see the drawings a lot. See how much more okay. For those okay, let me see this. Hold on.
Says realism has been used before teach actually has done drawings off of real people.
I think I oh yeah, Ari didn't come back, so I can't show him now. Okay, so it looks like what was it saying? One. Okay. It looks like things changed. So he made some changes to the drawing. Good job, Souls. Always learn if the outline is thickened, everything else gets thinned. But given that this is on top of this, I would understand why this would be thickened. So you did a good job there. Remember whenever
Says,
there's
why not
overlap,
JJJ, I am a guy in.
you should whenever
Says,
you
hey underscore.
overlap, you always should
THX
thicken.
bro.
Says I
No
glitched.
problem.
Says hey bean underscore. Says at Melodic Productions HII now.
Hey,
Says sorry.
Hey I'm hum.
Says it beanbag underscore.
So yeah. So yeah, good
Says
job.
this is why I am
job.
having to move back to
job.
cartoons, as embarrassing as it is.
Good job. So like you have
Says
the
at Melodic
circles
Productions hi hum.
in a good place. Like you have everything thickened in the right places. This is why it looks really good, because there is a pattern, actually, believe it or not. There's always a pattern. There's not a random set of lines that just looks good when you thicken and then you're just kind of winging it. No, there's, and what makes this even better, I saw what he did here. So like if you look closely at the drawing, over here where the ear is, you see there's distance. Because there is distance, he thinned out, it's a lot more thinner than the head. The ears are actually more thicker now because it feels closer. You see how he did this? This is the idea of depth. Well, not I want to say foreshortening, but foreshortening with
Says at
line.
Britriclose, hey Bry
So,
underscore.
in the distance, it's thinned, right? When it's close, everything thickens, right? So that I would like, even with more depth, to even add more depth to the turn of the head here, I would probably thin a little bit here, a little bit on this cheek and this head a little bit, and then it just literally thickens all the way here. You should keep this thickness here, and then thinned out a little bit more into this, so it's like it's slowly fading into the thickness here and thins out here, right? But if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine. It looks fine as it is, so you don't have to do it. It's just something I would suggest. But you did a great job with the scar. You thinned that out, so it looks a lot more included into the face. Because
says plus they have an advantage. They can make all those changes easily cause it's on a tablet.
Okay.
Says who drew that
true.
teach.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is true. But then again, that's even more reason for people who are doing traditional to be more cautious of their movements. As I got better at drawing, I forced myself to use pen. Actually, I think a year or two ago, when my computer broke, those of you who was here
says teach
saw
who drew
me
that
did sketches of a bunch of anime characters that you guys did live with my hands alone by using pen. I didn't use a tablet. I forced myself to use a pen. So whatever change and any mistakes I made was
also,
on my own.
Also, thanks for being a good teacher. I've learned a lot from you, and you're consistent in your teaching and support, so thanks.
No problem. Anytime, bro.
Says he used traditional art. It was crazy.
Yeah, like, okay, so right here, this is from Souls. Those of you who are in here, you guys know who Souls is. He's in here a lot in the chat whenever he can. So Souls drew this, and based on the training that I've provided to him and what the information and tips he got, he looked like he has improved.
Says I tried pen, but from the bleeding and everything became a pain. A pencil, I could correct it.
No, but that's the thing.
Says you're my
that's
guy.
Why I use pen.
Good job, man.
He did a great job.
Says you should do that again, teach.
He should do more often, more of these. I would appreciate this style more often from him. This will work a lot better in this style. The chibi style will work for him because he will improve faster to apply what I've taught him. Or the
says it beanbag facts.
Things. And then remember
says
when
you
draw
pods THX bro.
When you draw more chibi, you're actually drawing in more stylization, right? So you're going to do the whole art style thing, but you also have to apply the fundamentals onto those chibi characters. And I eventually will do another art stream. I would, but I need to get to 100,000. I said if I get to 100,000, I'll do a whole art stream with just using traditional methods again, by just using a pen and a pencil, like paper. Because I know you guys really enjoyed that. It blew off most of the minds of the people who said, "Oh, you can only draw because you digital, so therefore you have an excuse." Like, nope. I was a traditional artist before I came being any digital, and trust me, it was a weird transition from traditional to digital. But I got the yang of it within less of a month. Pretty fast, well, tools wise. But like everything you see me draw, I didn't start on digital. I've been drawing since I was 6 with a crayon. Now I use pen. I don't even use pencil anymore. I never use pencil anymore. I don't use pencil. I think pen is where it's at because it makes you think 3 times as hard. And if you do it more often, it'll be autopilot for you. So your brain you don't have to think. It's like, it's kind of like Ultra Instinct. Right? When Goku and Vegeta was training with Whis, after a while training with him, their reflexes and movements are just
says
almost
keep
automatic.
Up the good work.
So Schwerk.
Says, actually, speaking of traditional, I want to send you old art piece.
Sure. No problem. But yeah, I think I'm going to cut out this whole segment for the PewDiePie thing and show it off. So whenever anyone comes in, did you do the PewDiePie thing? I'll just send them to that video. See, I'm going to cut this. I'm not going to end the stream, but
I
I'm going to
tried
cut
learning
this part
digital,
off.
but there are a bit too many tools on there. So a traditional artist who sees it for the first time and not knowing a thing about it and Google acting like we should know all about it, it spins the head after a while.
Then you use YouTube. This is why the internet exists, because use YouTube. I didn't know how to use any of these things till I use YouTube. YouTube exists for a reason. That's why when anyone tells me like, oh, I didn't know how to do anything, I don't know anything about digital, like use YouTube. I didn't learn how to play guitar without YouTube. I didn't learn how to draw without YouTube. Well, more proficiently without YouTube. I was drawing since I was 6, but I didn't take it till I started watching like Mark Crilly and
Says,
all of them.
seriously, plus along with constant updates, oi. Says 100 rounds.
See, but that's the thing. You don't have to have like, okay, so like for instance, I have Clip Studio Paint, right? I don't pay a monthly fee for it because I have not upgrade. I don't need I don't need to upgrade because I don't care for the features. I'm traditional at heart because whenever I draw, I'm not trying to use a bunch of stupid features. The only time I use a feature is when we're using the symmetrical tool. That's the only thing close to a feature I use. Everything else is kind of just on me at this point. Even the color theory stuff, I have
Says
to
him
apply
lay
to my
him
head.
down like has in the lounge.
So like it's really up to the individual. If you're really serious about this, you have to put in the time, the work. Watch YouTube videos. Don't watch just one, because I know most of you like doing that. Like to watch one video and call it, I watched the video and it didn't help me. No, you didn't watch several videos. You need to watch about 10 to 15 videos.
Says why is TikTok blocking me, ugh.
I don't know. That's
says yes, except from my understanding, to get those features they have to be paid for to use.
And you don't really need
says
them.
It gift always spitting some lyrics, lol.
But that's the thing.
Says
you
walk
don't,
him down.
You don't need the features.
Says it beanbag, I felt that. Trust me.
Because like you don't need the features. I never use the features. I rarely ever touch them. I find them annoying to use anyway. I just say I got my pen, I got my brush, I got my drawing pen, and that's it. And the eraser. Everything else is like meh. I don't touch them. I don't see the point of them at all. Really, you're useless. So that's why when you guys said, do you use the 3D feature thing that YouTube had? Clip Studio. Can't talk today. That Clip Studio Paint has. I said no, I don't use them. I just use references. I don't use them. I don't think they're useful, honestly. And besides, it fucks with my computer, so like it makes no sense. Well, it doesn't really fuck with my computer. My computer can handle it. I'm just lazy.
Says pen.
So.
Whoa!
So yeah, there you go. That's pretty much what that is.
Whoa!
Says good job, dude. Your art looks great.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Says still doing drive bits, but I want to walk him down.
I couldn't find any older drawings because I used to throw them away.
No, I never throw them away. Always keep them. You should never throw away your drawings.
Lurker than a poster. When I'm not looking at cute pictures of critters on capybaras,
Says
I occasionally visit r/manga because I read a lot.
Is that huge? Is it really that huge? What the hell?
The first time I tired that with the art program I tried to avoid the features, but then the dang art program said it wouldn't let me use the program unless the features were bought or I needed a whole separate program. And downloading it was a pain.
Yeah, that sucks. And if doing digital is that problematic, I would just
says hold up, teach. You should show my old art. I'ma send you one.
Let me see. Hold on. You should show my old size.
Says I do have my first digital drawing though.
Okay. I read a lot, and I'm always looking for new stories to check out. Every week, a user named Data posts a list of the most popular manga, and they're ranked by the amount of upvotes that each chapter gets during that 7 days.
Because the thing with Photoshop, you're not buying. Let's see, the thing with Photoshop, you're not purchasing just the Photoshop. You're purchasing their whole package thing, and it's annoying because everything is now, virtually everything is under some type of subscription-based model. So you can't just have it for what it is and that's it. You have to have the subscription or you can't use it. It's a pain in the ass. This is why people pirate their shit, because no one wants to deal with that crap, man. I want to pay monthly just to
Says
draw
that
some
was the
pictures.
very first art program I was introduced to when I tried digital.
Yeah, for me, I went for Clip Studio Paint because it was a one-set price and that was it. It was like 60 bucks. I think 60 or 70 bucks at the time when I got Clip Studio Paint. It was $100 and something if you got the EX version back in 2017 or 2016. Now, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are regretting not getting Clip Studio Paint now. Back then. Now, they regret having Clip Studio Paint now because they have to pay monthly for it because they want to upgrade because they want those special features. Yuck. I don't care for those things. That's why they don't charge me, because I'm grandfathered in the sense that I don't have to pay for those things every month or pay for the program every month because I have the old version, and they don't charge you unless you want the new version. I don't care for the new version. I never did. Never did. I don't see the point of getting all those stupid features anyway. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be something needed for someone who does like webtoons. I get that to an extent. That's where that usually focuses on.
Says send it.
But no, not for me.
And I have to admit that there are some bangers on this list. Originally, this wasn't supposed to be a recommendation video, but it kind of turned into one. So feel free to skip around and see if something grabs your attention. A few more things before we start though. Let me know what your favorite thing you're reading or watching is in the comments. I need recommendations for myself, and who knows, maybe I'll end up making a video about one of them in the future. Also, it would be dope if you hit the sub button, because like 95% of you aren't subbed, and that is a crazy ratio to have. Okay?
Yeah, that's
Thanks.
annoying.
Now let's get into
I hate
it.
being sick.
Taro Sakamoto
Says
is a
Knox, let me
legendary
take you to
assassin.
class.
Villains fear him and other hitmen want to be him. He's basically Japanese John Wick. He meets a woman and decides to retire, vowing to leave his days of killing behind him. He starts living a quiet life, falls in love, has a kid, gets fat, and opens his own business. But once you've become an assassin, any peace that you may have never lasts forever.
I'm thinking I'm back.
Someone places a bounty on Sakamoto's head, and he wants to know who and why. On the surface, Sakamoto Days seems like a very goofy manga that you wouldn't expect much from. Just an average action comedy that you most likely skip by without thinking too hard about it. But once you start reading it, damn, it's a fun read. At first, the humor lies in the fact that even though Sakamoto looks like he's really out of shape, he still has the exact same skills and impulses that he had when he was at his peak. The things he is capable of are insane, and it doesn't stop at just him. The more characters that get introduced, the more specialties and weapons we get to see them use. And I'm so serious when I say that it just casually makes for some of the best action in a shonen out right now. This is what you'll stay for, but you're also rewarded with some easy to love and hate characters in the cast. Over time, more enemies surface, and Sakamoto also gains more allies, expanding his family. One day, his old partner Shin shows up trying to assassinate him, and in the past, this would have been a suicide mission, but Sakamoto is a changed man. He doesn't kill anymore because he has a wife who taught him the value of a human life, and a daughter that he wants to set an example for. So you want to know how he handles it? He beats Shin's ass and goes, "Here's an apron, you're not an assassin anymore, bud." Starts weeping. The story isn't anything spectacular, but it's good enough to make you want to know more about this world of assassins and Sakamoto's past that's gradually coming back to haunt him. And we get exactly that. We get to see how this family man with a strong sense of justice used to operate when he was an indifferent killing machine. It's so sick, and out of all of the weekly Shonen Jump manga that I read, Sakamoto Days is one of the most consistently good ones. Chain Soldier is a manga that puts the sub in subreddit. I knew that the—
Oh, this is the anime people keep bitching about on YouTube. Nezzy Hyuga. Hey, Nezzy. I see what you did there. Let me see.
Says I think I might do a video on improvement.
Good. You should. Oh, okay. This one. Oh, this is like a 5 Nights one, and this one is
says Teach we seen this video.
The manga
we
subreddit.
Did? Okay, hold on. If we did, we outie 5,000. If we did 9 months ago, 10 You need to be raw in 2023.
Says okay, teach the pictures I sent you is my old art.
Alright.
I have read a ton of mangas these past few days. I've picked up series with breathtaking panels, creative fight sequences that makes you feel the impact of some of these strikes, stories that hold a special place in my heart. There comes a point in time when one have seen enough animes, they're left with one question and one question only. What do I do now? There's only so much one can handle watching the same thing over and over. Every isekai has a Kirito character.
Wait, sadly I can't see it. It's through iPhone, it's through Instagram. I see it through Instagram. You gotta send it through Facebook.
Shonens play out the same way,
Says
and there's
I
somehow
swear
an
if
audience
TikTok
for
banned
this.
me for saying black in Spanish again.
What the
What
hell?
am I watching right now?
What the hell?
So, to escape this, you decide to pick up mangas.
Says in deleting TikTok.
Mangas, in a lot of ways, is an art form. It's a tool that takes us by the hand and throws us
What's
into
up, Nez?
another realm.
What's going
I
on?
found
How's
some
life?
mangas that I consider
What brings you to the stream, Nez? I guess you're new to the stream.
worth reading, and I'm sure there's at least one manga in this video you can take away. There's mangas with great panels, stories that have you think about life, series that deserves way more attention,
Says yes.
and many, many more. I've read up to at least 50 chapters for each of these mangas,
Yes,
and down
okay,
below
okay.
I left
Welcome
ratings
to
of
the
each
stream.
of these series.
Nice to have you in here. Everyone say hello to Nezzy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the likes. I do appreciate it. Really cool of you. Very, very appreciated. Very much so. Welcome to the stream. Everyone's welcome here. Thank you. Just to let you know, Nez, if you like TikTok for whatever reason, I'm also streaming to TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and any other platform you can probably think of. The one thing, and on Twitter as well. Believe it or not, I am on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter.
So feel free to skip ahead if you're uninterested at a given part. And if you've read or seen all of these mangas, then
Says at Nezzy
I don't
Huganto.
know,
Hi Nezzy,
touch
welcome to the
grass,
stream.
maybe.
Says okay, teach sent.
This manga is one of the few mangas I've read that genuinely made me laugh one day, but make me feel completely hyped on another. In terms of plot, the story is very straightforward. The fable is mainly about one person, Sato Akira. Sato is a hitman who is really good at his job. Some would even consider him a literal genius when it comes to killing. He has the ability to know if a gun is real just from looking at it. He has an insanely precise aim to the point that each of his victims' wounds are always in one of two places, to the head or to the heart. And hearing his name brings fear to the eyes of many people. After completing a routine mission, he heads back to his hideout, and it's here when we're introduced to the boss and the secondary character Yuko. During this meeting, it's revealed that over the span of 6 years, Sato has killed 71 people in total. People ranging from yakuzas to politicians, CEOs and doctors, celebrities, the list goes on. Because of this, the boss decides to place a hold on taking on jobs for a while and tells them to lay low. He hands him a fake ID and tells
Oh, is that Dino Teach? Yeah, Dino Teach. That wasn't me. Did you want me to show these off? Aw, these are cute. Dino Teach.
them to head towards Osaka and experience new things in an unfamiliar environment. But there's a catch.
That's my old
During the
argument.
time at which he's there, he's not allowed to
You
kill
want me to show this
anyone.
off?
This leads to Sato coming up with creative ways to deal with various situations. The art in this manga
Says
is
I
easily
improved
one of the
over
best when it
time.
comes to a realistic standpoint. The fight scenes are choreographed in a way that makes each fight exciting,
Especially the one with
and
the,
seeing someone who was
Kakuin.
once known as a brutal killer forced to adapt to a normal life is pretty damn entertaining. Like, there's this one instance where he comes out of
Says
a bar with
especially with
Yuko,
brisk
and
drawing.
he's confronted by these two guys willing to
Says
fight.
yes.
How do you think he handled the
That's all you want me to
situation?
show off.
Height 172 centimeters, zero experience in martial arts. A right haymaker. I'll pretend to take the punch while using my forehead, then pretend it hits. As for this pathetic roundhouse kick, I'll stab him with my elbow, brushing his right foot while pretending it hit. Seeing his first kick tells me he's experienced. Kickboxing, maybe? Immediately, a high kick. I'll still let him hit me, but mitigate the damage by slipping. Now I go flying, and pretend it hits. Fake the damage, left jab. I'll take this one to get a nosebleed.
Says
Now
like
act
both
even weaker,
drawings of you
using
cause
tears.
those are cute.
Look at this pitiful expression.
I'm so
I'm truly
sorry.
a professional.
Sorry, please.
That's the work of a
Forgive
pro.
me.
Moments like these are what makes this series so great.
Okay, so here's some fan art of me from from way back when. Let me show you guys real quick. I didn't think he was gonna pick those. Hold up. Dino Teach. All right, so these are her. This is her. This is her. Her fan art of me. Okay, so we'll put in Dino Teach first, and then we'll do the next one right after. Oh, they both come up, so I don't do it twice. Good. So that's me. Apparently, this is Bean's drawing of me. Alright, this is her drawings. I'll show her the Tatooine one because she actually improved. She's not just showing this off because she wants to. She's showing it off because of her her progress.
Says adorable.
It's really cute. Oh, cute. Dino Teach. Let's go. Art. That is so cute.
Says compared to what I did that long ago, it's way better than that Dino Teach.
Yeah, let me get the Tatooine one. Hold on. So she did the... Oh, shit. Okay. So she... You know what? I'll just show them all. Fuck it. It doesn't really matter.
Says AWW.
It just makes more sense if I just do that anyway, so you can see you can compare and contrast. Okay, Okay, so we have dinosaurs.
Says I'm a dinosaur raw.
I'm a dinosaur. So we have Dino.
Says I wanted him to make a sticker of that.
I might actually.
Says would be perfect time for that audio with Chrissy.
Yeah, it would be. Oh, okay, that's 2. Right, and then, hold on.
What the hell is even that?
Let's see, and then next one. That's 2, 3. Okay. I'll put them all up. I'll put these here.
Whoa!
Says the good old days of Raw.
The good old days of Raw. This one too. Oh, not you. I don't think he's using any power.
Says I asked to the change shame on me.
Hold on. Two. 3.
Says it beanbag say again.
4. Okay, so 1, 2. So this is all her stuff. There you go. And the last one will be the Tatooine one. This is all of the drawings that she did.
Says great job, Beanington.
Okay, and then this one. I don't know if I should even post this one, but we'll see. So Kathleen
says, "Look at you improving like there's no tomorrow."
And then the next one will be bam.
Says, "Those are all thank you."
Yeah. That's pretty.
Says, "No, I didn't low."
Let's see. So like that, these are all hers that she did. So she's been improving as time.
Says, "Oh, not these are over the years."
Yeah. So she's been improving as time goes by. Oh, I'm literally sitting on my spine, my lower tail. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. That really does hurt. Getting up feels like I had I'm gonna have back problems if I don't stop sitting like this. Okay. But yeah, that's pretty much everything at this point. So.
Says it beanbag marvelous.
So yeah. Shit. Turn that off too.
Says straight majestic.
Majestic.
Says awesome.
There's also another sequence where he met the same guy at a mall.
So wait, let's go back on the
says
spider.
and the new one I drew
Someone
for
who was
Bride, that's recent.
Once known as a brutal killer, forced to adapt to a normal life is pretty damn entertaining. Like there's this one instance where he comes out of a bar with Yuko and he's confronted by these two guys wanting to fight. How do you think he handled the situation? Height 172 centimeters, 0 experience in martial arts. A right haymaker. I'll pretend to take the punch while using my forehead, then pretend it hits.
Says factuals.
As for this pathetic roundhouse kick,
says
I stabbed him with my elbow, brushing his right foot
chair.
while pretending it hit. Seeing his first kick tells me he's experienced. Kickboxing maybe? Immediately, a high kick. I'll still let him hit me but mitigate the damage by slipping. Now I go flying, and pretend it hits. Fake the damage, left jab. I'll take this one to get a nosebleed. Now act even weaker, using tears. Look at this pitiful expression. I'm truly a professional. That's the work of a pro. Moments like these are what makes this series so great. There's also another sequence where he met the same guy at a mall, but instead of taking hits, he decides to play a game of tag. But not just any tag. He would quite literally act scared, grab their attention, then just run away for like 10 miles. And then when he realized he was outrunning them, he would make them spot him again, scream, and repeat this process. Sato is a really relatable guy. That is, if you take away all the killing, of course. I'm Batman. Throughout the story, we see him get a job, interact with people, laugh, and even gets a pet. But when needed, he's always there to protect his friends and the people around him. This is a manga I cannot stress you enough to read. It's one of my all-time favorite series for a lot of reasons. So much so that I was seriously considering making a separate video for this series. You want a manga with funny character interactions, well-drawn-out panels, and a series of unpredictable characters, then give the Fable a shot.
Says alright TikTok, you know what?
That's funny.
Fun fact, my first encounter with this manga was actually on Pinterest.
Says
Bored
chat.
one day during a summer afternoon, I came across this panel.
Says chat.
And let's just say I was invested.
Says he must send you across the digital
Sido
universe.
is a
TikTok.
manga about
Stop
loss and
playing
becoming
W
strong.
me.
1855 Japan is not an easy place anyone could just go and live. You're in constant
Says
threats
Ola.
of wars, unknown sickness, diseases, and raids. It's not a place best fit to raise a kid, let alone two of them. Gen and Sho are the two main characters of this story. Their mother is sick, desperately wanting to save her. They head out and seek help. But given their mother's status and condition, all the priest can say is, there's nothing left to do but pray. Unable to accept this, they beg once more, and he finally agrees to visit their home. As they're walking to the house, the priest enters the room alone and realizes she has little to no time left to live. Knowing this, he tells a woman to speak with her children one last time and muster up the strength to leave behind one more message. And the last message to her kids would be, take your
Says
father's
como
sword
estes.
and hone your skills. This world is unfair. If you are
Says
weak,
in Regipod saying,
you die. I'm sorry. With left only their father's sword and the last message from their mother printed in the back of their head, this would start a journey of the two of them, forced to become strong and live the life of a samurai. One of the main things this manga has going for itself is its art style alone. The art for this manga is honestly one of the best I've seen in a very long time. Some of the panels in this manga
People really like this Jujutsu Kaisen type.
Says
of
like TikTok
line
makes
like
me
that.
vibrate in pain and anger sometimes.
will leave you questioning how did he even manage to draw that. From the scenery to character introduction
Says it
to all the
swear.
fight panels
TikTok
are
gonna
second to
F around
none.
and find out.
I am a
Word to
sucker
the
when it comes to
digital
stories
universe
of
god.
personal growth, and when you add an element of samurais and swords, you got my full attention. Throughout their journey, they face various different challenges. They experience loss from people close to them, get painted on heinous crimes they didn't commit, and are forced to even participate in a death battle for the enjoyment of others.
Says in
But
Reggae
even
Pods
after
exactly,
all of
bro.
that, they still hold on to the fire deep inside of them and push towards their goal of becoming a samurai. This manga is one of the longer ones in this list, with it having 256 chapters. There's so much I want to say about this manga, but given the length and this being just a recommendation video, I would just say give it 10 chapters.
Says anyone got a Valentine's. Says no.
What the hell is
Dosters,
even that?
Cuatro, Cinco.
I could see a lot of you skipping out on this one based on its cover alone, but if I had to explain this manga in 2 words, then the only thing that could best summarize this series is non-stop action and violence. Tenkachi Nihon. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. The story takes place during the 1600s in the world where Oda Nobunaga ruled over all of Japan. Hearing a name like Oda might have sent chills and flashbacks to all the other series that has that name included. I mean, there's the Sekais, video games, and Demon Lords. But what if I told you he's only really present in 1 chapter?
Says in Reggae Pods I got your back. Says it Beanbag, unfortunately, no.
Who is the strongest martial artist in Japan is a question often asked within this manga. Oda is old as hell. Death is approaching him, and he is in need of someone to carry out his legacy. He looks at all of the people close to him,
Says it
from his
Beanbag,
loyal
say no
retainers
more.
to his sons,
Tapping you in
and
game.
calls every single one of them.
Says I was scrolling through TikTok and on TikTok
Trash.
live there was someone
He
drawing
desires
furry
human
corn
struggles
lol.
and thinks the only person fit
Says
to
it
take
right
his place
close, I'm
is the
sorry.
most powerful
That's
warrior.
okay, though.
So he hosts a tournament, but not just any
Says it
tournament.
mini
A
underscore
tournament where only the
JIBA and
strongest
88 ain't
survive.
no way. Says it Reggae Pods asterisk throws hands asterisk.
In this tournament, people from all over Japan join. You got war legends, foreigners, people from different clans, and a lot of these people each have their reasonings for joining this tournament. Some join to restore peace in their country, others
Says it
consider
Beanbag
geniuses
Guard would have
join
been
to reach
banned
their
in the
fullest
point for
potential,
seconds.
while some join to uphold their
Says
family's
they
name
drawing
and
furry
lineage.
corn.
This manga wastes 0 time to start rolling.
Says
the very
it
first
Beanbag
chapter
asterisk
includes the
roots
first
for
fight
you
of
in
the
the
tournament.
background while I
There's
hold
panels in here
TikTok
that are
back
done
from
and drawn
swinging
in a
back
way
asterisk.
that leaves you in a state of awe. Fight sequences that makes you feel the impact of strikes. You're never gonna know how each fight plays out, and the stakes of death lingering makes each
Says
fight
it
much
mini
more
underscore
meaningful.
JIBA
Each
and
character
88
within the
teach
story
would have been
has some sort of
vandal foul.
troubling or dark past. The plot, to say the least, isn't all too unique. We've seen this layout play out in numerous other series. What set this manga apart from everything else is its creative fight sequences. Every fight within this tournament is done in a different environment, so it never feels dull. This ranges from lands to
Says
ships,
we'd never see
to
Teach on
forests,
the
and
Tom
even a
ever
cage.
again.
There's also an element of fantasy included within the story. This
Says
guy
Talk
body heats up
Asterisk.
drastically, improving his physical abilities. This
Says
guy
it
uses
Reggae
the power
Pods
of
LMFAO.
literal gods and universes. This guy is blind but somehow has a domain expansion. Every battle heavy story always has that one old guy who's extremely cracked for no reason. Hunter x Hunter has Netero, Bleach has Yamamoto, Sakamoto Days has Takamura. It's almost illegal to not include them in any action story. And in the case of this manga, we have Toda. Toda is a blind swordsman who is set to fight Fuma. His fight Fuma to me is one of the best fight sequences for this manga so far. A combination of their past, the reasoning for fighting, and the overall fight I found to be extremely entertaining. The quality of the art in this fight, let alone the rest, is why I think you should at least give this manga a shot. It's currently 24 chapters, so it's an extremely short read. If you want a story with some of the best drawn out spreads, good fight sequences, and a dumb but entertaining story, then I would seriously recommend you to watch this. Let's just be honest here. You all are going to pick this up because of her.
What the fuck?
Says it Reggie Pods.
Where do I even start with a manga like Soloin? This is a manga I recently finished and picked up because of a YouTube video made from Alex. In this video, Alex made an emphasis on not knowing how to describe the feelings he felt after reading this series.
To be fully honest here, it's been really hard for me to be able to come up with a script for how I feel about this manga. Like, I seriously cried by the end of it, but I'm not exactly sure how to word the feelings that it gave.
And once I've read the manga for myself, I honestly can say I feel the same way as he did. Solonin is a manga created by Inio Asano, the same guy who made Ayasumi Pun Pun.
Says it bright for close you want to tag in the fam. Get a quick free string combo.
A big
on
emphasis
TikTok.
within this story is the elements of music. The two main characters in this manga use.
Are you Dragon Ball Fighter? Are you guys Dragon Ball Fighter Zing the TikTok, the idea of TikTok? Are you like 3-piece comboing this motherfucker? Trying to put that TOS? TOD, I mean?
Says yes.
The fuck? I'm over here trying to listen to this. I'm here. You want a 3-piece combo? I was like, what the fuck is that? I leave you guys alone without saying a fucking thing. You guys are imaginarily fighting
around
TikTok.
and finding out.
I don't say anything, and that I totally ignore you guys completely. Listening to what this man is saying, and the first thing I hear coming back to reality is Bri, you want to tag into fam? Get a quick 3-string combo on TikTok. What the fuck is this? I leave you guys alone. And this is what I'm hearing.
Music as a way to show and express what they're feeling. Tanada and Nico are just two young adults, lost, confused, and uncertain of their future.
Says it's a wrap.
All they
for
do
TikTok
is live day to day towards their goal.
The
We see moments of them hanging out with friends, spending quality time with one another, and supporting each other towards their ambitions. Nico works an office job. Her coworkers suck. Her boss hits on her in his spare time, and is here when she decided she had enough and ultimately decides to quit. Tanada hasn't read two young adults, lost, confused, and uncertain of their future. All they do is live day to day towards their goals. We see moments of them hanging out with friends, spending quality time with one another, and supporting each other towards their ambitions. Nico works an office job. Her coworkers suck. Her boss hits on her in his spare time, and is here when she decided she had enough.
Sorry for shouting earlier. Why don't you go out? Why don't we go out for dinner tonight? What is wrong with you bosses? Like, what's real? You must be suffering from something.
JIVA and 88
Any
telling
man
Minnie.
who tries
Hit
to hit
TikTok
on their
with the
coworkers
8-string
is a
ding
moron.
combo.
I'm telling you this right now. Any man who tries to hit on their man or woman, if you're any person who's a manager who has a boss position trying to go out with their coworkers or like their employees, you are a moron. I'm sorry to say, because it's true. Because for you to sit there and think your employee is not going to say no because everything's going to be fine after that, you're just putting them in a very stupid position. As soon as the boss are doing that, just quit. Because it won't stop. They're going to feel some type of way. They're going to use it against you. They're going to attack you in some way. Make it hard for you to get opportunities. I'm telling you now.
Says
don't
Buddha
do it.
hit the manager with a 10-piece sling ding fling combo on the game.
It is what it is. That shit is wild. I don't know why people think that's going to end out well for them. That shit is going to end so stupidly, it's not even funny. And any man is bolden to ask any employee out that's under him is not only just stupid, he is suffering from something. Because when you think of it in this sense, we live in a time where the Me Too movement hasn't gone away. It's not gone. It's just quiet now because of the whole Amber Heard situation. So if you don't think that's not going to destroy
manipulation of authority.
Your situation, that's going to be even worse. That's wild, man. That's crazy.
Ultimately decides to quit. Tanada hasn't really gotten used to society yet himself. Throughout the story, he showed instances of wanting to pursue music, but is too afraid to act on his desires. The story gets really heavy towards the 14th chapter mark, and it's here when we see how one event can change their life in an instant. I think what makes this series so good, for me at least, is how authentic and real everything felt. To the characters' conversation, to their reactions, and the way they handle loss, is all very normal. The story is extremely short,
Says
but for
this
its
why
time that
TikTok
is here,
gonna
we're
find
left
out
with a
because they
satisfaction like
manipulating
no
the
other.
authority of
Seeing
my
Miko's
words
personal
on
growth
game.
by the end of the series
Says
was something
who's
truly
drawing.
beautiful. And my short attempt to sell this work was probably bad, but even then, I would recommend you to give it a shot. Satoshi is a complete pussy. He accepts debt from people, beats his meat to his brother and his girlfriend, and is easily a target to day-to-day harassment. Tomika, on the other hand,
Says that Nezi
is a complete opposite. She's outgoing, aggressive, and would even pick fights with just about anyone. After saving Satoshi, this started a spark for him, a desire.
Bro, really just said that. Bro, really just said that. He be doing that with his girlfriend and his brother? What the fuck? What kind of weird shit is
to
this?
change. He's aware that he's a good for nothing, but even then, when Tomika is in trouble, he steps in and nearly cracks his skull open.
Bro, are you
Sekito
serious?
Elegy is your typical romance story. A shy and reserved MC paired with a more independent and strong woman, and as the story progresses, Satoshi develops into a respectable guy. The main thing this manga has going for itself are its characters. It's a story about two young adults. I had a great time reading this manga, and it felt like the closest thing to an actual relationship. I'm sure that I speak for many out there when I say that it's hard to find a romance manga or anime that truly feels relatable. The only thing I could see you not wanting to pick up this manga is its art. If I had to describe the art with one word, I would say that it's sufficient. You're most likely not going to be amazed at any of the panels or character depictions, but I think the mangaka does a good job of drawing facial expressions that convey an emotion. I would say give this manga 5 chapters, and if you're still not feeling it, just skip on to the next. Zetman is a story that traces the lives of two rival heroes, Jin and Koga. Jin is a superhuman known as a Zet. Growing up, he faced various hardships and seen the people closest to him die or get severely hurt. Through these incidents, he becomes sort of a cold person who on the outside pretends not to care, but realistically, he doesn't want to lose anyone because of him. Koga, on the other hand, is a rich and spoiled kid whose only dreams and aspiration is becoming the superhero he grew up watching. Leading up to his first encounter with Jin, his views on justice has always been screwed. Throughout the progression of the story, he goes through multiple trials and is constantly challenged if killing for the sake of justice is right. Over time, his ideology about justice is tested and ultimately develops into his own unique character. Zetman's entertainment doesn't stem from its themes and characters alone. The action and tension between characters and finding out the mysteries and origin of how things came to be is what sets this manga apart. It's interesting to read and see how each of their lives as people and their lives as superheroes are entirely different. So you're probably asking, what's the story about? What is a Zentman, and why should I be reading this? Up to this point, I've only been explaining the two main characters. Well, to answer all of your questions, describing the story of Zentman is sort of difficult. When you read this manga, nothing really makes sense from the first couple of chapters. So out of all the mangas I listed in this video, this one takes a couple of chapters to start rolling. The artwork for this manga is easily one of its strongest points. This manga does an amazing job at portraying gritty, dark, and the reality of the world they live in. Everything from its character designs, fight sequences, and the raw emotions of some of these characters are done with a great deal of detail. Zentman is for those heroic action story lovers. It has sort of a western comic feel and takes some heavy inspiration from other classic series like Devilman.
The hideout. What the oh, those okay. Ooh.
Hideout is a petrifying manga. From its dark and gritty artwork, its terror and nail-biting sequences, some of the things you see and experience here isn't for the weak stomach. What once was a loving and respectable family
Did you really fall out the window?
Seiichi is an aspiring writer fueled with dreams and ambition, whilst Mika is, well, she's more of a manipulative gold digger. But after a series of unfortunate events, Seiichi would come to find his life crashing down, replaced in his job, blamed for the killing of his son by not only his wife, but his in-laws as well. All he wanted was a second chance and a family. There's only so much one can take until they snap. Later in the story, he takes Mika on a trip at an attempt to revive his already broken relationship. Driving to a waterfall, he abruptly stops and is here when he says,
so cute,
"We're out of fuel. Don't worry, there's a lighthouse a few kilometers ahead. We'll have to walk there and ask for help." Darkness with the sounds of heavy rain and thunder. They hop out of the car, and it was here when Seiichi decided he was going to once and for all kill Mika. She would luckily be able to escape and make it to a cave, and only being followed by him in the brink of him concluding his revenge, the two of them get hit and get dragged into possibly the worst place anyone could be at. Hideout is a psychological dark manga that follows the story of a man pushed to his utmost limit. If you're a fan of horror, I feel like this is something you might have at least seen or heard of before. There's only 9 chapters, making it one volume, and it's something you could finish in one sitting. So once in a while, I like to separate myself from all the heavy action and grotesque genre of shonen and find myself reading stories that puts a more heavier emphasis on character development and life in general. That's where this manga comes into play. Kowloon
Hideout.
Generic Romance is a manga far from being generic. From its very first chapter leading up to its current release, this manga has some of the best visuals and authentically pleasing panels I have ever seen. Anytime I read a chapter, I find myself making personal notes to myself like, wow, that water is watering? Past and current, love versus amnesia, mystery and suspense are all things incorporated within this manga. The story follows 2 characters, Kudo and Kujire. They work at a standard office job, and for the first few chapters, the story follows their day-to-day life. They're both complete opposites of one another. Kudo values nostalgia and would rather repeat the same routine every day. He eats the same meals, visits the same places, and does the same thing, whilst Kujirai is someone who is always down to try something new. Despite their differences and interests, they still go out of their way to spend quality time together. as friends, of course.
Says, man, this
As
knows
the story
how to draw in
progresses
my
and the more
taste.
time they
I
spend
love
with one
thrillers.
another, Kujire slowly develops feelings for him. And on one random instance, she finds an old photo of him and this mysterious second girl. And it's revealed that the second girl in the photo was her all along. Well, kind of. Kudo is hiding something huge she doesn't know. Something happened between the two of them in their past, but she has no recollection of it at all. Thus, starting the main appeal and the mystery aspect of this manga.
Wait, what?
The author does a really good job at sucking you in and leaving you wanting to know more on what happens next. Why did she lose her memory? Is that even her? Why didn't Kudo mention any of this? All of these are questions that slowly get answered the more you read. If that wasn't too appealing to you...
I'm telling you, if that was a fucking Westerner, she would not give a shit. If that was a Western woman from America, they would not put that much time into that thinking. I'm telling you now, Western women would saw that picture. As long as they're in the picture, they don't give a shit. I'm dead serious. I'm not even being mean. If that was a Western woman, saw herself with a dude that she already likes, and if it even remotely looks like her, and it is her, and she confirmed that's her, she don't give a shit. She's just gonna say, I forgot, and move the fuck on. I'm dead serious. You see how how the Asian woman's like, I don't remember this picture at all. Damn. I'm gonna make a whole series out of this. Nope. Westerner, I'm in the picture, I don't give a shit. I'm telling you now. That's how narcissistic we Americans are. If we're in the picture with the person we really like, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter that you even Photoshop that shit in there. It doesn't matter. They will ride with it. Don't matter. It don't matter. Like, I remember, like, a perfect example. I'm those, okay, I don't know if anyone experienced this. Have you ever met someone, whether it's in high school, college, or something, they know your friends from Facebook. You know them. No, you don't know them, but they're friends with you on Facebook somehow. You run into them. They talk to you as if you know them, right? And you don't know them, but they know things about you. And you're like, I don't know this person. They probably know you from my other group of friends or some shit. I'm going to be nice and courteous and move the fuck on. They're not going to do a whole serious investigation shit. They're not going to do it. It's too much work. It's too much work. Westerners are lazy. I'm telling you. We are lazy. As soon as you know who we already know that you know us. If I don't know you, you know me. I don't know you like that. I'm annoyed. I don't want to know you. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm telling you. Ask any woman. I will go up to, like, if I went to my girlfriend right now and said, remember that one time when we took a picture at the grocery store down the street from where we live? She's like, no, I don't remember that. But I was like, but we took a picture. If I had a picture and showing evidence and I wrote the date of that thing that I mentioned that she knows we didn't do, she was like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. She don't remember shit. I'm telling you. They will not do it. They will not do it. Be honest. Be honest. Let's be honest. We will not care.
Yes, I met a person like that numerous times. They act like they know me. Even dark secrets as well.
Yes.
It's cringy like FR, it's awkward.
The shit's awkward and it's funny. It's awkward, it's creepy, and it's funny. But what makes this work, what makes you not wonder about that is because the stranger already knows who you are, so you don't want to know what they know. Because I'm not gonna lie, we're that narcissistic not to look. I'm dead serious. If this was a Western woman, she would not care.
Says it, Euphoria. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Euphoria. I do appreciate that.
Says it's all of the above. And what's worse is I ran into that similar person, TWIC. Not once.
Twice. So, but I'm saying, like it is what it is. If this was a Western woman from America, she would not care. Because as long as with the dude she likes, it don't matter. She's not going to do a whole investigation.
Says you're welcome. Just stop by to show some love.
Oh, thank you,
Says at
Euphoria. I do
Euphoria
appreciate it, hon.
Arts.
Thank you. Awesome. So cool. I appreciate it.
Says procrastinating, so I have to head out already.
All right, do your thing. Don't procrastinate. Don't let that destroy you. You can do it. I'm just saying, like, that's funny as hell.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
I'm telling you, no Western woman will be there and be like, well. They're gonna just throw it in the back. If they went into the what do you call it? The attic, found a picture of themselves with the person they like already. They're like, oh, I don't remember this picture, and just throw it the fuck away and move on with their life. They will not care.
This manga's main strength is its artwork. It's all done in a way that has so much passion, and the vibes I get from some of these panels are unmatched.
It's only an anime or Eastern story. This will work. I'm telling you now.
Says at Euphoria Arts, get it done.
Because we as Americans, we have very selective selective understanding of things. Like we select things that really bothers us and things that don't bother us. And one of those things is things like that. We will look at that and see that as not a problem.
We believe in you.
We will ignore that shit so fast. It doesn't even matter. Yes, we believe in you, Euphoria.
It's made by the same author who made After the Rain. So you know when it comes to the art department, it's not going to fall short. I would say give this manga like 5 chapters at least.
I should cut this.
So for these last
I'm not gonna lie to you. I might just cut this whole segment part 2 as a video on other than the other one. I will cut that segment. Other than the PewDiePie segment, I'm gonna cut this segment, the Disney segment properly, and this segment as a thing. I'm not gonna lie. Just this segment alone, Jesus, I'm telling you. That's how I think I'm pretty sure any Westerner will probably agree with me.
I purposely left them last for 2 reasons. 1, the sheer greatness the 2 mangas are, and 2, the feelings and everlasting effect the 2 mangas left in my life. Starting with The Climber. The Climber in the beginning is like every sports manga. There's a quiet and reserved kid as an MC, a big and energetic guy who plays the role of a rival, a teacher, some dark past, you get the point. But don't let that fool you into thinking this is your typical sports anime. It's way more deep than you can imagine. What sets this manga apart from every other sports anime?
What the hell? I am not going back on that. Did anyone see that? If you didn't see it, too bad. I'm not going back. But like, Jesus Christ. What the hell was that? What the hell?
Anime is the psychological aspect revolving this guy. Mori is a loner. He never was truly engrossed or engaged in anything at all. He sleeps in class, lacks social skills, and even skipped his first period to stare at a bunch of clouds. What changed his life and the path he was headed was being introduced to climbing. Now, before I continue, I want to let this be known since it's kinda important on what shifted the manga from being generic to peak. The Climber was originally made by 2 people, Sakamo Shinichi, who was in charge of the art department, and Yoshiro Nobita, leading the story aspect. Now, for unknown reasons, Yoshiro decided, you know what, I'm not really feeling this, and stepped out on working on the rest of the series and around the 3rd volume mark. This left Shinichi into picking up the story element, and to say this possibly wasn't the greatest decision would be an understatement. Shinichi shifted the story from a classic shonen sports anime into a more coming of age and finding yourself story. We know Mori has bad social skills. We know he prefers to stay to himself. But throughout the story, there's a glimpse of him wanting to change and better himself. He's human like the rest of us and often blames himself for a lot of things that are out of his control. I don't want to make this section too long since this video is already long enough, but if you ever found yourself struggling to relate to others, then this manga may be for you. If you felt lonely, afraid, and constantly questioned if the things you're doing today were the right choices, then give this manga a shot. When I first came across this manga, I had 0 interests in rock climbing. but the journey and seeing Mori develop is something I can find myself relating to a lot. There's moments in the story that lacks dialogue, but the artwork and knowing Mori's character feels like despite there being no words, you can understand how he's feeling and thinking at any given moment. Climbing is freedom for him, and is an escape from the society he can't seem to fit into. Also, come on, if that's not enough for you, just look at the artwork. Homunculus is an interesting manga that I find myself struggling to put into words. What does it mean to be human, and who am I? Are questions Nakoshi? Look at the artwork.
What's up, Mod?
Homunculus is an interesting manga that I find myself struggling to put into words. What does it mean to be human, and who am I? Are questions Nakoshi often finds himself asking. He once was a salaryman, but now spends his days living in his car. Randomly one day, after running out of gas, he was left with two options: add fuel to his car or buy food to satisfy his current hunger. And in the process of him thinking, a mysterious man comes and offers him a deal. A chance to let go of all of his worries. A chance of getting 700,000 won.
Says that's the
all
most relatable manga to humanity I've ever seen.
An experiment that opens your sixth sense, and the only way to achieve that is by having a hole drilled into your skull.
What?
To which he agrees.
What? Bro, you said yes to this?
Says bye.
Later.
After the surgery, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. They tried going to ghost tunnels, places where people died, but no luck. What seemed to be a failed experiment headed back, a wind of dirt would get into his eye. And when he would look up, he would see things that are unimaginable. He would gain the ability to look at homunculuses, little monsters which reflect the psychology of others and what they truly are in the inside. Homunculus starts subtle, but slowly all the mysteries are revealed. Everything that doesn't seem to fit fall into place later on. As the story progresses, Nakoshi is sort of the bridge between both worlds. I like this manga so much that I did some extra digging behind the mangaka, and turns out Hideo Yamamoto, the author, actually lived as a homeless person for some time in order to be able to credibly include the theme of homelessness in his work. The surgery that awakened his sixth sense is actually a real thing. Tray painting, also known as burr hole, is a surgery invention created during the 1488 and 1516. It's a surgery in which a hole is drilled or scraped into your skull. It's used as a way to treat health problems, but in ancient times it was used as a way to cleanse people who were behaving in a way that was considered abnormal. And lastly, not really a fact about the author, but Nakoshi also eats his own nuts, so take that however you may.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you? What is wrong with y'all? Why would you? I love One Punch Man. Why I love One Punch Man. Oh my god.
With Monday.com, you can connect your work apps in one place. Start by creating a clear workflow on Monday.com that includes all the vital details. Next, you don't just connect your apps and open the floodgates. You
shut up.
Back in December, I asked you guys to recommend me 50 manga to read. The rules were simple, one recommendation per person, it couldn't be a series I've already read, and I would read the first 10 chapters, overall giving me a total of 500 chapters to read. So, in my head, I thought, okay, 500 chapters, not too bad. That's like only half of One Piece. This should be easy. Yeah, that was a dumb statement. Some were good, but some were bad. Some were even a step above good, but some made me... However, that wasn't even the cherry on top. What I forgot to consider is that I'm an absolute fucking moron. You see, whenever I get invested in a series, I have a very hard time abruptly stopping. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Don't get me wrong, a lot of the ones I read all the way through were bad, but like, come on. I can't just not know who Miss Mystic actually is. I got recommended a variety of works, from romance to psychological to message to Kanye West's favorite idol, to sports, to hentai, to one-shots, to Supercock Showdown, which, I'll tell you right now, is not about chicken fighting. Here's the list of what I'll be reading. If you want to see more details, like if I completed the series or plan to, it's linked down in the description with extra stats. The video is timestamped, feel free to jump around. Get comfy and grab your favorite snack. It's going to be a long one. Our first recommendation comes from No One Cares, who recommended Kanajo ga senpai ni NTR reita node, or in English, my girlfriend cheated on me with a senior, so I am cheating on her with his girlfriend, which is quite the interesting title, but what's even more interesting is that the manga is actually pretty decent. Now, a lot of you may be staring at the infamous 3 letters, and already are formulating a bunch of mean words that I see way too often on a certain site. However, this manga is the antithesis of NTR. Yes, the main character is getting cheated on, but the title is a half lie. He doesn't actually cheat back, instead working with the girlfriend of the person who he got cheated on to better himself in multiple aspects: looks, actions, demeanor. Both of them slowly make their partners become more guilty and attached before they humiliate them in front of everyone by exposing them. And that moment is satisfying. Although, I will say, I did have to read like 50 chapters of the light novel to get to that point, since the manga is not caught up. After the reveal, you could say that the story's quality takes a turn for the worse. Let's just say that they introduce the main character's little sister, and she may or may not have a crush on the main character.
What?
This next one comes from Maria, and they recommended Rengoku no Ash, which is a one-shot by the same person who makes Spy X Family. Sadly, with one-shots, unless you can levitate, they rarely have enough time to do anything meaningful. You can really see the character design inspiration for Yor and Anya. Really cool concept. I wanted to see more, but I definitely would not trade it for Spy X Family. This next one comes from Wrath, and they recommended Killer in Love. This title has actually been on my plan to read for a bit, mostly because of this panel I saw online. What has me worried though, is the title. With the name Killer in Love, I can't really imagine this series ending well, but hopefully it's not too bad.
What is happening? Jesus Christ.
I didn't think it was possible to have worse written characters than Rent a Girlfriend, but I stand corrected. Just like, don't read this. Even though the art is good, it's really not worth it. This next one is from May, and they recommended JK Haru is a sex worker in another world, which is somehow like only the 3rd most ridiculous isekai title I've heard of, right behind Reborn as a vending machine and the hero took everything from me, so I partied with the hero's mother. However, despite its ridiculous title, this manga has a lot of substance behind it. I went in expecting an erotica or a manga with dumb tropes, and yeah, the manga does have both of these things, but more importantly, it highlights a lot of the misogyny that exists around the sex worker industry, and because of this, at times it is very, very uncomfortable to read, but I think because it's not afraid to show these types of scenes, it's what makes it good.
Okay, it's short, okay. I was about to end that real fast. I'm not getting in trouble for this.
What is that? Teru. No, look, Pion, the sky. Eh? What are you talking about?
Says night teach, and getting to sleep.
Want to know how I took my business to the next level? It's simple. It's Shopify. Shopify has all the tools in one place to run your business.
Shopify. Oh, damn. Oh, Jesus.
Surrounded by total darkness, with only a scarce amount of food and water, how do these 3 escape from this caved-in tunnel? Especially before one of them loses their sanity. This is only the surface of Dragon Head. They managed to find a way out of the tunnel quickly, only to meet this scenery. This is the end of the world. Usually in stories about apocalypses, there's a beacon of hope or some message about finding the light in the darkness. This manga says fuck that. The more they try to understand what is happening, the worse they realize their situation is, and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse until the very end. Dragon Head is an interesting read, one that had me captivated from start to finish. However, it's also the biggest blue ball I've ever read. Be warned, if you decide to read this and become even a tiny bit invested in the world, the ending is probably gonna piss you off. This next one comes from Vu, and they recommended Wand Dance. If you couldn't guess from the title, this manga is about dancing. I know nothing about dancing, but you don't actually need to know anything about it to enjoy this manga. This is the main character. He's tall and handsome, but despite his looks, he isn't very confident. He suffers from a stutter and is extremely shy. He constantly feels pressured to fit in with others, continuing to act and do things that he doesn't agree with. But one day, after a chance encounter with a girl, he gets the courage to try to change. Character development is the best part of Wand Dance. Seeing the main character slowly become more confident in himself is exactly what keeps you reading. It also helps that the author is passionate about their work. Usually there will be a character designed for maybe 3 or 4 characters. This author was like, nah, and did 40 on a single page. And all of them got that Goku drip. It's also just not a one-time thing. You can see these characters in the character slowly become more confident in himself is exactly what keeps you reading. It also helps that the author is passionate about their work. Usually there will be a character designed for maybe 3 or 4 characters. But this author was like, nah, and did 40 on a single page. And all of them got that Goku drip. It's also just not a one-time thing. You can see these characters in the background at any given time. And for those not sold yet, did I mention this is also a romance? Number 1 rule, don't stick your dick in crazy. This guy did not follow that rule, and bad things happen because of it. This mystic is practically hentai with a layer of extra plot added onto it. I don't think it's worth reading at all, although that statement is coming from someone who read all 97 chapters, so there isn't a lot of backbone to it. But let me tell you something, there's only one reason to read Miss Mystic, and it's for its in-depth psychological break. This next one comes from Josh, and they recommended Citrus. Basically, this is a school romance with a couple twists. First off, it's a Yuri manga, which is pretty basic, but here is where it gets a little weird. The female lead is a Gairu and is a transfer student at an all-girls high school. After a run-in with the student council president about violating the dress code, she finds out that that very same president is becoming her stepsister.
Says at beanbag it'll get comfy in your mind. THX.
Not only do they now have to live together, but they have to share the same room and bed. You can see where this is going. Add in a couple side characters to spice up the drama between the two, and there you have it. The setup is dumb, the conflicts in the plot are dumb, and the characters are dumb. That being said, how do I phrase this? I'll probably be reading some more Yuri manga in the future. This next one comes from KLB Dude, and they recommended Shimanami Tasogare. The manga follows many individuals and encapsulates their struggles as they slowly find out and accept who they are. Worries about disappointing your family, how their perceptions of you will completely change with just a single sentence, the pressure and guilt at keeping what you are from them a secret. I personally think it's weird to formulate an opinion on how well a sensitive topic was handled when I don't have experience or can't directly relate, but from my impression and what I've read from the reviews online, this manga handles topics surrounding the LGBTQ community very well. Definitely check it out if you're interested. Gil Hermit, I just want to say, I don't like you, alright? And it's not because the recommendation you gave me was bad, quite the opposite. It was too good. I binge read all 84 chapters of this manga, and now have to wait every single week to read more. To me, Blue Box is the perfect romance manga. I like when romance is not the only main focus, but split between another goal. This manga follows 3 high schoolers as they work hard to achieve their goals in their respective sports, badminton, basketball, and gymnastics. Taiki, a freshman trying to improve at badminton, admires Chinatsu, the school's star basketball player. Seeing how hard she works to achieve her goals motivates Taiki to try harder. Turns out both their mothers are old high school friends, so when Chinatsu's parents have circumstances where they have to move abroad, Chinatsu begins living with Taiki. A cliche setup that probably has you rolling your eyes, and trust me, I did too. But somehow, this manga defied all laws and made it normal. There's no, "Oh no, I accidentally walked on you showering, Oni-chan," or one of the characters losing all their brain cells because a girl is now living in their house. Obviously, Taiki is very nervous at first, but over time that nervousness goes away as they slowly become more comfortable with each other. It has amazing art, great written characters, all who have realistic positive growth mindsets, and a splash of drama. If you like romance or sports manga, read it. It excels in both aspects.
Says actually, I don't think I asked this before, but how did you come up with your name?
Our next...
Well, I asked my girlfriend, give me a name that has art in it, and she gave it to me. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. I'm not fucking around.
Says oh.
It doesn't get any more simpler than that, There's no grand scheme. There's nothing like that.
Says it, beanbag, very comfortable in here. Kinda interesting what goes on in your mind.
It's funny as hell.
Says Brett, teach, you gotta make it more interesting.
Nah. That's the thing. We gotta always have to make everything too interesting all the time. I don't think so. I think it's perfect. Simple and to the point. And I just ran with it. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Recommendation is Yotsubato, which was recommended by Ethan.
I think what makes it interesting is because of how simple it is, actually. Well, to me. And that's what makes it interesting, because it's so simple. Because everyone thinks it's like having a fucking tattoo.
Says that Reggie Pod's AAA lot pretty scary and they're in a safe place.
It's like having a tattoo when people
says PFFFTTT.
They need to have a fucking, I don't know, some deep dark story behind their tattoos because they was hurt because their mom didn't hug them or some shit, some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like everyone has a tattoo now. Some people make up shit just to get the tattoo. I'm like, I got the tattoo because I thought it was cool. That's it. That's it. Does that make me boring? Probably. Does it make it any less true? Nope. Shit, I don't give a shit. I don't need to impress you with my tattoo. I thought it was fucking awesome. That's it. I don't need to have no tragic backstory, or I have to be traumatized by my parents or my
says F on my brain is just constant music and a duck dancing with deep thoughts, lol. Says it, beanbag, oh, this was a safe place. Seems pretty wild in here for safe.
Oops, sorry. Think of that.
To be honest, most 5-year-olds are really stupid. They are brass and have no filter, and are easily entertained. I mean, when I was 5, every so often, I would sneak into my dad's office, take paper out of the printer, go hide under a table with said paper, and then proceed to eat it. Why did I eat paper when I was 5? I have no idea. This manga showcases exactly that, the random, incomprehensible things you did as a child. I'll admit it, out of all the childhood care manga I've read, Spy X Family, Kakoshigoto, and My Girl, this one is shaping up to be my favorite. When reading about Yotsuba's activities, memories of similar things I did in my childhood flooded my mind, whether it be playing with water guns, pushing your friend into a pool, or for some reason, eating paper. It's very simple. Recalling these memories makes me happy, and being happy is good. Our next recommendation is Usogui, which was recommended by Wolfie. Whoa! I actually took this recommendation from my underrated seinen video because I kept getting comments to read it, some going as far to say it was snubbed. At the time, I searched it up, looked at the My Anime List page, read the synopsis, and went, ooh, gambling. Then I saw the number 541 next to its chapters, and read this instead. Not my greatest decision. And if I had just chosen to commit to one chapter of Usogui, maybe I wouldn't have spent that night staring at a ceiling, questioning where I went wrong in life. because it took one chapter to get hooked onto this series like a slot machine, and I had hit the jackpot, figuratively and literally. Usugui deserves its own video, and for that reason, I'm not going to go into more detail about it here. I don't know when that video will come out, but no, there will be one. What I do want to mention before we move on to our next recommendation is that the author of Usugui, Toshio
What the fuck are you two talking about? What the hell? What the fuck? I'm sitting here thinking, how I'm gonna finish this
Says
off.
LMAO.
I'm just sitting here thinking, what the hell? I had Reggie with us. Reggie was talking about something. Like I was sitting here Reggie used to say something to beanbag, like again with the beanbag response. I was like, what the fuck? I started realizing she's enabling him saying this shit. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Sako is an absolute unit. You can literally write a manga based on his story. Brushing off his dreams of becoming a mangaka, simply labeling it as a daydream, Toshio became a hairdresser straight out of high school. However, at the age of 28, he realized that he was quite sad. So he quit his job, went to a mangaka by the name of Takashi Hinata, and begged them to let him work for him for free. He had no job and worked for no money, just so he could learn techniques faster. He threw everything away to chase after his dream, pouring every ounce he had in order to achieve it. The art of Usugui isn't the best at the start. It's not bad, but when you compare it to its later volumes, it's absolutely unreal how much he improved. But he didn't only draw to improve his art. Throughout the serialization of Usugui, he participated in amateur boxing at the same time. He would train by day and draw by night. He still uses this method to improve his art to this day. In his newest manga, Batuk, which is about capoeira, he picked up the martial art himself. There is so much more to his story and personality that I've left out, but if I keep rambling, this segment will take too much time. I'd like to formally apologize to all Usugui enjoyers out there. It was indeed snubbed.
I am enabling him to say
the best way to learn math and science.
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
Brilliant.
Our next recommendation is from Shrinkum, and they recommended 353056. Judging by this one's 6-digit title, I think I have a feeling I know what it's going to be about. Okay, so I went in expecting to see some degenerate things, and I did indeed see those degenerate things. But why were there also panels like this in it? This is the coolest, most detailed looking train I've seen, and it's from a fucking hentai.
What the hell?
This next one is from Spooky Dino, who recommended Yokohama Shopping Trip. This is actually not the first time I've had this recommended to me, and from everything I've heard, this one is a very wholesome, feel-good slice of life. And for the most part, it is. It follows Alpha, a robot in the countryside of Japan, and her daily life interacting with the people around her as she tends to her owner's small cafe. So what about it isn't that wholesome, feel-good slice of life? Well, not exactly. The reason why she's strapped with a blicky is actually really sweet. I'm talking about the method they chose for robots to use when transferring information. Maybe it was through email or a fax machine. Nope, they decided that kissing would be the method. Mouth to mouth. Am I the only one that thinks this is out of left field? Like, you have a relatively normal interaction between two robots, and then the other robot goes, "Please stick out your tongue," and then they proceed to kiss. And then it resumes its normal slice of life. I'm not exactly complaining, and the manga is very good, but that one moment completely caught me off guard when it happens.
Says so I was like
our next recommendation comes from Ida and is lying Mikun and Broken Ma-chan. This one was interesting. In less than 200 pages, this manga tries to break down what kidnapping and other horrendous things can psychologically do to a person. However, with how little pages there are, it leaves a little more to be desired. I did like how the manga had an unreliable narrator, which keeps you questioning what is true and what isn't. It's something you don't see often, but works really well in stories like these. This one had a lot of potential, but it tries to do too much in too little time. Every once in a while, you encounter a piece of media that changes your perspective on life. Some personal examples, not about chicken. It's not bad.
He just explained.
Says it Reggie Pod so interesting, I like it currently.
It's snubbed.
Says it beanbag.
It follows Alpha, be the method, mouth. Be the method, mouth to mouth. Am I the only one that thinks this is out of left field? Like, you have a relatively normal interaction between two robots, and then the other robot goes, "Please stick out your tongue," and then they proceed to kiss. And then it resumes its normal slice of life. I'm not exactly complaining, and the manga is very good, but that one moment completely caught me off guard when it happens.
Says it beanbag.
Our next recommendation comes from Ida and is Lying Yikun and Broken Ma-chan. This one was interesting. In less than 200 pages, this manga tries to break down what kidnapping and other horrendous things can psychologically do to a person. However, with how little pages there are, it leaves a little more to be desired. I did like how the manga had an unreliable narrator, which keeps you questioning what is true and what isn't. It's something you don't see often, but works really well in stories like these. This one had a lot of potential, but it tries to do too much in too little time.
Beans chilling in a bag.
Every once in a while, you encounter a piece of media that changes your perspective on life. Some personal examples would be Oyasumi Punpun, The Climber, and Berserk. Now, Supercock Showdown is also one of those pieces of media for me, but for all the wrong reasons. Never in my life did I think that I would see two chicks with dicks docking. That's also just one of the many weird, just absolutely out there things that occur in the 5 chapters of this manga. Believe it or not, but this destruction is not caused by your normal cannon. And this might look like a normal reservoir, but it isn't. Is it too big? Well, I don't know. You tell me, because that is the size of a fucking yacht. I have one question to ask, Luffy Jitan. Why the fuck have you read this? Kasane is ugly, having a face that resembles a monster. Little known fact, kids don't like monsters. And because of that, Kasane is bullied badly. Her mother left her behind a memento, a crimson lipstick that, when upon kissing someone, causes you to swap faces. Fed up with everything and longing to proudly stand up on a stage, Kasane steals the face of their class's play lead, who happens to also be her main bully. She delivers a
I remember hearing this story somewhere, I think. If I'm thinking of the right one. I think, if I remember right, this is coming to me.
Performance, and afterwards, with the bully scared she won't be able to get her face back, one thing leads to another, and...
Says that Reggie Pod's HMM and interesting, well, just change it when you're ready. Says you think, what do you think? You think, or you think, teach. Says it beanbag, I got my name from Patroclus from SOUL Caliber 5 because I made him so much.
Oh, okay, that's a reason.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems.
Says it
like
beanbag
never before.
I might just leave it TBH.
Follow a path of your own choosing and become a titan of industry. Explore.
Says it Patroclus W game, not gonna
There's
lie.
no denying that this manga is extremely edgy. When I first began reading it, I labeled Kasane as a manga driven by its edginess alone, that it wouldn't amount to being more than an edgy wish fulfillment type of story. I couldn't have been more wrong. I honestly don't know how to describe this manga to give it the justice it deserves without simply telling you to go read it. Yes, in the first couple of volumes, you'll be questioning Kasane's over-the-top edginess, its plot, its purpose, and its characters. But once its roller coaster begins, it can't be stopped. Almost all of the characters in Kasane are disgusting, filthy people riddled with sin. However, the way that manga slowly reveals the mystery behind Kasane's mother and the truth about everything surrounding her as it builds towards its climax is almost flawless. This is not a happy manga, not by a long shot, nor does it have a happy ending, but its resolution just makes sense. Definitely give it a chance.
Says okay, Teach, would you want
The next one is from AMV Central, and they recommended I'm a Koi, I'm Now in Love. I actually don't read a lot of shoujo romance. The reason why is in shoujo, the male main lead is usually some intelligent, attractive, talented Rizzler who's also extremely popular. The problem is, I tend to self-insert a lot. Big surprise, but the person recording these lines on a Friday night, alone in his room, doesn't really fit that criteria. I will say, I did enjoy how fast the relationship made progress. It's a breath of fresh air.
I think celery was
Says romance anim. Now I'm curious. Sorry, just popped in for a second.
Weren't you supposed to be in bed?
From the romance I normally read. The manga did have its moments as well, besides that siscon character, which was a bit weird. If I wanted that trope, I would go read Citrus or Domestic Girlfriend again. I didn't like this one. I know it's pretentious and dumb, because looking at it objectively, the manga at its base is still the good old story that no longer human is. And it's Junji Ito. The man definitely draws really well. However, even though it didn't affect the narrative too much, every change Junji Ito made to this.
Would you want a carrot covered in... Oh, that just sounds terrible. Or a banana covered in gasoline. I'm definitely taking the banana. Carrot. We will survive, and I won't fuck up my throat.
Story felt wrong to me. I think my disappointment comes from the knowledge that the original No Longer Human was semi-autobiographical, and the last thing Osamu Dazai wrote before he took his own life a couple months later. It's an extremely personal and tragic story that I believe should be experienced in its purest form possible. But that's just my opinion. Honestly, I recommend this story either way. However, whatever you choose, tread carefully. It is extremely dark. I can't recommend it in good conscience without giving a warning first. Our next recommendation is Rakudo no Onotachi from Spiced Ice. Basically, this guy is a loser and gets picked on by delinquents. His grandfather leaves him a scroll, which he activates, giving him an aura that permanently makes delinquent girls attracted to him. A basic harem high school setup, the manga was going decent until they made one of the delinquent girls look like this.
What the hell? No!
Our next recommendation is from Bronpro, who recommended the second coming of Gluttony. It begins with our main character dying on a battlefield. Because he has done well, one of the gods tells him he can have one wish granted before he dies. His wish being to send his current memories.
Wait, if I'm getting one wish granted,
says it Reggie Pods, huh?
I have no clue. It works though. Yeah, okay, let me see. Can he say 4-bed? 4-bed. Yeah. Okay. So like the thing is like what I don't understand is what is the point of the premise of giving him a wish if he's gonna die anyway? If you're gonna die anyway, what's the point of the wish? Seems kind of pointless to me, if you ask me.
To his past. We are then met with his old self, a broken man at the end of his ropes. This version of himself isn't a good person. He gambles, drinks, and extorts loved ones for money. But after passing out in the street, he experiences the memories of his future life through a dream, and the regret he feels at the end of the dream ignites his journey of change. He doesn't instantly become able to help others at the drop of a hat or see the wrong in his choices, but over time he wrongs his rights. There is a bit of genericity, especially with bad guy tropes, and the MC being extremely fucking broken. But at the same time, there are aspects that aren't generic. Isekai tends to have this trope where people get transported because they're considered to be the chosen one. Our MC's not the only candidate, and the tests they have to pass are not very forgiving. If you don't like Isekai, you probably aren't gonna like the second coming of Gluttony. But if you do, it's definitely above average. And if you end up choosing...
What the fuck kind of questions are these? Teach, if a walking stick came up to you, walking stick, I'm thinking a gun. You actually throw it. You actually throw it. Do you throw it back? Nope. You gotta shoot me.
Says I have a floor bed, I like it.
No, that's something I'm gonna die for. I'm gonna die that day. I'm dying that day. You're not gonna humiliate me for the rest of my life. I gotta walk with that for the shame. Just kill me. Life ain't that great anyway, so.
To read the original web novel instead, it's well above average. This is by the same author who did a short but extremely well-written story you might know of called The Horizon. That's all you need to know, and that's all I have to say. Why does he keep doing this to me, man?
Says Holy Schneisington.
long enough.
Blam is one of the most interesting experiences I've had in manga. There are fewer words in its chapters than dollars I make a month on YouTube. Please sponsor me. Yet, even with its absence of text, it just works. Blam has a unique way of immersing you into its world. It is the best case of show, don't tell I've ever seen. You'll have questions, many of them, but that is exactly the appeal of this manga. You'll spend minutes analyzing panels, trying to garner any new information you can get out of them. It's weird, because you would assume that reading a manga with barely any text would go faster than reading one with a lot of text. However, because no one is feeding its narrative to you, you'll find yourself lost in its panels, forced to create that narrative yourself. It's great. Just be careful not to fall into its rabbit hole, because it goes deep. Like very, very deep.
Says it being
The next recommendation is from Trippy Cliff, who recommended Boys Abyss. Boys Abyss is practically Blood on the Tracks version 2.0, but it's not only the mom with issues this time, it's everyone. It's a little over the top at times, to the point where I honestly labeled it garbage around 20 chapters in. Yet, it's a train wreck you can't look away from, and as you keep turning the pages, you'll realize that there is a lot more depth than there initially seems. Although the reveals later in the manga aren't enough to excuse every action and behavior from certain characters, the story is way smarter than it lets on in the beginning. If you're a fan of Blood on the Tracks, and you want to see more people get gaslit and manipulated emotionally, Boys Abyss is perfect for you. This one comes from fellow YouTuber Bihan, who I would shout out, but their recommendation was Boruto. I understand that the anime version of Boruto has a lot of filler that doesn't occur in the manga, but when I'm scrolling through Twitter and I see a clip of Sasuke fighting a fucking dinosaur, it just doesn't make me go, whoa, I gotta read this. But who knows, maybe I've been missing out. Let's find out. Yeah, it's mid. There isn't any other word that comes to mind when trying to describe this. Oh, there is one more. Boruto, more like boring toe. Our next recommendation is from Kripo, who recommended Ultra Heaven. The author, without a doubt, has either taken many drugs in the past or while drawing this manga. Because how do you come up with this sober? In Ultra Heaven, most drugs are legal. Walk to your local bar, and not only can you order some drinks, but you can get whatever the fuck makes you experience this. Because of its lax laws, a lot of people in this world are junkies, and our main character is no exception. He's currently hooked onto something called Peter Pan, and after running out, he tries to get his hands on more. By chance, he runs into someone who claims to have a newer version of Peter Pan, and is given a sample for free. Initially, nothing happens, but then...
It's just a prank, guys. Just a prank.
What follows is impossible to describe, best experienced by reading the manga yourself. The closest way I can describe it is that the manga puts you in the same shoes as the main character. Just like him, you don't know what is reality and what isn't, if 5 minutes have passed or 2 days, if those people shot him or if he shot back. Sadly, even with all the praise I've given it, it's on hiatus and hasn't been touched in over a decade. But even with its limited 600 pages, I think it's a manga everyone should at least check out. The next recommendation is Negima, which is recommended by Easy Guru. Basically, a 10-year-old magic genius named Negima is tasked with teaching English at a middle school as a requirement to graduate from his magic school. I don't know why exactly teaching English furthers his education in magic and will make him a great mage, but anyways, Negima goes, Achoo! Oh. In this manga, like when anything happens at all, people's clothes come off. It's to be expected since it's an ecchi harem. Like 7-8 years ago, I definitely would have read and labeled Negima as an absolute masterpiece, but I'm just not the target demographic anymore. Our next recommendation comes from Nybert, who recommended Ushijima the Loan Shark. With its name and cool looking cover, I went in with hopes that this one might be similar to the Fable. It's not. I've realized that manga has slightly brainwashed me. I see characters that are supposed to be bad like Yakuza and loan sharks, and I instantly think that they are probably secretly decent people with their own circumstances, right? That's not always true. That is a trope, and this manga does not follow it. In its first 10 chapters, there's a short 2-chapter arc where Ushijima, our main character and a loan shark, manipulates a woman into borrowing more and more money. which she obviously can't pay back. What follows in the woman's attempt to pay it back is practically a speedrun of the plot of Emergence. I don't know about you guys, but I consider reading Emergence to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You don't really need to read it twice. I do believe that this manga intentionally has no likable characters, opting to focus more on being a social commentary on the gambling, prostitution, and scam problems that exist in Japan. The point of this manga is to find fault in everyone, but wait a second, Philippines mentioned?
Okay.
Get the Dark Souls music. I'm a simple guy, I see knights, I see big enemy serpent thing, and I like. This one had a very interesting world and characters. Unfortunately, although it's marked as completed, the manhwa was never finished. And even then, the plot we had so far was already pretty hard to follow. In the end, I don't know exactly what the plot was about, but this guy looks cool, and this thing looks cool. The next recommendation is from Moxori and is Ubel Blatt. Ubel Blatt is a dark fantasy that obviously takes inspiration from Berserk, especially in its horses. This is the first chapter, by the way, which is crazy. Berserk had at least 100 before it introduced this guy. However, because Ubel Blatt is inspired by Berserk, it has very, very big shoes that are impossible to fill. It is not necessarily a bad manga, but if someone was looking for a dark fantasy recommendation, there is no world in my mind where I would recommend this over Berserk. However, if you already caught up on Berserk, you might like this one. It has a lot of gore and a couple similar themes, but I suggest going in with low expectations. The next one is from Orangefish130, who recommended Omniscient Reader. Coming home from work on a train, Dokja, a 28-year-old, reads the final chapter of a web novel he has been following his entire life. To him, it's more than just a simple web novel. It helped him get through a lot of tough times in his life, and unknown to him, within the next hour, the information in that novel will become his lifeline, because that very novel's story is about to become reality, and that reality is not pretty. He passes the first trial, however, he hasn't taken the main character's place in this story. Instead, he's in
chapters of this.
Teach, what you doing? If a banana alien invasion happened, I'll have to split if you catch my wind. If a banana alien invasion will happen, that'll be funny as fuck. I honestly believe if alien banana people start attacking us, we will laugh before we start fighting people. We will try to capture and study the banana people before we try to actually fight them back. We're gonna do everything but try to kill them. Like, if right now, like, let me be honest. Like, if California's the way it is, with
says
people,
1000% would.
If California's the way it is because of the whole crime thing, and we're trying to
says
protect,
I imagine them having a goofy smiley face.
If we're trying to protect the criminals, just imagine what we'll do with the aliens. We will worship them before we even try to put a stick towards their head.
An unknown entity to the novel, a wild card. And that is honestly what I liked most about this manhwa. Although Dokja is broken, most of his brokenness comes from his information rather than broken abilities. And even then, he isn't the most overpowered person, not even close. It makes him feel like an underdog that you want to root for. It isn't without its ridiculous writing though. There's this one part where Dokja knows that if you put 2 items into this certain chest, a random better item will come out. There had to have been a better way to give him this broken sword. And can I just say that these stupid reaction messages should just be removed? Like, why? Constellation Veiled Conspirator, that's great that you're impressed by Dokja's foolishness, but like, when did I ask? All things considered, I had a lot of fun with this one. It's also drawn by the same studio who did Solo Leveling, so the art is top tier. Definitely give it a chance if it piqued your interest. Our next recommendation is from Killua PvP, who recommended Addicted to Curry. This manga is all about making curry and sexually harassing women. I kind of expected it because this is written by the guy who made Dogaza, which is literally about a guy getting on the ground and begging girls to show him their underwear.
Nope.
Says we goofy.
And we're not gonna finish that one. We're going to skip this one because I don't want TikTok getting pissed off thinking I'm the one who said this, promoting this, or anything to the slightest. He already said 2 words that was already a no-no. So I'm jumping this one. I'm sorry. Gotta move on. Nope.
Our next recommendation is 20th Century Boys from Paulo Romero. Naoki Urasawa is a genius. It's one thing to write a single amazing story that many can claim to be a masterpiece, but to have written several is something else. All his works are slow burners, however he masterfully ties everything together as his manga progresses, leaving no small detail behind. Everything you read
If you need to file one or more state tax returns, you need to visit
Says I heard this one is pretty good.
Maru wants to die but can't. Blades, fire, stretching of the limbs, nothing works on him. It isn't until he comes face to face with a person who can actually take his life when he realizes that he's still attached to it. Deep down, he still wants to live because of his wife. A person who slowly made someone labeled Gabimaru the Empty realize he isn't so empty after all. He's thrown a lifeline from the executioner. They have orders from the shogun stating that a single prisoner can be pardoned if they manage to bring them the elixir of life. The problem is, they believe the elixir is located on an island where everyone they have sent so far are either dead or have come back looking like this. This one is fire. I resisted the urge to binge the entire thing because it has an anime being cooked up over at Mappa coming out really soon. I'm probably going to read the entire thing no matter what, but I'll let Mappa cook. Rentaro has been rejected 100 times, but he wants a girlfriend badly. Luckily for him, after praying to a god to give him a girlfriend, the god blesses him saying he will meet 100 soulmates while in high school. The catch is, everyone normally has one soulmate, and it so happens that if 2 soulmates meet and don't end up falling in love, they end up dying, leaving Rentaro with no choice but to date every single one of them. Let me say that again, Rentaro has 100 soulmates. The author is going to make 100-girl harem. How many manga do you know even have 100 characters? There's like 2. But you know what? I'm all for it. This manga has an absolutely dumb premise, but is an absolute blast to read. And it's because the 100 girlfriends who really love you doesn't take itself seriously. Just look at the title. It'll have panels like this and constantly break the fourth wall. It also makes you want to see how far the author can go, how he's going to incorporate all 100 characters. I mean, look at this panel. They aren't even 1/5 of the way there, and it's already crazy. Solid stuff. Also, this is Best Girl. The next recommendation is from Al Ramam and is The Oracle Pass. This is our first and only web novel recommendation out of the 50.
Do you know how hard it is to make characters all appealing in one panel, especially if there are 100 of them? You know what I'm saying? You can't make them all look generic. They all have to look different and distinguishable from each other. So imagine that. That's like someone asks you to make a bunch of Hero Academia characters and make them all unique and special at the same time and likable. You know how hard that is? That's like almost god tier hard.
And while editing this, I realized that it's probably for the better. It's already slightly challenging to make manga edits engaging, but how am I supposed to make text look interesting? Do I just have a montage? Do I make it fly around? This one had a good start, an interesting concept set in a future dystopian world where aliens have invaded. If you can read things without pictures, which is a tall task in this day and age, I would say give it a couple chapters, you might like it. In the most understanding way possible, not for me. I have a deeply rooted hatred for characters that are comprised of a single personality trait. It comes from a game called Danganronpa. Back in 2020, I was looking for games to buy on Steam during its winter sale and saw Danganronpa was only $5 trait. It comes from a game called...
I have never played or read this anime or manga or game. I don't know what. But I've seen this thing around all my life and I still have no interest of seeing it at all. I don't know if it's even worth my time, but Jesus, I tell you, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It doesn't really interest me. It never has. Not even up to this point. I don't know. Is it even that good as people claim? Or is it just hype? And it's just conflation with the game and then the anime is just supposed to be like or something. And I remember the game 7 days, the 7 days ends with you, or whatever it's called, was a good game, but it was a terrible anime when it was adapted, as people say.
Hello, you are the second person I've seen on Trello. The first I saw was a literal LMAO, I left very quickly.
A literal what? I'm the second person you see on. Yo, wait, hello. You're the second one I see on Trello. You mean Trello?
Banned word?
I'm not really sure what the word you said, but you mean Trovo. So hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're having an awesome day, Skeletal Clover. Sorry I said that.
Says I only seen Berlazy play it.
Okay.
How do I say the word for less than 18?
I don't know what word it is, but anyway, welcome to the stream.
Danganronpa. Back in 2020, I was looking for games to buy on Steam during its winter sale and saw Danganronpa was only $5. I thought, cool, I like anime, 96% positive reviews, and I've heard a lot of praise for it in the past. I was promised a game with an interesting plot, characters, and an engaging murder mysteries that I would have to solve. I found out that day that visual novels are not my cup of tea. I know I'm barking up the wrong tree here, but I say this prepared to be told to unalive myself down in the comments. I hated Danganronpa, and the part I hated most was that every single one of its characters' personalities can be described in one word. I understand that some people like characters that are quirky, but you can have characters that emphasize their idiosyncrasies and still make them more than that. Gintama does it, Chainsaw Man does it, Dorihidoro does it. I don't know how prevalent it is throughout the entirety of Bungo Stray Dogs, and its characters might become more fleshed out later, but in the first 10 chapters, it stuck out like a sore thumb for me. And with that, I've successfully not only pissed off one community, but two at the same time. The next one is from Obscure Gamer, who recommended Gachi Akuda. This one has been absolutely taking the shonen community by storm, and I've heard nothing but praise about it, and after reading it, I can totally see why. It hits the ground running, not wasting any time getting into the action. It has an interesting world with a cool power system. Most people can only use one weapon, but our main character can fight with anything, ranging from chains to a plunger. Great art, great character design, and a very promising premise. I am willing to bet that this will get an anime adaptation announcement within the next year. If I'm wrong, I don't know. You guys decide what I have to do. It also has some very interesting villains, to say the least.
What the hell?
Do you know the difference between dealing the 7 and unknown symbol?
The difference?
At first look, it would appear I cut the 7 and the unknown symbol the same way. They both end up discarded, but each tile meant something different. The reason I cut the unknown symbol in this hand, there were no tiles around the unknown symbol to wait for. However, the reason I cut the 7 from my hand was that there were...
What the fuck is happening, man?
Akagi, LOL.
Says welcome to the stream from TikTok.
Honestly, it's kind of funny that you banned the word. I don't even know what the fuck the word is, so like it doesn't even matter.
It was solid. It's about a 13-year-old genius who outplays his opponents inside and outside the game of Mahjong. It's by the same author who wrote Kaiji, but unlike Kaiji, Akagi only focused on Mahjong rather than a multitude of originally created games. So you probably have to understand the rules of Mahjong to enjoy it to the fullest. If you don't, or are not interested in learning, I would read or watch Kaiji instead. It's fire.
I don't know, so I don't really have to care. I have too much work to worry about some word.
Yu is someone who hasn't had a great life so far, bullied enough to the point of considering ending it all, but fortunately he doesn't. He happens to come across a book about punching, which he uses to distract himself, training his left hook. One day, he happens to use that left hook, and that causes a fire to ignite inside him, one that can't be put out. Holy Land reminded me a lot of The Climber, the theme of a lonely character feeling utterly lost with the direction of their life, happening to find something that makes them feel alive. Knowing that they might not ever get another chance, they work hard to stay in that place, their Holy Land. What makes this manga feel even more real is that the author is practically writing from personal experience. He had a troubled youth, often getting into street fights himself. In a lot of the fights, he shares his knowledge as a third party, which might seem like it would take you out of its story and narrative, but it ends up helping it. It makes the manga feel...
Hold on. I see what the issue is. I don't know why he's doing this. Okay, that's probably why TikTok doing that. Let me see here. Okay, so let's. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, same thing with this. Why is it doing that? It's just so weird. There we go. Up there. It need to be like that. There we go. Sorry about that. Fixed.
More human and real, a story where an author is letting people see who they are and how they think. Oftentimes, I find the stories with authors like these are the ones that end up becoming my favorites.
Want to know how I took my business to the next level? It's simple. It's Shopify. Shopify has all the tools in one place to run your business and design your website to match your brand. So you can turn your fans into customers. See for yourself. Start your free Shopify.
With a countless amount of good shonen coming out, every day it becomes increasingly harder to recommend older ones. A lot of the newer generation shonen have ditched this idea, prevalent in many older shonen, that no one should die. So for a shonen that ended in 2010, I was not expecting to see someone get their head spun like a tabletop spinner a couple chapters in. Sure, these are probably just throwaway characters, but it still doesn't change the fact that I didn't expect it. Siren throws her MC into a mysterious world that is actually the future of Japan. No one really understands why Japan looks like this in the future or why they need to clear Siren's games, but that's the hook of the story. I've seen a lot of people call this the shonen version of Gantz, so if you like shonen or Gantz, give it a chance.
Tunnel.
Shout out all my cat lovers out there, because I swear this is the only appeal of the manga. This next recommendation comes from Euro, who recommended Phoenix. I can see where Spirit Circle got its inspiration from. This one is made by Osamu Tezuka, who, if you didn't know, is considered the grandfather of manga. It spans 12 different stories that tackle different themes tied together by the constant reincarnation of its characters. I'll be honest, it's hard.
Yeah, that's on purpose. The video is supposed to be low.
the joke he made.
Because when I made it too low, well, I'll make it a little bit more lower. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah, I made it loud for a reason so people can hear it and not get overpowered by the talking background noise thing.
To recommend things that are this dated. Like, I'm sure Citizen Kane bangs, but that new Mario movie coming out, that's got Chris Pratt in it. If you can get past its dated art, there is a lot you can get out of this manga, but I think that reading a more modernized approach to its very similar themes in a story like Spirit Circle is a good alternative.
So much there. So what we need to do, I don't think I'm going to do the coloring today. What I'll do is, I'll just do the coloring off stream and just finish it off because I don't think we'll have time. I'm going to finish this bat wing, both the bat wings here and here, shorten the tail, and then we're going to be done from that point. Everything else is going to be, I don't think I'm going to do tomorrow. I think I'm just going to do something else. Because everything's pretty much done. Everything line-wise. The only thing that needs to be fixed, tail, wings, feet, this finger, and then the head, and then that's it. The other hand, I can just put it down here or something. I can put the other hand down here. So it's not like she's just totally armless on one side. So I'll put one hand going down like this as she's like walking away.
This one is also by Osamu Tezuka. It's about 3 different people named Adolf. One you may have heard of from pop culture figure Kanye West, while the others were born in Kobe, Japan. One is a half Japanese, half German son of.
I used this site for a total of 3 minutes. I have gotten 2 different pop-ups in the middle of my screen. What do you mean by pop-ups? You mean like commercials? I'm not sure.
Nazi diplomat, and the other is a son of a Jewish baker. The two young adults quickly become best friends, but their parents don't approve of that friendship. Regardless of their parents' warnings, they stay friends up until the half-Japanese, half-German Adolf is forced to go to Hitler Youth.
Just to be clear, Skeletal, you don't have to stay over there on Trovo. You can go on Twitch. I stream to all platforms, so if you're wondering what's happening, it's from other platforms. I stream to Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, and Kick. And TikTok all at once. So if you don't like what you are, you can go to Twitch. I would recommend. Or if you want to go to the TikTok, you can go there too. Link in bio. You can pick whatever you're on. So, because if Trovo is giving you a hard time, just go over there on Twitch or YouTube or TikTok, whatever.
Youth, a school that doesn't exactly teach you to love and respect everyone. It's extremely sad watching as he slowly becomes brainwashed, questioning everything he considered right when he was younger. And eventually, he turns into the worst version of himself. This is a tough read on very heavy topics. However, it's extremely well put together. The art is dated, but the content surpasses the dated art by a landslide. I've always liked the death game genre. How do people act when pushed into a corner? Do they despair? Do they give in? Do they betray? Or do they prevail? Yet, oftentimes the death game genre focuses way too much on its score or having someone be a god at manipulating people. I'll be honest, in the anime and manga community, the bar for death games is extremely low. The best we got is like King's Game or Future's Diary, which are fun to watch, but man do they suck. Alice in Borderland didn't just surpass that bar, it straight up smashed it. Every game in it is unique and a pleasure to try to figure out what you would do in their shoes. Characters in it feel like actual people and have actual development. Smart decisions are smart, and when working together, people play to their strengths. If you like Squid Game, you'll like this one.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science.
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
You can just tell when something
Says
is
bet I
going
can
to
type
be
the whole
peak.
Bruno song on here.
Our next recommendation is Sunken Rock from Rice Man. Basically, our main character, Ken, chases a girl he likes to Korea, dropping out of high school in order to do so. He plans to become a police officer in Korea, but he doesn't find any success. Not only is he unable to become a police officer, but he can't find any work at all. After getting into a street brawl, he somehow finds himself begged to become the boss of a local gang, and it escalates from there. This one is extremely good. Likeable characters, good comedy, a nice premise, and the art is just my lord. Boichi can draw. My favorite part in the first 10 chapters was this 1v1 Ken had to win against this absolute unit. Ken knows he can't win straight up, so in order to beat him, he runs to the guy's car and starts scratching it with the coin to get the advantage. Definitely will be revisiting this one in the future. If you enjoyed the Fable, I highly recommend you give Sunken Rock a try, as it gave me similar vibes. The next recommendation is from Old Paper Bag, who recommended Hinomaru Sumo. This is a sports manga all about sumo wrestling. Pretty typical stuff for a sports manga. You have your positive main character who's good at the sport but is striving to become the best. You have your supporting cast of characters and the mini training / character arcs that cause massive growth in their abilities. The art is good and the cast is solid. If you like sumo or sports manga in general, give it a gander. Our next recommendation is from Bruno, who recommended Akumetsu. This one had me go through every single emotion within its first chapter. It opens up with our guy risen it up, then 2 pages later we are met with this. Aw, hell nah. You have to stomach a couple panels of it before our boy comes in and says, "Fuck your toes." And as a matter of fact, everyone else as well, proceeding to kill everything in his vicinity. But then he dies. However, no worries, Akumetsu comes back to life. He has one goal in mind, to rid Japan of all evil. It's like Death Note, but instead of having a notebook, Shu is a badass who can't die. This manga is great. Shu seems like a good protagonist, and I'm very interested in seeing his ideology and reasoning expanded upon further down in the manga. And just like that, we are on our 50th recommendation. I have one thing I want to say before I talk about Golden Kamuy, and that is thank you. If you're still here, that means for some reason, you spent these last 44 minutes watching this video. You sat through the good, the bad, the weird, and the dumb. The absolute butchering of your names and manga titles, and my stupid jokes. I probably said a nice thing about a manga you don't like, and a mean thing about a manga you do like, and yet, you still chose to continue the video to the end, and for that, I am nothing but thankful. If you have something you want to say to me, mean or nice, comment below because I do read every single one of them. This video has had its ups and downs, but let's end it off strong. This is going to sound extremely cringe and stupid, because it is, but I think the best way to describe Golden Kamuy is that it's like a good friend.
Yeah, Golden Kamuy, if you watch the anime, it feels slow, and then it ramps up, and it gets slow, and it ramps up, and it gets slow, it ramps up, and it gets slow again, then it kind of gets good, slow, and ramps up again. It's a weird ride. Like, when I got my girlfriend and I to watch this, it was weird. It was a weird thing, because it's not about magic or anything, but it's like,
There's never a dull moment in it. Every single one of its characters breathes life and personality into the story. I spent hours reading about them hunting, cooking, talking, and bonding. And I realized about halfway through the manga just how attached I'd become to each and every character. It's because they feel like real people. This manga made me laugh, smile, and even tear up a couple times. You want nothing but the best for everyone and for all of them to achieve their goals. But when you start to realize that this journey, the amount of chapters left are slowly dwindling down, a wave of sentimentality washes over you. You don't want it to end, but everything has to come to an end. You just have to remind yourself to not cry because it's over, but to smile because it happened.
I think we should stop here. I was gonna just keep going till I was done with the wings, but I'm just gonna stop it from here.
Whoa!
Now she looks a lot more cleaned up. The only thing that's bothering me about this drawing is her head.
Says it, Beanbag, do you have Android or iPhone?
So we're gonna fix that up. I'm gonna fix up her head. It looks really weird. It's not curved, it's just too...
Says smile because it happened.
Problematic. And then we'll...
Says at Brightriclose iOS.
Up here. The bird head.
Says it, Beanbag, okay.
Like so.
Says at Brightriclose sick him a sin. Says to love are forbidden for one another. Says it, Beanbag, it's okay, Bean. Says, dang, I have the song stuck now in my head. Says at Brightriclose, SIINNNIN.
Alright, guys. We're gonna end this off. Do our best to do it. Alright? So, with that said, have a great night, everyone. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Says Law Just Bean is in hinged form sleep off.
I'm gonna finish all
Says
this
music.
tonight on my own.
Says good night, everyone.
And once that happens, tomorrow we will focus on doing a little bit of art. And then we're gonna play Genshin Impact for the sponsorship. So, have a good night, bro. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Keep safe, and I'll see you guys next time. Alright, later, guys. And I will be sending this to Bean. Alright, later, guys.